Now I think we rank second. So this is in fact very important because it means there is a strong effort made by the government as a whole to remain committed to NATO operations.
Because I hope and I suppose that you are much more interested to listen what Admiral Cabo Dragone can tell us about the engagement of the Italian armed forces in the NATO operations. Grazie, Ammiraglio.
Thank you very much. Admiral, you have the floor.
Thank you. First, forgive my groggy voice, but I do have a cold. I'm sorry. And I will start in English, then I will switch to Italian just to give you a hard time in flip-flopping the headphone channel. Okay, the distinguished civil and military authorities, representative of the academic world, distinguished guests, dear colleague. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm delighted to attend this important meeting, and I would like to thank the Italian Society for International Organization and its president, Ambassador Sessa, for this kind invitation. Of course, I extend you the heartfelt greetings of the women and the men of the Italian Armed Forces, to which I add my own. The longest-lasting multilateral military treaty in history, the North Atlantic Pact, has reached on April 4th its 75th anniversary, without showing any sign of aging, and we can confidentially assert that the alliance will continue to be a success story for the future. A few numbers can help us to understand such a unique experience in history. Originally comprising 12 countries led by the United States, ministers of foreign affairs of the alliance 32 member states on both sides of the Atlantic has celebrated its 75th anniversary in Brussels. 18 individual partner countries of the Euro-Atlantic area are participating in a program of practical bilateral cooperation, Partnership for Peace. NATO maintains relations with more than 40 non-member countries and international organizations. NATO is at the core of the Ukraine Defense Contact Group, also known as the Ramstein Group, which is an alliance of 56 countries and the European Union supporting the defense of Ukraine by sending military equipment in response to the 2022 Russian invasion. 4 generations of Europeans have lived through an era of peace and unprecedented economic growth and prosperity. But the most important figure is 0 country left the alliance. Nobody wants to leave NATO, while others wish to come in. We can explain this success in 32 words. NATO succeeded in halting the grim succession of wars in Europe, triumphed in the Cold War with the Soviet Union, and then, in an expansion wave a decade after the fall of the Berlin Wall, helped build a united and prosperous Europe by welcoming many former Soviet republics into the club, and most recently Finland and Sweden. The fundamental question is, what is the secret of the elixir of long life of NATO, which is widely considered the greatest and most effective military alliance in history? At first sight, the Atlantic treaties resemble to a typical defensive agreement based on the principle, an attack against one, an attack against them all. However, such treaty is quite different from those of the past. If we look more closely at the framework of the Article 5, we can notice that this treaty identified not only a mechanism of mutual assurance against a military threat, but also something precious, we need to preserve at all costs. As an integral part of the post-war architecture of multilateral organization, starting from the United Nations, NATO was indeed the visionary forefront of core principles like democratic governance, universal human rights, and the rule of law. To that list of values, the alliance added trust, which stemmed from each member's pledge under the treaty's Article 5 to come to defense of any fellow member that come under attack. We can assess that the main reason for the alliance's unparalleled success is this visionary political and ethic choice. For the first time in history, a military treaty closely connected within a coherent framework the external security of its member with a precise form of government, democracy, a complete list of values, freedom and equality of citizens, peace, human dignity, a system of internal security. Under the NATO umbrella, peoples are safe and breathe the freedom, which is the oxygen they needed to grow, to improve, and strive for a brighter future. What a better example than the eastern flank countries of NATO. This year marks the 20th anniversary of Bulgaria, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Romania, Slovakia, and Slovenia joining NATO. These nations have shown their willingness and capability to take on a larger role in the alliance. Well, now, in order to better express some ideas and concepts I deem important, and forgive me if I will switch to my mother language.
The eastern flank of NATO is a top priority, a battle for freedom that we must win. The first lesson to be learned from the war in Ukraine is that the defense of freedom is right, necessary, and concerns everyone. There is a country fighting for its freedom, for our freedom, to choose its future. The events on the battlefield tell us that now is the time to do it faster and better. I agree with the NATO Secretary General's call to increase and accelerate military assistance to Ukraine and to establish a permanent mechanism to give a structured and continuous dimension to our engagement with Kiev. Doing sooner and better also means something else. That is, sending clear signals of our closeness and concrete support in this fight for freedom to the Ukrainian soldiers on the front line, who are withstanding the pressure of a great military power with incredible courage and extraordinary bravery. Doing it sooner and better also means increasing our presence and attention to dispel the suffocating air in Ukraine or in neighboring states such as Moldova and Georgia, caused not only by Russian military pressure, which does not spare population centers and civilian infrastructures, but also by a misleading and urgent narrative at all levels, including through cyber dominance. The aim is to condition free will and thus the democratic freedoms that flow from it and that we are called to defend. The war in Ukraine and the ensuing political earthquake that we are experiencing in so many areas of the international chessboard leads us to reflect on another crucial lesson that must be carefully considered and on which our very existence depends. The security of America, Europe, the Western world, and the democratic countries of the Euro-Atlantic area are inextricably linked. It is clear that Russia, Iran, North Korea represent a vision of society and of the world that is antithetical to ours. And we cannot afford to waver or differentiate. Our model of life, our model democratic values all depend on it. Another lesson is that no one can meet these challenges of global significance alone. The pooling of ideas, of national resources of the EU and NATO must become an increasingly proven and structured operating system to contain the destabilizing threat of Russia and its allies on the international chessboard. Only in this way we will be able to turn in our favor the current strong operational asymmetry with Russia, Iran, North Korea and other regional actors, which allows them to operate freely from lethal arms supplies to cyber attacks and disinformation policies in total disregard of international norms of non-proliferation and non-interference in the internal affairs of states. Another crucial factor is cohesion within the alliance and within the Euro-Atlantic perimeter, which must be defended and deepened with the utmost care, including with regard to the Rammstein Group and friendly countries in the Indo-Pacific. Just as their support to Ukraine is indeed important, I believe that we must help intensify cooperative relations with these partners whose stability is now linked to that of the strategic areas closest to us. In this context, it is also clear, and even more so from the perspective of the Norfolk Joint Forces Command, that we have to protect and link the Atlantic with the Northern Europe and the Arctic regions. There are now clear signs of a competitive push by some countries, notably Russia and China, to secure a privileged position in this strategic arena. In the medium term, there is the possibility that new communication routes, namely the Northwest Passage, will emerge as alternatives to the current ones, and that a huge amount of mineral and energy resources will soon be exploitable. Definitely, we cannot expect to return to the world we knew before the invasion of Ukraine. NATO needs, and we do not know for how long, of permanent forces and high-level capabilities in Eastern Europe to deter Russia. NATO's Secretary General has also returned in recent days to the fact that the confrontation with Russia would last for decades. The war in Ukraine may well be over much sooner, but in fact the effects of that conflict have already clearly spread globally, accelerating pre-existing dynamics and tensions, such as the current crisis in the Middle East will unfortunately tend to spread and will take a long time to be absorbed. These general developments have led the Atlantic Alliance to revise both its force model, the so-called new force model, and its defense plans, which will also result in Italy's increasing involvement in all strategic quadrants. The complexity of the current geopolitical scenario and the proliferation of threats to international security are at the root of our deployment of our armed forces abroad in an operational dimension that is unprecedented in the post-war period, and which is growing by the day. From the Baltic states along NATO's entire eastern flank, from the Middle East to the Horn of Africa, from the Red Sea to the Gulf of Guinea through the Sahel. In line with our membership of the Euro-Atlantic area, defense is assuming an increasing prominent role in crisis area on NATO's eastern flank and in the wider Mediterranean. Our armed forces provide 8,500 personnel, which we can expand to 12,000, and we provide also a significant contribution to 9 NATO, 8 EU, and 5 UN missions. 14 other initiatives are instead conducted within specific coalition or on a bilateral basis. Another significant element is the Parliament's approval of 2 new missions, Operation Levant, a humanitarian intervention in favor of the Palestinian population in the Gaza Strip, and the European Union's Operation Aspides to protect freedom of navigation in the Bab el-Mandeb Strait of the Red Sea. In 2024, we will take on the role of framework nation of the Forward Present Battle Group in Bulgaria. Deputy Commander of EUR4 Althea maintain the long-rooted leadership of the European mission in Somalia and regain command of KFOR. In the maritime domain, we will maintain operational command of Operation Irini and tactical command of Operation Atalanta, in addition to Operation Aspides, which I have just mentioned, in command of the standing naval forces in the Mediterranean. I would also like to mention the example of Lebanon, where we are working to support working to support a more effective implementation of Security Council Resolution 1701, the initiative that I personally took under the auspices of the Minister of Defense by inviting my counterparts from the United Kingdom, France, Germany and Spain, together with the commander of the Lebanese armed forces to Rome on the 1st March is proof of this. The Lebanese armed forces will have to play a more prominent role in facilitating the stabilization of the Israeli-Lebanese border. The so-called Euro-Atlantic variable geometries are a valuable cooperation tool that will certainly have to be strengthened. In conclusion, I would like to recall this, what the President of the Republic has just, and recalling the session of the Chamber of Deputies on 11 March 1949, when Prime Minister De Gasperi stated, and I quote, "NATO is a treaty for security, a guarantee of peace, a preventive measure against war. No country or bloc of countries has anything to fear from it as long as it no aggressive aims. Who would ever help us if, faced with an invitation to collective solidarity, we selfishly refused to accept any common risk? No one." Unquote. NATO Atlantic solidarity, its value system, it's an ideal architecture for the armed forces because it fully reflects the founding principles of our constitution, of democratic institutions, of civil coexistence, which they are called upon to defend against any threat and in any circumstance. For us in the armed forces, this symmetry has been evident since April the 4th, 1949. It has been the North Star that I can tell you, despite many difficulties, we have followed without interruption over the past 75 years and wherever we have been called upon to do so internationally. The armed forces are proud to have always contributed to international stability and peace, to the political and strategic dimension of Italy, which today is an example of democracy in the world and among the protagonists of the Euro-Atlantic perimeter. NATO is the only true bulwark of deterrence and defense and democracy and free countries. Thank you very much.
I would like to say now the first panel, or if you have any questions maybe, you wish to ask questions, se ci sono domande. So maybe now we can move on to the first panel of the day. The title is Deterrence, Defense in a Contested and Unpredictable Security Environment. Passiamo adesso al nostro primo panel, Deterrenza, Difesa in un ambiente, in un contesto di sicurezza conteso e imprevedibile.
Well, good morning, everybody. Thank you for inviting me to be the moderator of this panel dealing with the basic principles of the use of force, deterrence and defense in a contested and unpredictable security environment. This is the core of our job, absolutely. Everything else comes out from this. We have here an extraordinary panel. So being a moderator, I will moderate myself and will give the floor immediately to the panelists so that they can elaborate on the subject. And the first panelist is Nicola De Santis, head of the engagement section, NATO Public Diplomacy Division, a very good old friend, and I am extremely pleased and honored to offer him the floor. Please, Nicola.
Thank you very much, General Camporini. The pleasure, the honor is all mine, especially because, sitting next to someone who's been also Chief of Defense of Italy, Chief of the Armed Forces, you have a distinguished career. Normally moderators, there's nobody who introduces moderators, so let me do that. And also I'm very pleased to be in this panel with Tanos Dokos, who couldn't come here for a number of reasons, the National Security Advisor of Greece, who's linked up with us, and also with Thomas Kaufman. Now, we're talking about the 75 years of the founding of NATO, and deterrence and defense has been, I would say, the core security task of the alliance since the beginning. It still is a core security task as defined by all of the NATO strategic concept, the 4 strategic concepts which were and the 4 which were approved since November 1991, when at the Rome summit in this city, that concept became a public document, and since then has been a public document. Now, a way to look at NATO, deterrence and defense, I think, is to stress that NATO not only has been an agent of change, but it has shaped the change, because the security circumstances, of course, in 75 years have dramatically changed. During the Cold War, we had a clear and present danger. We had conventional forces massed in an aggressive posture at our borders. You know, academically, now that you are an academic, many still sometimes debate whether the threat ever existed. Admiral Capodragone can tell us, and all the military people here, that from the positioning of conventional forces at the border of a country, there can be no doubt they were ready during the Cold War to invade our countries. We had the short-term range and intermediate nuclear forces point at the command and control centers of our capitals, and we had strategic weapons targeting North America. So the threat was there. But at the end of 1987, this threat disappeared, first by the new opportunities for change again. And NATO adapted again. NATO has always adapted. This is a characteristic of NATO, I want to stress, to adapt to the different circumstances. The INF Treaty were totally abolished the category of intermediate nuclear forces that we had there by President Gorbachev and President Reagan, and it opened a new season. Russia was a big hope for the West at that point. We moved from confrontation to cooperation in the security sphere. In November 1991, we had the North Atlantic Cooperation Council, where Russia was a part of, together with all the countries coming out of the Warsaw Pact. In 1994, and Admiral Capodragone just noticed the anniversary of the Partnership for Peace, Russia was included there. We had 3 important features in which we accompanied the democratic evolution of the countries in the East: the democratic control of the armed forces, the transparency of defense budget, interoperability, still crucial today. And so NATO accompanied this change of the countries by embracing them. And we had the partnership with all of these successor states of the former Soviet Union. And in 1997, Secretary General Solana and Boris Yeltsin signed the Founding Act and established the Permanent Joint Council between NATO and Russia. So the first phase, I would say, of NATO's history, the one of the Cold War until 1991, ended in the moment in which the big hope that NATO always had for a Europe which would be united, free, and at peace would become concrete. So inclusion was the word. Partnership, what we call cooperative security in the NATO jargon, was the first characteristic. Russia was included. Today, the disinformation of Russia wants us to believe that we marginalized Russia. We didn't marginalize Russia. We included Russia. It was part of the new security order of peace that we tried to build. And of course, that implied a certain, I would say, comfort in the fact that defense spending, could go down because we could enjoy the peace dividend that we had at the time. And we also believed that this, time would last for a very long time. We established partnership with countries in the Mediterranean, in the Middle East. And then, in this very city, in Rome, in 2002, the Permanent Joint Council with Russia became the NATO-Russia Council. But then something started to change. So in 2002, President Putin signed off to the principles of the Founding Act, and among them, the inviolability of borders, the respect or sovereignty of countries. And then in 2005, something started happening. President Putin started to surround himself of people who had the old mentality. We started hearing a certain rhetoric. And in 2007, at the Munich Security Conference, he gave a major speech in which it was full of all the themes of the Cold War, the same that we are hearing, repeating today. And 2008, there was Georgia. 2014, there was Crimea. And in that very moment, NATO started to change as well. We deployed, after the invasion in Crimea, 40,000 troops to the eastern part of the alliance, so deterrence and defense took a different form that it had taken up at that time. We continued, of course, a policy of dialogue with partner countries, but we had to take into account that the security situation in Europe was changing. And then, of course, it has dramatically changed in a transformative way when, Putin decided to enter Ukraine. So, as it has been said before, Admiral Cavo-Dragone, we're helping a country defend itself, I would say, with Ukraine, because it's morally right to do so, but also because we are containing the spillover of Russia to other countries, and Russia cannot win there for one reason, because no aggressor state can be allowed to win and to establish a dramatic precedent would further endanger our security. So deterrence and defense is assured in different ways today. And last year at the Vilnius summit, the major adaptation of deterrence and defense was the regional plans. We now have regional plans which look at the north of the territory of the area of competence of the alliance, which means fundamentally the European Arctic and the Atlantic. We have the center of Europe, of course, because Europe is crucial. And we have explain to people in Italy why the South is so important in my introduction. But I wanted to touch this kind of evolution to tell you that this new deterrence and defense, the regional plans, the necessity that we have today to protect the territory in different ways, also linked to the transformative impact of new technologies, which, emerging disruptive technology, quantum computing, AI, and the possibility that, through malign information, cyber information, the malign use of financial and economic tools as a tools of coercion is something that the alliance is now looking, in addition to the traditional domains of air, space, and of course, sea. I will stop here. I think, as usual, I spoke a lot, but I will look forward to the most interesting part, which is the discussion with you. Thank you.
No, it's for sure. It was a very interesting introduction to the theme, and it is the evidence, in my view, that theoretical concepts such as deterrence and defense may become real meat and blood, and this is something which is the lesson of these decades, which you described so clearly and so efficiently and with such a precise speech. Now I have in my list from Greece the National Security Advisor to the Prime Minister, Thanos Dokos. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, then the floor is yours. You have, let's say, 10 minutes, and so we can have later on some question and answer times after the third panelist. Go ahead, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the invitation, and I'm sorry that I'm present. Nicola De Santis set the stage very efficiently, so let me try to be complimentary and add a few thoughts. Indeed, as the title of the session indicates, this is a very complex security environment, a multivariable equation, few certainties, lots of unknowns. NATO has 2.5 flanks to protect, east, south, and now the Arctic as well. And let's see, first of all, what are the advantages and disadvantages we're faced with. First of all, we have the numbers when it comes to military capabilities and also the economy. Demographic indicators also are on our side, and we have a technological advantage as well. On the other hand, geography is not always working in our favor because the opponent can choose the point where they can apply pressure. And of course, the fact that we have 32 decision-making centers complicates the situation. The other side only has one decision-making center, and that's usually an advantage. Also, the fact that we have values, principles, and certain limitations on how far we can go is both a source of strength, but also a source of weakness, because the other side doesn't have any such constraints on the way they can act. Finally, those trying to maintain stability and solve problems are usually at a disadvantage with the spoilers. So given those advantages and disadvantages, and looking mostly at the Eastern Flank, should we be worried? I think when it comes to the nuclear situation, deterrence seems to be working. All of us are working under the assumption that Putin is rational, but of course, we need to keep in mind that miscalculations are part of the game. Then Ukraine is not a NATO member state, and that allowed Russia a certain it's difficult to imagine that Putin might decide to launch an attack against a NATO member state. Difficult, but of course not completely impossible. But I would focus more my attention on the so-called little. So it's important to study lessons learned from Georgia and Ukraine, more 2014 than Ukraine 2022. Now, some ideas, some recommendations, and of course, needless to say, on the current situation, the addition of Finland and Sweden has been quite important. It strengthened the alliance in concrete ways. They both have significant capabilities to offer, and they complicate the calculus on the Russian side, because now NATO's borders with Russia are much longer, and these are not weak states. They can take care of themselves, of course, with the support of all the allies and partners. But then looking at specific recommendations, first of all, as Admiral Dragone mentioned, we need to continue supporting Ukraine, and then also find ways to guarantee Ukraine's security in the long term, and that should be an important priority. Then, to state the obvious, we need to increase European contributions to collective security. We need to strengthen our capabilities, and of course, among the many priorities, among the many things we need to do, perhaps the most important one is to consolidate our defense industrial, technological and industrial base. This fragmentation of the defense sector in Europe, despite progress achieved over the last few years, is something that we need to change. Then, as Nicola mentioned, new technologies are extremely important. We need to continue investing, and Diana is a good initiative, but we need to invest more. And we also need to learn from the Ukrainians, and perhaps some things from the Iranian attack a couple of days ago. And we need to make it, in addition to very sophisticated weapons, we should also be able to make it simpler, faster, cheaper. So both are necessary. We need the highly sophisticated weapons, which of course are very expensive, but we also need cheaper equipment in unmanned and other technologies. So generally, I think we should pay attention to lessons learned from various conflicts. Then, of course, we need to safeguard unity and cohesion. avoid statements or actions that might send the wrong message to the other side. And this is important for both sides of the Atlantic. I think both Europeans, but especially the US, in the next few months, that will be, well, I won't say critical, but extremely important for the future of the transatlantic link. Joint procurement programs, which will allow us to take advantage of economies of scale, joint training and exercises, but also increasing improvements in interoperability, more attention to the South. I was part of a group of independent experts that prepared a report on what NATO should do in the South, do more in the South, and Alessio Nardi, who will be speaking at a later panel today, I suspect he was also a member, I suspect he will speak more about the report, but very quickly, our recommendations were that NATO needs to do more. It has a lot to offer in terms of maritime security, counterterrorism, hybrid threats, climate change, capabilities and training, and also it needs to work closer with a number of other organizations, most important of which is the European Union, and NATO needs to focus more on complementarity and value added in those circumstances. Last word, NATO is celebrating its 75th anniversary. It's important to remember that it went through a midlife crisis in the early 1990s when many experts and officials questioned the need for NATO's existence after the collapse of the Soviet Union and the Warsaw Pact. Well, thankfully, NATO adapted very successfully. It maintained its core capabilities, but also added a few more capabilities in the toolbox, being today a very important element in global affairs. And I have no doubt that NATO will celebrate its 100th anniversary as a very energetic and capable alliance. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. The things are getting more and more complicated. Once upon a time, the only things that mattered were just the number of men and the number of arrows and bows. Now we have introduced so many different types of combat in the sphere of information, in the sphere of the management of the electronic spectrum, and I think that your words are a very call on these issues. Now it is my pleasure to give the floor to Mr. Thomas Kaufmann, Vice President, International Businesses and Services, General Dynamics European Land System. Underline the word land system, because this is an area where we have to work a lot. Between the navies, between the air forces in NATO, cooperation is in a way easier than on the ground. Not because of goodwill of the people, the goodwill is always there, but because of the situation related to the equipment. The variety of equipment which we have in our inventory for the land systems is an issue. It's very difficult to support each other when we fight side by side, because we do not have the same type of wheels, the same types of spare parts. And I think that the view from the industrial side on this issue is important in order to understand whether there is a future of mutual cooperation between land industries so that we can support much better each other. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for this kind introduction. Distinguished guests, great pleasure for me as a representative of industry to be here and to talk to you on this very important panel. I would like to elaborate a little bit on the concept of deterrence, what it requires and what it is and what we have to do from our point of view. First of all, deterrence is our ability, our capacity to fight, to defend, and to demonstrate that we're able to fight, to give to a potential aggressor a clear confidence that he should not further escalate. So deterrence, at the end of the day, bases on credibility, capability, capacity, determination, and speed. The relevance of speed in our concept of deterrence is crucial. The speed to detect a threat, and I talk here very conceptual, whatever requires from services, space-based, but we need to detect a threat in time. Second, we need to decide. We need to decide what action we want to take, but to take a decision, we need to have the same threat perception. Now, if we look into Europe, and if we would ask to the individual countries, I think the threat perception is quite different. So we need to come to a common understanding on the perception of threat to come to a quick decision. And when we have decided, we need to take an action in terms of a military action, either to deploy forces, to project forces, and in our land industry, it's about that we deploy land forces. The appropriated panel, of course, for deterrence is our transatlantic alliance, is NATO, with a strong, and from my point of view, in the future, a much stronger European pillar. Our European nations need to contribute more within NATO when it comes to our own capabilities. Let me give a couple of thoughts on the topic of acting, of the action. First of all, NATO, we are acting as a coalition force, and as you said before, interoperability is key. If we want to be successful in a coalition force, the forces need to have a common picture, secured communication, and the possibility to interchange in terms of spare parts, in terms of acting with each other. Second, it's about military mobility, and we are trying to increase the awareness of military mobility for years now. Because it's easier today to ship a box of San Pellegrino sparkling water from Rome to Tallinn is easier than to ship a military good from Rome to Tallinn. In our commercial world, we have Schengen, but we do not have a military Schengen. Our military forces have to stop at each border. The administrational burdens and obstacles we have is something we need to reduce. We need to fight bureaucracy because speed is of essence. And here we only talk about man-made obstacles. We should not forget our natural obstacles. We should not forget how many rivers we have to cross when we talk about our military land forces. We have to cross more than 12 kilometers of water obstacles, rivers, if you put things together. That means at the end of the day, we need to have also more bridges for our forces to cross. When it comes to this force protection, and if you look at the current environment, if you look and you compare this 30 years ago, our line of defense was divided along the German border in Central Europe. Today we talk about the eastern flank. That means we have a greater area to defend. We have greater distances to cross. That means at the end of the day, we need to have more forces. We need to have more forces. And last but not least, if you look at the consumption of ammunition, for instance, what is fired and consumed in Ukraine, the millions of artillery shells, it is a prerequisite for us here in Europe that we have a strong European defense industry. This is also an element of deterrence. Thank you very much.
thank you for raising very effectively in a very short time some of the very delicate issues which we still have. I have to say that we were aware at technical level of these problems, but public opinion was not aware and is becoming aware now. It takes time also to shape public opinion, to let them understand the critical elements. You mentioned the issue of mobility. Mobility has been on the table for many years, but it never had the right level of priority. If I think that the reluctancy of all the civil engineers to take into account the requirements to mobilize military means in terms of how heavy, how wide, how high they are, how tall they are. And so we have problems with tunnels because they are not tall enough to let military equipment go through. And you have to make the turnaround, and you lose time, and the military operation time is a very, very precious commodity. Also the issue of the production capability in order to sustain logistically the effort, starting from ammunition, but not only from ammunition. When I have to talk to a civilian counterpart, I always underline the fact that if I want to have a Stinger missile, and I have the money to buy it, I go to the company and say, well, I want to buy a Stinger missile. And they say, well, give us the money and come back in 3 years. Maybe it is too late. So things have to change. The attitude has to change, and it is a very crucial requirement for our leaders, for our political leaders, to realize and take into account these issues. But I have spoken too much, and I think we have another 20 minutes available for question and answer, and I hope that we have a microphone for those who want to talk.
Mike.
Do we have a microphone?
Microphones.
Thank you, Niels from Dutch IATA. Yeah, so we're talking about that Europe should do more, and I of course agree. I was wondering, however, how does it look like for nuclear deterrence? Thinking about the US role, which potentially could decrease in NATO, depending on the president, and so forth. Yeah, so what does it look like for nuclear deterrence? Thank you.
Il discorso dell'impegno americano. Do you want to answer?
Look, I think, you know, this is more very much a discussion that is coming up each time there are elections in countries, you know. Now, I don't get to vote in the country which you mentioned, but what I think is clear in 75 years of NATO is that the United States is strongly committed to European security, as much as the Europeans are committed to North American security, which is not only the United States, it also includes Canada. So I don't think there's going to be changes. On the contrary, I think that you will see at the next summit in Washington, the reaffirmation, which is to celebrate the 75th anniversary of the alliance, a reaffirmation of the alliance unity, because there is the recognition that today's threats, which are Russia and Europe, terrorism as threats, but also the challengers which come from autocratic states who are aligning together, will threaten the security and will affect the security in different ways of both Europe and North America. So I don't think that this is at stake. Of course, countries have, come to the NATO table with different national security interests, and they have to find the mediation. And the alliance has been able to find that mediation, and I'm confident it will continue to do, especially now. Look at the world, from Europe to the Middle East, and to those who are challenging our way of life, but also the rule-based international order that we have built since the Second World War. It is something which unites us more than divides us, and we should not allow, and we were talking about the technology, we were talking about hybrid, we should not allow those coercive tools to undermine public support, because that public support is important also in terms of parliamentary support to repel conflict and to address the security challenges. I have no doubt that they will continue to do so. There's too much at stake, and it would be very unwise to undermine what has worked for 75 years.
Thank you. Mr. Dokos, do you want to add something, if you are still on the line?
I'm still here, but I couldn't hear the question, but I suspect what it was from Mr. DeSantis' answer. And I agree. I would add that now there are even less reasons for any significant friction with the other side of the Atlantic should the results of the elections go to a certain direction, because now you have, back in 2016, we had a tiny, very small number, 3 or 4 countries spending more than 2%, and burden sharing has been an important discussion in the context of NATO. Now that number is much higher, I think, and everybody else is also going in the same direction. So I hope that any transition would be smooth. We all have the same basic interest, and as Nicola said, at the end of the day, NATO finds a way to compromise and come to a common position.
Yes.
We had the young lady. Go ahead.
Good morning, Ionela Cholan from the Wilfried Martin Center for European Studies in Brussels. I would like to ask a question about the European deterrence. And we already discussed about what should we do. And the fact is that we need more of the European Union engagement in order to make sure that we can work on military mobility or filling the strategic capability gaps in order to strengthen the European defense industry. But my question refers to the complementarity between NATO and the European Union, and how to make sure that we are building the interoperability between the two organizations, making sure that there is not a duplication of efforts and resources. Thank you very much.
Okay.
That's
okay. I'm not going to shy away.
No, I think that this is a very crucial political issue which is on the table now. So I am confident that solutions will be found, but let me hear Nicola what he can say about that.
Look, this is not a new issue, because one should not forget that one of the major adaptations that have happened both in NATO and in the European Union, and I go back to the time of Javier Solana having moved from Secretary General of NATO to the EU, and Lord Robertson had become Secretary General of NATO, was the agreement that it was made, an agreement, an international agreement, for the release, monitoring, and recall of NATO's assets and capabilities. A long term, it's a technical term, that is widely known as the Berlin Plus. In other words, the idea that there would be no duplication of existing structures, there would be no discrimination of the NATO allies who are not members of the European Union, and these are issues that are still there. And NATO, created also this concept of the combined joint task forces, which would be detached from the integrated military structure of NATO and would be put at the disposal of the European Council. Whenever non-Article 5, we said at the time, because NATO, the agreement was and still is, there will remain the fundamental Article 5 organization for the defense of the territory. This concept, since then, has evolved. You have seen more integration, you have seen more meetings, you have seen declarations. We've done a number of declarations between NATO and EU, which we have structured this partnership. And if you look at the strategic concept, the EU is considered a strategic partner. And this complementarity now is even more important at this time. We've seen how important were the sanctions, with Ukraine, so coupled with the military support there. And I think it's going to be more and more vital. For example, we were talking about how economy, how finance, these tools can be used as tools of coercion. NATO is not an economic and a financial institution. The EU is, but we can work together to address these common challenges in a way that complement each other. And I think the political will is there. And I think work is being done also in the industrial sector, because this is also something the European Defence Agency, the NATO Defence Industrial Action Plan, we're trying to complement this in a way that mutually reinforce not only the institutions, but European security.
Thank you. Mr. Kafan?
Yeah, let me add that, well, NATO is an alliance. That means it's based on partnership. And partnership means also that we all share our burden. And if you look, the discussion we had in the last years about the 2%, or that the European countries need to invest much more into defense, we just started with changing this. So now, for the last 1 or 2 years, we see actions that European countries are spending more in defense. I think we are far away from a discussion where we can duplicate. We still have not enough forces. So I think it's appreciated and in line with the expectation from the United States, and it's also in our own best interest as European countries that we are strengthening our pillar, but always within NATO. That's the key element from my point of view. Thank you.
General, may I add a point?
Thanos, do you want to say something?
Yes, I belong to that strange group of people who believe that a stronger transatlantic alliance and increased European autonomy are not mutually exclusive things, with two caveats though. One is we should talk about security, not just defense, and here complementarity is very clear between the EU and NATO. And secondly, we have to define strategic autonomy. Embarrassed by the Sudan crisis, where everyone did their own national, offering some bilateral assistance, but that was not a common European operation. So I would hope that in the future, Europe could handle small or medium-sized crises of that type. But then, of course, NATO is the only one capable to deal with major crises like the one in Ukraine.
Please.
I'm using the advantage of the microphone. Thank you, Selin Yilmaz, the Youth Atlantic Treaty Association. So while Mr. Dokos was speaking, he mentioned that having 32 states in NATO is the strength of NATO. But do you think it also creates certain vulnerabilities and weaknesses for decision-making, for example, because the actors that we are mentioning here is Russia, one state actor, China, one state actor, and of course they have different procedures which are supposed to be faster than NATO's itself. So what kind of vulnerabilities it creates to have different nations and this kind of decision-making process? Thank you.
Yes, I think if I understood you correct, you said vulnerabilities when it comes to decision-making because we have a lot of member states. I think that's the strength of NATO, because every member has a say It takes time, yes, but that's in our democratic system. If we take a decision, it is after a thorough discussion, and every member can then decide to join or not to join. On the one side, you could say that's a weakness. On the other side, I think it's a strength because everything based on to convince about the action, and that's all about democracy. And this also shows that NATO is not compared, if you compare this with the Warsaw Pact 30 years ago, there was only one state, the Soviet Union, who made a decision, the others had to follow. And here we have a fundamental different concept in organizations. So we should be proud, but we need to be aware that speed is of essence, but we need to have this type of talks and discussions, and I think it's good that we have a consensus here.
Have another question?
Good morning, Marco Testolin from the Master of Diplomacy of COI. I had a question especially for Mr. Dokos, because I was curious to know how the cooperation between Greece and Turkey is going on in NATO, knowing that there are some national interests that are in conflict. So I was curious to know if these problems are affecting even the cooperation inside NATO, and especially given the fact of how important their position is in the Mediterranean region, and since they're so close to the epicentric of those two major conflicts that we are living today. Thank you.
Should I answer, General? Well, tough question. I think both sides, but I can speak only for Greece, tried to keep NATO out of the dispute. That was not always possible. But then we are trying, Greece is trying to look at the big picture. As you rightly said, we are near the epicenter of both crises, Ukraine and Gaza. We look at the big picture. It's important to keep NATO functional and united. And hopefully the good climate between, the good atmosphere between Athens and Ankara, that is the current situation, will continue. But as I said, it's important to try to keep NATO out of bilateral differences.
Jordan Bourgeois, Sofia Security Forum. The panel already raised the issue about different threat perceptions. My question is, how you assess these differences in threat perception with regard to the NATO's unity and implementation or invocation of Article 5? Do you think it's something we're working on? Do you think we can come with common threat perception? By the way, it's not only about threat perception, but it's also about different cultures, security cultures in the countries. So what do you think about? I mean, but if we take the perceptions within societies, I mean, the picture will be much complicated.
Yes, it's complicated, and I guess this is the reason why we're doing public diplomacy at the end of the day, because we want to try and provide the correct explanation on the policies and goals that the organization has, and which is the difference of propaganda. We're trying to simply explain our policies. Now, I think whatever, the debate is, and it's normal that, in democracies you have debate. You have debate in parliament, where you have different political forces. You have debates, in civil society among academics. But at the end of the day, NATO is an intergovernmental organization. So the decisions are taken by consensus. Everybody has to agree. And everybody comes to the NATO Council, to the NATO table with national perspectives. But then there is a discussion. There's an harmonization of positions. We have a number of committees. You know, it's not like the council, when it meets suddenly, you know, all the national positions disappear. There is a work which goes behind the scenes, which goes in capitals with the NATO offices, in the different ministries, foreign affairs, defense, and then you come to the NATO table. I think what happens there is that you arrive to a common definition of everything. And the common definition of threats is there for NATO. It's the strategic concept. You know, you have there the three core security tasks: deterrence and defense, crisis prevention and management, and cooperative security, which means, you know, working with partners who are not members of the organization, but whose security affects ours and we affect their security. And so if you look at the strategic concept, it's very clear. You know, there's a definition of what the threat is, and it's now the major threat is the Russian Federation. And terrorism. These are the two major NATO is facing, and where the allies have found agreement. And they found agreement also at the Vilnius summit last year, and now we address these threats, and that's why the regional plans. So I think there is, regardless of the fact that there is debate, and there must be debate, because if we believe in democracy, individual liberty, the rule of law, the values the alliance has been founded upon, and they are enshrined now that we discussed 75 years in the Washington Treaty, then democracy is important. At the end of the day, it's the governments who have to come to this position, and the governments have defined the threats, they have defined the strategic challengers. China, for example, in the strategic concept was mentioned for the first time as a strategic challenger, and you know why we don't want any confrontation both with the Russian Federation and China. We have to take into account the fact that these countries are behaving in a way internationally which is not in line with the values not only of the alliance but the whole international community. And so I think that we have defined this, and that's why the alliance periodically defines the strategic concept, so that it's clearly set what is the strategic, the vision of the strategic environment that NATO has, which is also very important for the military planners, because the NATO military planners have to know what is the vision. The strategic concept is the roadmap which allows for military planning.
Mr. Dokos, do you want to add something?
I think the old saying, where you stand depends on where you sit, will continue to be the case. But having said that, we need a bit more empathy and understanding for allies and partners' concerns, and offer support when necessary. On the question of the decision-making process, as rightly said by the government, this is the nature of our organizations. This is how NATO and the EU function. There isn't much we can do about this. Of course, perhaps we can have military protocols in place so that once the decision is being made, then we can move as fast as possible on the more operational side. And last word, something that Nicola De Santis mentioned, and I think it's very important, the broader issue. What is happening today in both Ukraine and Gaza is both a kinetic but also an information war. And this will be the nature of competition in the international system in the foreseeable future. So investing in strategic communications is something very important. Both NATO and the EU are doing that. We need to do more, and also we'll have conventional conflict in the future, but I think we'll see more and more hybrid conflicts, and then cyber warfare, but also the need to protect our critical infrastructure is something of rising importance.
Thank you. We have come to the end of this panel, which was very open. I think that the concepts which were described here are common knowledge of most of the persons who are present here. And we conclude saying that we sometimes run the risk of discussing and arguing and agreeing among the same set of people. And I believe then that we have a duty, each of us has a duty to be ambassador outside our communities with the people we meet in order to spread this concept, because these are the basis of our security. So thank you very much, and I ask you to join me in applauding the panelists. Thank you. Okay.
It was a pleasure. We need to be ambassadors.
Questo è spento, Prova audio, sa. 1, 2, 3, prova audio, sa. L'ha spento. Prova audio, prova audio, 1, 2, 3, prova audio, sa. 1, 2, 3, prova audio, test. Prova audio, 1, 2, 3, prova audio, 1, 2, 3, prova audio, test. Sì, questo mi ho già acceso. 1, 2, 3, prova audio, sa. Prova audio, 1, 2, 3, prova audio, sa. Test. 1, 2, 3, prova audio.
Inizialmente vedo di microfono
Sì. 1, 2, 3, prova audio, va bene, no? Non ti arriva? 1, 2, 3, prova audio, 1, 2, 3, prova, 1, 2, 3, prova audio, sa. 1, 2, 3, prova audio, 1, 2, 3, prova.
Prova audio, audio, prova. Prova audio, prova audio, prova audio, prova audio. Prova audio, test one, prova audio, prova audio, prova audio, prova audio, prova audio. Audio, prova, test. Prova audio, prova audio, prova audio.
Va benissimo.
Signore e signori, chiedo scusa, solo un attimo di attenzione, un piccolo cambiamento di programma, il coffee break lo facciamo subito e la dottoressa Fellin parlerà dopo. Just a moment of your attention, please. We will take the coffee break now and Mrs. Fellin will talk later. Signore e signori, vi invitiamo cortesemente a prendere posto. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are about to resume our session. Iniziamo la sessione con
Let us now start.
Irene Fellin, che è rappresentante speciale del segretario generale della Nato per donne, pace e sicurezza. Let's resume our session with a special address by Irene Fellin, the NATO Secretary General's Special Representatives for Women, Peace and Security. Please, you have the floor.
Grazie, buongiorno.
Thank you very much. Good morning, good day. It's a true honor to be here. To allow me maybe to speak in English for my institutional role. However, allow me just to say a few words in Italian to thank Ambassador Sessa and as well as the Italian Society for International Organization, which together with NATO and the Public Diplomacy Division have organized this important event. It is a true honor to represent the Secretary General, NATO's Secretary General of NATO in this very important event, which is the 75th year of the same alliance.
Security and peace in this time of global transformations, and the question on how we are going to shape a new transatlantic agenda to address these challenges holds particular value as we collectively reflect on two significant milestones: NATO's 75th anniversary and the nearly 25 years of the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace and security. These milestones serve as a stark reminders of our collective commitment to defending democracy, individual liberty and the rule of law, while at the same time promoting peace and ensuring the security of all individuals. As we sadly know, Europe is not at peace. We find ourselves in a security environment defined by strategic competition, pervasive instability, and recurrent shocks. The unprovoked aggression of Russia against Ukraine violated the norms and principles that once contributed to a stable and predictable European security order, shattering the peace that many took for granted. Terrorism, as the most direct asymmetric threat, poses a significant challenge to the security of our citizens, and it is an impediment to international peace and prosperity. Women increasingly face threats to their rights globally, and they continue to face barriers to full and meaningful participation in peace and security processes. And here I want to stress the word continue, because this is all but a new challenge. This is one of the main factors that led to the adoption of Resolution 1325 in October 2000. Resolution 1325 was a landmark resolution because for the first time, security roles and responsibility of women were put at the center of the international security agenda. The resolution is based on 4 principles: the principle of participation, protection, prevention, relief and recovery. Participation of women at all levels of decision-making in all phases of conflict and peace, from crisis management to conflict resolution, from the front line, as we are witnessing today in Ukraine, where an unprecedented number of women has joined the armed forces after the full-scale invasion, to mediation and peace negotiations. Protection. Protection of women and girls from gender-based violence, including conflict-related sexual violence. And prevention. Prevention calls for the improving intervention in preventing violence against women with an emphasis on prosecution and accountability. And last but not least, relief and recovery. There is a need to apply always a gender lens to all relief and recovery measures. And it's important that we discuss about this today and in the coming months when we address the recovery of Ukraine as well. The principles of Resolution 1325, adopted 24 years ago, are not only yet to be fully implemented, but indeed increasingly challenged. Authoritarian and terrorist actors exploit gender narratives, which are reflected in their tactics to divide and destabilize. Russia's deliberate targeting of civilians and destruction of civilian infrastructure in Ukraine highlights the severe consequences of these actions. Women and girls remain targets of multiple forms of violence, including gender-based violence, conflict-related sexual violence, exploitation, abuse, and trafficking. We also face numerous cross-cutting challenges. One of these is climate change. As more and more research and data reveal, women and girls experience a distinct impact from climate change, which amplifies existing gender inequalities and poses unique threats to their livelihoods, health, and safety. Embracing new and emerging technologies offers opportunity to create a more gender-equal world. But we must also be vigilant against technological biases and gender disinformation that risk exacerbating gender inequalities and violence, undermining stability and threatening our core values. NATO once again recognizes the significant impact that instability, crisis, conflict, and post-conflict situations have on women and girls. This shifting security landscape underscores the need for a comprehensive and strategic response. We firmly believe that the complexity of the geopolitical challenges we face today demands a nuanced examination throughout a gender lens. And in line with these commitments, at last year's summit in Vilnius, NATO allies have resolved to update our women, peace and security policy. The new policy have been endorsed by Minister of Foreign Affairs 2 weeks ago during the last meeting in Brussels, and it is set for the final endorsement at the upcoming summit in Washington by heads of states and government. Afterwards, it will be released for the public because it's extremely important that this document is part of the commitment that we have with the population, and it really is a guiding document on the way in which Alliance conducts its operations. We aim to a new WPS policy that better reflects our 2022 strategic concept, which already underlines gender equality as a reflection of our values, as an alliance, and the integration of the WPS agenda across the 3 core tasks of NATO: deterrence and defense, crisis prevention and management, and cooperative security. The new policy sets a clear vision for the advancement of NATO's WPS agenda, allowing NATO to better navigate these times of global transformations and the current challenges we are facing, while contributing to a more gender-equal future. The WPS agenda is as relevant now as it has ever been. Resilience in the face of this ever-evolving security environment requires the active involvement of all segments of the population, including women and women's civil society organizations. They play a vital role in preparing for, resisting, responding to, and quickly recovering from strategic shocks. We acknowledge that women are often at the forefront of efforts to support societal resilience, mediate conflicts, and build peace. In addition to women's valuable contribution to all peace and security efforts, their full and meaningful participation in decision-making and the implementation of solutions related to all aspects of peace and security are critical to achieving NATO's mandate and promoting peace and stability in the Euro-Atlantic area. As we confront these challenges, it is crucial to uphold NATO's values, reinforcing alliance unity and readiness to protect citizens, defend territory, safeguard freedom and democracy, and work towards a just, inclusive, and lasting peace. I extend my best wishes for a productive and insightful panel discussion, and I remain at disposal for any question you might have. Thank you. Do I moderate? I see 2 questions on the back.
Thank you. Hi, Selin Yılmaz, Youth Atlantic Treaty Association. My question is about, of course, younger people and younger women here. So, as you mentioned, we have certain rights, we have certain protections according to the United Nations, and NATO has a specific agenda for women, peace and security. So how do you invest in young women to teach their rights or create more awareness within the position of younger people's involvement in peace and security field? Thank you.
Thank you. You know, the agenda, the WPS agenda at NATO is applied to NATO's mandate and the 3 core tasks. So what I do is to make sure that all the work that NATO does and the policy planning from the political side and in synergy with our military parts includes a gender lens. At the same time, my role is also to guide, inspire, and mentor and engage externally. And this is what I do personally in all my external engagements, and to work also with my colleagues and the rest of the leadership to make sure that there is a place for women. My colleague, Nicola De Santis, can confirm that the Public Diplomacy Division has a program with youth. There is in a few weeks a youth summit that is taking place in Miami, and there is a constant engagement. I relaunched a civil society advisory panel for a 3-year mandate. This is a formal body I have as a consultative process with civil society. It is open both to men and women, but not surprisingly, there is only one man. And within this context, there are also young women. I think that there is room to improve our commitment to align this also with other resolutions. Focusing more specifically on youth, peace and security, but as part of my mandate, and you know, because we have this conversation quite often, we engage in several conferences, but I do this also behind the scenes, engaging with a group of young professionals when they come and they are interested to discuss about NATO, and my aim is to create a safe space for young women to be interested in working in security and feel that the environment they will find within the alliance is suitable. So my engagement is to remove all the barriers together with the other leaders within the alliance to make sure that women can perform at their best in this environment.
My name is Carmine Soprano. I'm a development economist with the World Bank, as also a proud lecturer at COE. First and foremost, Irene, let me sincerely congratulate you on this fantastic appointment. You make us all as Italians proud, but you make especially proud those of us, including myself, who are privileged to do work in the gender space. I have a 2-part question, if I may, which part 1 is macro and part 2 is perhaps a little more micro. Now, at macro level, I think you will agree with me that there are very interesting experiences, including among NATO members such as Canada and Sweden, among others, on what we now call feminist foreign policies. And while there's a lot to learn from those experiences, I'm not sure we're there yet in terms of also making our security interventions and policies gender responsive. So I'd be curious to hear what's your perspective in terms of how NATO can capitalize on Canada's and Sweden's experience in making its policies and interventions more responsive to gender. That's part 1. And then part 2 is more at micro level, and you just mentioned it, that when it comes to doing engagements in the grassroots and in the field, and I happen to do a lot of that in conflict-affected environments in the Sahel and in Eastern DRC, there aren't that many men, right? And then still, engaging young boys and fighting toxic masculinities are key elements of preventing gender-based violence, rape as a weapon of war, etc. What's NATO's experience in engaging with men and young boys, including in its different territories in which it operates? Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, It's a pleasure to see you. Last time we met, it was in a different context, but this world is small, and the gender community, we always meet again in one way or the other. Two very interesting questions. The feminist foreign policy is certainly on one of the hot topics in the foreign environment. Several allies have endorsed a feminist foreign policy. We have champions, as you said, mentioned Canada. I would like to mention Germany. I was in Slovenia a couple of weeks ago. There are different ways to do. Some allies are more vocal on that. In Canada, is mainstream. They basically no longer talk about this in terms of feminist foreign policy because this is part of their daily work. In some other countries, different. Very interesting example of Sweden. The first country adopting in 2014 the first feminist foreign policy from which now they withdraw with a new government, but still underline that withdrawing from the policy doesn't mean not applying the principles. Could be also an approach saying it's like when we talk about quotas, we no longer need quotas because we have integrated a new mechanism. We learn, and we bring this in the principle in our discussions, in the committees. We are an allies based on consensus. So we know that allies have different opinions on different aspects of politics, including on an interpretation of gender and the way in which we talk about this and we operate on that. The policy is a very good policy and is a result of a consensus process. So I'm very looking forward to working in a new phase and developing an action plan where we will increase the application of gender lens on everything that the Alliance does. And on that, a new element I would like to share with you from the policy is that one of our goal and strategic objective is gender responsive leadership. Because one of the challenges is exactly this, is that the responsibility of applying a gender lens on being ambassadors for gender equality is on women normally. But since the Alliance is taking this very seriously, now we are making a step forward. So it's really part of our policy that all leaders will have to carry and share this burden and this responsibility, if we want to call it a burden, because it requires an extra effort to challenge the patriarchal culture and the institutional environment. So it's part of our policy, it's part of who we are at NATO and not only of what we do. It is easier to see this in operations on the field, I have to say. It's more complicated to bring this to deterrence and defense, and this requires more strategic thinking. This is where we are today. Deploying gender advisors is what we did in an era where we were strongly focused on crisis management and operation. But now the security environment has changed. We are in a different era. NATO has a different posture. And so this is why there was a need to update our policy and bring the focus of gender equality and women, peace and security as part of the other core tasks. When it comes to the work on the field, you are right, and especially in cooperation in certain areas, it's more complicated to have men. And as I said, the Civil Society Advisory Panel, by request of allies, it was open to men, both men and women, but there is only one man. That it's also controversial issues, because if we want to create space for women to participate, sometimes you need to create a platform where women can have the seat and the role. So there are no perfect solutions on that. So this means that we still have to address those challenges in two ways. One is to create a space for women at all levels, to have the right roles and responsibilities, and the other time is to work together, both men and women, and to have men in the front line to engage with women, and especially as part of education with boys and girls, because it's only in this way that we will raise a new generation with less stereotype, and we can build a better future. Thank you. Grazie mille.
Eccoci qui, buongiorno.
Okay, good morning, everyone. We can now get started with our second panel. This panel is taking place right after the presentation given by Feline.
It's impossible to imagine democracies without women's rights. It's not even a question of quota. It's just a question of, is it possible to have a democracy? I think no. There is no different kind of civil rights for women. So it's quite a broad and ambitious goal. Democracy, individual liberty, rule of law, it means the way of life, our way of life, and the set of values, which is at the very core business of NATO. We are in a quite challenging moment for the international situation. We have two wars at the border of NATO. We have Russia and Iran on the front line. We have China challenging the international order, not mentioning the Global South, who's asking and working for a new and for a different order. So for this very situation, our goal, defending democracy, defending our way of life, it's a goal, it's a must. So let's talk about it, what NATO could and should do, how NATO mission evolved in the last 75 years. So let me thank you to Ambassador Sess for having me today, and we'll open the work. Let me introduce Mr. Michal Scherba, President of the National Parliamentary Assembly, Mrs. Stefania Craxi, President of the Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee of the Italian Senate, and Mr. Lorenzo Cesa, Head of the Italian Delegation to the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. There is a lot on our plate, so Mr. Scherba, the floor is yours for your first introductory statement. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here in Rome, and I would like to thank you to the organizers for inviting me. It's a pleasure to represent the NATO Parliamentary Assembly and to celebrate the greatest and the most successful alliance in modern history. I'm also delighted to share this panel with my friend, Lorenzo Cesa, the head of Italian delegation to NATO Parliamentary Assembly and one of the national leaders in our assembly, who is mostly respectful for all our friends and allies. Thank you, Lorenzo, for your work in our assembly. I would like to also to recognize Chairwoman Craxi. We know what you do for NATO and for Italian diplomacy. I want to start by thanking Italy for its strong contribution to NATO and our assembly. Italy is a founding member, and for the past 75 years, it has been a reliable ally fully dedicated to the unique transatlantic bond, and it has played a leading role in all central NATO priorities, missions and operations. Italy has been in particular a leader in guaranteeing stability in the southern neighborhood, and which is currently at risk from the Iranian regime. Ladies and gentlemen, when Foreign Minister Count Sforza signed the Washington Treaty, he explained NATO's significance in very clear words. He stressed that NATO was born out of the necessity of uniting all of us in order to save our most cherished common patrimony, peace and democracy. Peace and democracy, this is what NATO stood for 75 years ago and what it stands for today. Our Assembly is convinced that NATO has succeeded throughout all shifts in the security environment for 75 years because it is defined not by what it stands against, but what it stands for. The defense of democracy, individual liberty and the rule of law. This mission, these values are mentioned at the very beginning of the Washington Treaty in its preamble. This is our responsibility today. We must demonstrate every day that the security NATO provides is at the heart of our prosperity, and we must shape NATO for the next generations stronger than ever. Our Assembly's vision for NATO is very simple. We reaffirmed it at the Standing Committee meeting in Tallinn last month. We took place in this event with Lorenzo, and I will present it NATO heads and I will present it to NATO heads of state and governments in Washington when I will be speaking to the audience. NATO must be an alliance of democracies, an alliance determined to defend every inch of Allied territory at all times under Article 5. An alliance committed to standing with Ukraine until victory and beyond. An alliance which fairly shares the benefits, the burdens and responsibilities. Ladies and gentlemen, allies are implementing this vision to strengthen deterrence and defense, to make NATO's new defense plans executable, to ensure all allies spend at least 2% of GDP on defense, to strengthen allied defense industries and to increase production. But we believe one key aspect is missing. NATO cannot be an alliance of democracies just in words. It needs concrete actions. In today's world, security is not only about modern tanks, jets, or a well-equipped and trained army. It's also about a well-functioning state, informed citizens. It's a whole system that makes up our resilience, our civic resilience and democratic resilience. Every day, we have new evidence of Russia's and China's attempts to interfere in our election and to destabilize our democracies and institutions. That is why 5 years ago, our Assembly has pushed for the creation of a Democratic Resilience Center at NATO headquarters. It's our proposal, and we want to complete this idea. We must be true to the vision of the founders of NATO. They knew that peace and democracy were our most precious gifts. NATO must step up. The Washington summit must finally establish a Center for Democratic Resilience at NATO headquarters. Not to dictate, not to interfere, but to help allies and partners on a voluntary basis better defend against autocracy. I hope we can finally get to this done in Washington. I count on Italy's support. We must defend our values first and foremost at home, in each of our countries. But it is in Ukraine that our values face their greatest challenge today. By supporting Ukraine, we ensure that democracy prevails over autocracy. We ensure lasting Euro-Atlantic security. That is why we must stand with Ukraine until victory. This must be our strategic goal. We must urgently provide Ukraine with all it needs, free from self-imposed red lines. We can and must do more. NATO allies represent half of the world's economic and military might. The aid we provide to Ukraine represents only a very small fraction of our collective GDP. If we don't help Ukraine now, NATO allies will pay a much higher price tomorrow. Because Putin will not stop in Ukraine, we must also say very clearly we want Ukraine in NATO as soon as possible, as conditions will allow for this. This is why last month our Assembly decided to recognize Ukraine as a candidate country. We increased the number of seats from 8 to 12, what it would have as a NATO PA member. The Washington summit must also recognize Ukraine's significant progress and bring Ukraine closer to membership. Dear colleagues, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, as NATO parliamentarians, we are 279 MPs. We represent the 1 billion citizens of the alliance. We are determined to play our part in our shaping the alliance for the next generations, an alliance firmly grounded in our shared democratic values. Because this is what makes us unique. This is what makes us strong. We stand for peace and for democracy. One for all and all for one. Thank you.
Senatrice Craxi, lascio a lei.
Senator Craxi, I leave you the floor to answer what the President said. Well, first of all, I would like to thank COA and in particular Ambassador Sessa for inviting me during these reflections for the 75th anniversary of NATO. At the beginning of the 1990s, the issue of the role of NATO emerged against an historical enemy. The Cold War had just ended and the function of NATO in the world was asked. So the end of the bipolar world and the triumph of the unipolar world, would they have been maintained active as military strategic link between the two shores of the Atlantic, or instead isolationism of the United States would have prevailed? Well, Europe would have been deprived of the defensive umbrella that for decades had maintained peace. So the answer to that question came in very quickly. So at the end of the story preconized by Fukuyama, one of the many illusions of globalization, we see an unexpected global chaos, so that NATO became one of the pillars of security in Europe, and security that was also put in danger by the dissolution of former Yugoslavia. So NATO had to be reformed. It has to be given a new mission to face a new challenge. New reasons for it to exist had to be drafted, and a defensive system to integrate it should have been debated. So it was clear that reinforcing the European identity would have not brought negative consequences in terms of cohesion and efficacy of the organization, that the transatlantic link would have benefited from it. So this idea, this concept, and this historical perspective is useful to understand the current situation. Since 1949, the Atlantic Alliance could rely on 12 members, but today, with the accession of Finland and Sweden, we have reached 32 members. 32, yes. But we have received accession requests from Moldova and Georgia. So there are others knocking at the door of NATO, searching for security and protection, pushed by the expansion attempts that Russia is conducting. So this is another aspect we should reflect about. The reasons that Putin puts forward to invade a sovereign country like Ukraine, he said that he needed to keep the Atlantic Alliance away from the Russian borders. But now the current border together with Finland is 3,200 kilometers. So Sweden and Finland have reviewed their strategic priorities. They have chosen their side. And of course, the pressure on Kiev and the military interventions in Georgia, in Moldova, in Crimea have pushed Finland and Sweden into this direction. They are looking for Western protection and the protection of Article 5 that guarantees mutual protection. Someone defined President Putin as the thaumaturgic king of over-exposition of the Atlantic Alliance. So For President Macron, the Atlantic Alliance, that is mainly an alliance that is founded on values, was brain dead. For US President Donald Trump, NATO was obsolete, so the United States, according to him, had to stop spending $10 billion a year for military deployments in Europe. And Foreign Affairs, the well-known magazine, in March 2022, 1 month before Kiev was bombarded, dedicated a special issue to NATO and defined it an inflated monster of 32 countries that is inadequate to Europe of the 21st century. The aggression against Kiev has brought the old continent at the core core of the dangers of international security. And when I mention security, I mean security from all points of view. And it also contributed to give the Atlantic Alliance a new momentum. There is, of course, an unanswered issue: how much the West can hold vis-à-vis the Russian aggression. And in February in 2022, this was a great unanswered question, something Putin had bet on. He was betting on dividing the alliance, on the weaknesses and delays of Europe, and on its dependence on Russian energy sources, with Germany in the forefront. So there was a weakened US leadership. These are all results of globalization, and on the the external projection of Washington, which had effects on military deterrence. So war has strengthened the dialogue and sharing of values between Europe and the United States, has recompacted NATO, which enjoys the support of the United States again, and forced the Europeans to undertake, and perhaps in some occasions to accelerate with the proper will, their efforts. It has also given NATO a vision and objectives that are now clear and unequivocal, not as they were until the end of the Cold War. Of course, the war in Ukraine has raised tensions, especially in Europe and in the relationships between Washington and Brussels, which are far more evident now, especially if we consider the symmetry between the US and many other members of the Atlantic Alliance. The US have coordinated the strategy against Moscow, provided the majority of military aid to Ukraine, and allowed Kiev to survive. They provided the necessary intelligence to the Ukrainian forces, while Europe was lagging behind and showed difficulties and internal issues. With the growing weight of Europe, the strategic capability of those countries that during the Cold War were under their Soviet yoke have influenced on the choices made. So, of course, these has an impact on the transatlantic relations, first and foremost because Eastern European countries bring forward a stronger relationship with the US rather than foster a stronger integration within Europe and across Europe. Of course, dialogue between US and Europe is almost vivid, especially in terms of border sharing within the alliance. And I've been saying this for months. We as Europeans, we can no longer avoid to see how urgent this issue is, and consider that expenditure for security is all the more necessary, especially in this moment in time. So this goes beyond the relationship within Europe. In the US, there is very slight change between Republicans and Democrats, and the election of 2024 will won't change anything. Even Obama asked us to increase defense expenditure. It's a political issue, not just a question of domestic policy. It's the possibility of being a political subject, and of course there are differences between the old and the new Europe. Poland, just to make an example, has increased its defense expenditure up to 4% with respect to its GDP, and Europe is far from that threshold, which is the 2% of the GDP that the US is asking for. So these differences in military support to Ukraine, which, by the way, is indispensable because we are not just defending the borders of a sovereign country, we are preventing that the international democratic system is ruled by force only. And as I said, this difference in support within the alliance will risk to come to the surface due to the polarization of the within the U.S. electoral campaign, especially because of the elections that will be celebrated at the end of this year. So we can also include these. We can also include into these the military autonomy of Europe. The European defense that we have to build cannot be something different from NATO. It has to be one of the legs of European defense that complements the NATO system. And let me repeat myself, the alliance is the NATO alliance is an alliance among political actors that share the same values. So European defense is crucial for the future of NATO as well, especially because the balance has shifted toward East, and we risk, and this would be very severe for Italy, to leave the southern flank open, and the southern flank, as we know, is the crossroad for the migrations on the world. It can be a new center of crisis. Europe cannot afford that. This is why Europe and the European Union have to bring an autonomous contribution to NATO and look at the wider Mediterranean and to Africa with a special focus. We don't have to be separated, we don't have to be divided with respect to NATO, but we can influence the choices that are made. We want to take the decisions together, and this is also the spirit of the Mattei Plan, that is to say, show the way for the southern Mediterranean, for Africa, to Europe as a whole. Last but not least, China, the relationship with China. It is far evident that we have to bring Beijing into a system to rebuild a new world order. Also given the stronger influence it has on Moscow. On the other hand, we cannot imagine strategic alliances with China that weaken the Atlantic Alliance. And on the Chinese attempt, on the attempt to contain China, Europe and NATO and the US find themselves on diverging position. The strategic concept of NATO, drafted in Madrid in 2022, drafts the horizon, the future horizon we will have to face. So a global NATO is just, the idea of a global NATO is just and is an indispensable instrument to rebalance the new and old challenges. In order to do so, we have to ensure that the alliance has technological primacy, in fact, the best instrument to reaffirm peace, security, and liberty. So the concepts of deterrence and defense, both now and in the future, are intertwined with technology and to the investments we will be able to do in research and innovation. NATO is and remains a defensive organization whose nature will not change. But our values, our legacy, the compass of liberty, the respect of human liberties, human values and human rights that guide our choices are within the alliance, and this is where they have to be defended. Thank you. Well, Mr. Cesar, I come to you as a head of the delegation to the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. It would be nice to underline the role of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly vis-à-vis the challenges NATO is facing.
Let me start by thanking you. Thank you to this great journalist. I really want to thank Ambassador Sessa and all of those who took part in this initiative. I must say that I have not seen many initiatives of this kind, especially in this moment and especially in our country. But we know very well that we need to talk about NATO nowadays, although this is not easy. The other day, as the president of the Assembly, I was in a school with about 200 students, and in that event we were talking about peace, and I was called to talk about NATO. So this was not an easy task, but I must say that at the end of the day I was very satisfied because, just like Senator Craxi was saying right now, what is NATO? It is enough to read Article 1 of NATO to understand what it is. It is always important to remember the meaning of NATO, because NATO means defense, this is for sure, but NATO mainly means ensuring freedom, ensuring values which are fundamental in the Western world: democracy, peace, and liberty. It is not easy to explain what it is. So with this being said, I am truly honored to be here. My dear friend, Riccardo, I've known you for quite some time. I've known Ambassador Sessa for many years, so I am really happy to greet you on behalf of the entire delegation. Today there are important parliamentary commitments, so not everyone could be here with us, but I am here to greet you on everyone's behalf. I feel like this initiative is very close to my heart because of the reasons that I just presented to you. So I would like to thank the President of the Italian Republic, Sergio Mattarella. I want to thank him because of the important political value that he highlighted, especially with regards to this initiative. I also want to thank Michael Scerba, and I'm not doing this formally. I want to thank you because of the work that you carry out within the Parliamentary Assembly, and also thank you to our Secretary General. Thank you for being here. We're really honored to have you here with us today. I arrived at NATO about 8 months ago, and I must say that I found that everything that was being done was related to what is being said today here. We are here to represent Italy. We are Italy, and when we introduce ourselves, we always need to remember that this is something that should make us proud. We are the country which ranks second for the contribution of NATO. This is something that was also mentioned this morning by the head of defense. We are the second country right after the United States. So we try to give human resources, we try to make resources available, and this is something that must make us very proud. This has been possible thanks to a positive conversation, and actually I have had a positive conversation with Michael, and we have been able to reposition many parliamentarians within NATO, people who had been set aside. So I really want to thank you for this. So thank you for your availability, and thank you for being here with us today. We are here to celebrate the 75th anniversary of NATO, and this means that we are truly treasuring the experiences, the success, and everything that has been done in the past. We are here to renew the commitment that we're called to renew time after time because of the reality we live in. So NATO is always the main protagonist of our conversation. We talk about the importance of our values in the Parliamentary Assembly of NATO, but also within these single countries. After signing the treaty, it became more and more clear that safety goes beyond the military problem in our reality nowadays. We need to ensure political conversations. We need to be able to use our resources, and we need to understand the importance of the progress of education and of people. All of this has an impact on the safety of a country and on the safety of the alliance, especially when we are trying to build an army. I must say that this seems like something very current. These words seem very current, but actually they were mentioned many, many years ago from the former minister of Italy, Gaetano Martino. He was actually the head of the committee together with a person from Norway and a person from Belgium. So they were in charge of preparing a report on the non-military cooperation that could truly strengthen the importance of the Atlantic community. So exactly in this report, we find the meaning of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. The NATO Parliamentary Assembly had come to life just 1 year before, and nowadays we know very well that the Assembly is fundamental in putting together the parliamentary and the governmental organizations. The goal is always to raise awareness and to be able to understand more and more the importance of dialogue, especially trying to raise awareness among the public opinion. This needs to start being done in the parliamentary halls and rooms. Actually, I asked President Fontana to dedicate half a day per year to talking about the activity that is being carried out within the NATO Parliamentary Assembly or the work done by NATO, because we know that nowadays NATO is fundamental. It is the protagonist. Unfortunately, this is something that is not being done nowadays. Sometimes there are some conversations on Ukraine or on the crisis in the Middle East, but honestly, I believe that we should dedicate more time to talking about the importance of the Parliament. We need to do this within the chamber. We need to do it at the Senate. We need to talk about what is being done within the different institutions and organs of NATO. So we are here, as we said, to celebrate the 75th anniversary of NATO, and we know that NATO is based on a solid work and commitment. This morning we heard that we are all very committed to this reality, and we all know that the future ahead of us is full of challenges. Although De Gasperi needed 3 days and 3 nights, and this is actually something that was mentioned by the President of the Italian Republic just yesterday. So De Gasperi needed 3 days and 3 nights of long conversation to talk about the importance of joining the alliance. But despite this, Italy knew since the very beginning that it had to have an important role in NATO. If in 1956 the Minister of Foreign Affairs had not given the right importance to the strategic alliance and to cooperation, especially to the non-military cooperation, together with the ambassador Mario Brosso, the only Italian NATO Secretary General, it was then possible to prepare a new strategic document on the future tasks of the alliance. This document was written together by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Towards the end of the 1970s and 1980s, Italy still played a pivotal role in trying to once again stress the importance of the transatlantic treaty and alliance through the decision to use Euro missiles to fight against the Soviets. And at the same time, there was a strong recognition that it was important to look into the weapons being used. Let me stress this once again. We had a very important role. Italy played an important role. And also after the fall of the Berlin Wall, also after what happened on 9/11 with the Twin Towers, we know that Italy stood in the front line to try to move forward the operational work of NATO. NATO that is present in 3 different continents. And just like was mentioned this morning, I have a very specific list, a very detailed list of the people who actually were employed in the field. At the time and throughout the years, we have always taken part in the spirit and the beliefs of NATO, even when we were talking about areas of the world which were geographically very far from us. Europe was attacked and has now been attacked in the north. Ukraine has been attacked. So there are more and more challenges that we're trying to face. There are challenges coming from the Indo-Pacific region. There are challenges because of a lack of stability, because of what is happening in the Middle East. We saw what happened just the other day. So what is Italy called to do? Italy is called to take on the 3 core tasks of NATO. The reason for this is that Italy has a twofold geopolitical dimension. It is a continental reality, but also a Mediterranean reality. And for this reason, Italy is called to take part in the defense and deterrence strategy, through which we need to try to stop the attack from east, especially the attack perpetrated by Russia against Ukraine. Italy also needs to have a fundamental role when it comes to international cooperation to try to promote stability, the stability in the Middle East and in Northern Africa. These areas of the world are under attack. They have been victims of terrorist attack. Just think about what happened on October 7th. We need to be very careful. We need to look very carefully to what is happening in Iran nowadays. And we also know that there could be an impact by Russia, by China. There have been some analysts who have spoken to us about the specific data we have seen where the Chinese are present in many different ways, and especially we were able to see where the Russian are present in many areas of Africa. So this is something that we cannot disregard. We cannot pretend we're not seeing what happens. We know that there are conflicts in the Mediterranean area and in the Middle East, and for this reason, the Atlantic community is called to act. Also by strengthening training courses, by shaping, by training, and by providing security assistance. We, as Italy, have always called the attention of our allies. This is something that we do constantly in our parliamentary assembly. We always talk about the importance of the Mediterranean area. So let me also tell you that on May 7th, 8th, and 9th, here in Rome, we will have an event on this. And actually, Michel will be present with us. And then through the special forces of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, there will be a meeting which will be attended by many parliamentarians from all over the world. The goal of that meeting will be to come up with concrete proposals that can be very useful to talk about the new partnership that will then be approved during the summit in Washington. Italy wants to sign this treaty and wants to be able to take on the responsibility of NATO. We want to do this fully. We want to talk more about safety and cooperation, and we want to be able to look to the Mediterranean, understanding that this is a geopolitical and geo-economic continuum that in some way also includes the Black Sea, the Red Sea, the Persian Gulf, and can also spread to the Indian Ocean, the western coasts of India and Guinea. Italy not only contributes in a very significant way to the budget of the alliance and to NATO operations, Italy has also had and still has a fundamental role in NATO operations in the Balkans and the Middle East, and is in the front line when it comes to help what is the situation in the Balkans. Italy is a key ally when it comes to nuclear sharing. Italy also hosts important situations and commands here in Italy. We're actually going to Naples to visit what is held there. There are some ambassadors there right now, and not many people know that there is a center there that actually deals with problems that have to do with the sea.
Mentioned the NATO Defense College and other institutions, so is like acknowledging the important contribution of NATO representative, and I want to say that, and I congratulate Admiral Cavo Dragone as the appointed chairman of the NATO Military Committee, so that he could look at the next challenges NATO will have to face with a 360 degrees approach. The challenges NATO will face in this current insecurity scenario will require our country to be serious and committed about it. The issue of the 2% threshold, it's the elephant in the room. This is something I agree, and I agreed with Minister Crosetto. If we don't convince ourselves that defense should be outside of political clashes and from one party or of of another, we won't survive. Every time we sit in the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, and we recently had a meeting with all the ambassadors, it was very, very difficult, Stefania. I told you, and I told the Prime Minister, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and the Minister of Defense, this is something we have to tackle because we must find a solution. So we have to keep this issue of defense outside the political clashes, as I said. I am doing this within the Parliamentary Assembly, and I'm trying to involve even the minority parties in the decisions the Parliamentary Assembly is taking. We have to change our mindset to take significant steps forward and provide a significant contribution like the Northern European countries are doing to NATO. And given this is a core issue, or at least one of the core issues, and I'm in support of defense, maybe we can stop here. Yeah, but I wanted just to say that. So we can perhaps leave the floor open for questions, and the 2% will be definitely a core issue. Now, we cannot continue like this. We won't find an exit strategy with this approach. Every time, myself, with this role, I try to explain the reasons behind the 2% threshold. And we cannot look at this issue without thinking which concrete steps to take. And the ambassador and the chief of defense said, we lead important missions. We are the second troop contributing nation, and this gives us, well, this is, of course, this is not something that only concerns Italy. Yes, I would like to start from here.
I would like to thank you for every panelist for their remarks. My question will be about the Russian influence, the news regarding the Russian influence in the northern regions. Probably you have seen in the media as well. In some towns, in small towns or cities, there are Russian organizations who are carrying out, they are spreading their propaganda. How worried Ms. Craxia and Mr. Chesa about their actions in Italy? And if you allow me, I have a small comment, not about this, but something separate. Beginning of this event, and people are referring to European autonomy, European defense, and European pillar. But I believe we cannot, and they use the word European synonym with EU. We cannot think about EU only. There are NATO members who are not EU members, like Turkey, like UK, like Norway, like Iceland. They are also important, I think, players. They are also important contributors to NATO's activities. And I had the privilege to serve in Afghanistan in 2019 and 2021. I was there during the evacuations. And I can tell you that the only countries left at the very last minutes was the Turkey, US, UK, Norway, which were not actually members of EU, and also Azerbaijan, a partner country. So I believe their contribution is also, they should be also regarded as the European pillar. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the cooperation between European defense and NATO is one of the topics of the future. I will leave the floor to President Craxi to answer to the first part of the question.
Non c'è dubbio che questo...
Well, definitely this attack against the West that comes from several directions and is part of a geopolitical idea of power that sees as against other actors is an hybrid war that takes place in different dimensions and uses several means. The use of disinformation and cyber are two essential elements of this war. That's why we have to invest more in technology, because new technologies are the foundation of these new attempts. We also have to tackle the idea we have to defend the new domains. Information are transmitted via underwater cables. This is one of the important aspects NATO will have to deal in the future, and damages have also been recorded in Italy. This information has been conducted even with a good competence, I must say. Well, I'm pro-European, of course. I served in the Defense and Foreign Affairs Commission. I said that we needed to take steps forward. If we don't build a European army, we cannot engage in a European foreign policy, or the other way around. I mean, the two things go together. Well, if you don't create a European interest, then you cannot decide what to defend. So foreign policy comes first. Well, of course, the two things are intertwined because they have joined the former Defense Committee and Foreign Affairs Committee into one. Now, the new defense system has been drafted. Everything has realized that we need a new system. We should continue to take steps forward. And we have this idea with the next European elections to appoint a commissioner for defense to deal and to focus with defense issues. As Stefania said, the topics at stake are not just the war in Ukraine, not just hybrid wars. Hybrid wars call for new investments, significant new investments, and based on the information we have received, steps are being taken, important steps forward are being taken to create common defense systems, weapon systems, and these steps are being taken even before that the new commission is in place. So in Europe, you take small steps, but perhaps we have to take bolder steps.
Talking about hybrid war, we're talking about fake news and disinformation war, but then with the Ukraine war, we saw that even food can be used as a weapon. We have seen that, and you know better than us, migrants can be used as a weapons. I'm afraid that we will arrive at a point when water will be used as a weapon. So I'm curious, what's your opinion on this, and if there is a role for NATO on this kind of war, or if NATO, in your opinion, should focus on the military side, giving back to European Union, or singular government, this other aspect?
This is a very important topic we are working on within NATO Parliamentary Assembly. We call it resilience. Civic resilience, democratic resilience. We cannot allow other parties to interfere into our democratic processes, and also using propaganda as a tool to influence our societies. That's why we are working on this project of Democratic Resilience Center at NATO headquarters, which will also be a unit to monitor these processes among NATO states. Number two is that the autocracies also provide these hybrid wars. We did have in Poland, in my country, for instance, Polish-Belarusian border. They tried to create a movement of the illegal immigrants to enter my country, but also to enter the EU. So we have to care about our borders and to be sure that this kind of artificial projects can be used against us, against our unity. And the second question, it's about European defense policy. If it would be an added value to NATO, it's okay, and we should work on this. Me and Lorenzo, we are representing European People's Party, and it's in our official manifesto that we want European defense policy. We want a defense commissioner. Maybe we will have a defense committee in the next term of the European Parliament. So security, defense become the most important issue in our activities. So we are very happy to have this topic very high on our agendas. Thank you.
Prendo un'altra domanda. Ci sono altre domande?
Is there any question? Any other question? Thank you.
Buongiorno, sono della riserva.
Is General Caruso, retired, and I'm the military advisor to COE. I would like to thank Mr. Cesa for having accepted this call for security. And in my military experience, I had the possibility to be Deputy Director of Cooperative Security within the International Military Staff at NATO. I believe after being back from NATO last September, where I was the Secretary of the Military Committee, I have experienced all the procedures that led to the approval of the NATO defense plans. As in the 2020 time frame, we focused on crisis management with operations in Afghanistan. Having won the Cold War, we are now going back to deterrence and defense. But the three pillars of NATO are still important. The approach that NATO should have, so shifting to more deterrence and defense towards East, and Poland is of course very interested, together with the northern countries. The same should happen on the southern flank. As you recalled, there is strong pressure from Russia and China. Basis naval movements we are observing in these days, especially of Russian ships. Remember us that the Mediterranean is not a secondary border for NATO. It is just as important as the eastern border. I believe that among the 32 countries of NATO, there should be a greater awareness of security. We have shifted towards the east because, of course, there is the problem of Ukraine, but the Middle East, the crisis in the Middle East, the Russian and Chinese infiltration in Africa should suggest a rebalance of interests NATO has with respect to several parts of the world. A 360-degree approach is missing because our interests have been reoriented towards East. I don't want to criticize, of course, but 32 countries have 32 different agendas, and all these agendas tend to some specific national objectives. But for the good of the alliance, it would be worth it to achieve a better balance between the southern and the eastern fronts. Thank you very much. Well, that Europe has suffered a restriction of its foresight. It cannot be denied. But Trump and the U.S. asked to take more responsibility of the area of interest of Europe, which is, of course, the South. But Europe, as you recalled, has 32 different agendas. So either Europe will be able to use a single voice in its foreign policy and create European interests, or Europe risks to remain the weak link in the chain and not to play the role of an international actor that can influence the international scenario as one would expect and required. I apologize. Well, just me say a couple of words, and I agree. When I was talking within the European Parliamentary Assembly, it was very difficult to talk about the Southern Front. Of course, he's Polish, he knows, but we don't have to underestimate the issue of Ukraine. If we had given Ukraine everything we had promised, maybe the situation would be different. But we wanted that GSM event, the Special Group for Mediterranean, to be celebrated in Italy. We didn't know what the events could happen. I don't have the program here, but in the panels we have all the issues that we are talking about today, Iran and others. We have created the program 6 months ago. So as Italy, we want to shift the focus onto the Mediterranean in line with what the government is doing through the Mattei Plan, and we are doing it. Everybody is contributing. We have helped them in the Ukraine issue, in the Ukraine affair, and we wanted to support Poland and the Baltic countries in their legitimate fears. So now we are more aware that there are 3 points: the Indo-Pacific, Mediterranean, and the Eastern Front that must be guarded with great attention.
Ringrazio tutti voi.
I thank you all, and I'd like to invite Ambassador Sessa just to bring to an end the second panel. I'd like to take this opportunity just to maybe add on 2 comments, because being as a host, I allow myself to do so. Maybe just a few words on this panel and on the next, because we truly are at the heart of the problem. So what President Craxi has said, we are truly at crossroads. I would say that since yesterday, we had the extraordinary lesson of history, the President of the Republic, and today, through these first 2 panels and those which will follow in the afternoon, the various themes the alliance is confronted with. And so maybe I'm probably the senior, or the, let's say, the senior as Atlantic militant. So maybe I can make a few comments. I don't think we should spend too much time in speaking about what we have done, but rather look ahead and what we can do in a world which is radically different. So the Atlantic Alliance was set up in 1949, as the President of the Republic mentioned that, and we call that, let's say, against the URS, the Soviet Union, not Russia. So that was the starting point. Now, for any future analysis, I think we should start from the principle 2024. Let us admit we have not solved the problem. It is even now aggravated. I would say the youngest among us here today, they shared together with me this pathway. We had a clear enemy, clearly identified. We had annual exercises to defend, while the Soviet Union was exercising to attack. Then the Berlin Wall came down, a completely new world. And that somehow opened the idea that, and I do not hesitate in saying that, the political parties at the time believed that they could have truly seized all the opportunities opened up by the fall of the collapse of the Berlin Wall. But some of the political parties took advantage. It truly opened up new scenarios and also positive ones. But then a new, completely unknown officer of the Soviet Union's services and information services, and nobody knew him really. And who followed exactly what was happening, in the Western world was so busy doing something else. Nobody took great attention because, if you remember, in Munich, his speech was very clear on his plan. So when in 2019 he is interviewed by the Financial Times, he clearly stated his plan. And we were not so clever in understanding what he was saying. We were a bit concerned, which was to some extent is understandable, just to slightly be better organized. Vigilia pretium libertatis in Latin. If we now, as I said, I'm somehow of a veteran. We also have Stefano Ronca, with whom we have shared those days. But when we arrive at NATO, and then we also have the Deputy Secretary General with whom we were working at the time, who is here present as well. And I must say that I, as an officer, I was truly surprised by standardization. Because I said, incredible, this is the fact that an Italian military means can actually travel to Germany and be refueled in Germany. Now I discover that standardization is a myth. It does not exist. I mean, 75 years elapsed, and our armed forces are still discussing about these technical details. And also, Mr. Kaufmann mentioned and underlined the fact that it's truly very important to invest in land forces. So allow me to tell to my members of parliament, what you're doing is extraordinary, but let us be open. If political parties and sides are not aware of the situation, the global situation, then we go nowhere, because there is a true governance deficit. We are witnessing that. So that does not allow parliaments to be active. NATO is not working. United Nations is inefficient. But why should we blame international organizations for what they're not responsible? So these international organizations, dear friends and colleagues, basically do what member states command and ask them to do. They are basically the arm. So we do need clear visions on what these international alliances can do. And there is where parliaments come into play. Otherwise, we will continue saying that it doesn't work, they're inefficient. We are very proud of what Italy has done. As the Chief of Staff this morning, you heard from his words the important role of Italy. But this is not sufficient. And allow me to stop, because we do need to move on to the next panel. And also President Craxi has to leave us. So we are very proud that from 12 we are now 32. But this is a true failure of the political classes which have built Europe. We don't have a European defense. We're still struggling to have a European defense. And I remember that President De Gasperi, when he was speaking about the European defense system, and he said the European defense is a fundamental. But we first have to have a clear political vision which justifies a European defense. So we've been speaking about that since the 49 and 1950. Thank you very much. I apologize, but unfortunately I have to chair a defense commission. Maybe I can return. We come also from another sort of wishful thinking. When they said globalization, they said politics is no longer useful. The market can do it all. Thank you.
Signore e signori, se prendiamo posto siamo pronti ad avviare il successivo panel. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are ready to resume with the next panel.
Hello, Professor.
Hello, hi, how are you? Good.
It will remain unoccupied, so.
Ho detto che stiamo per cominciare. Ricominciamo la sessione con il terzo panel dal titolo Nato in un'era di cambiamenti sistemici e competizione strategica. We resume the session with the third panel, NATO in an era of systemic challenges and strategic competition. The panel is chaired by Ambassador Aceli.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have the privilege to moderate the panel related to the issue, the topic of NATO in an era of systemic changes and strategic competition. Before we go into the matter at stake, allow me to remind you that why we are here. 80 years ago, before the fall, the final fall of the fascist regime, SIOI was founded with a specific task, that of reintegrating Italy in the multilateral system. And one of the first organizations that SIOI promoted was exactly NATO. That's why we felt it was our duty to celebrate NATO's anniversary today, and I'm very grateful to our chairman for this initiative, which we are all very proud of. The panel that is about to start will deal with the issue of the capacity of NATO to adapt to systemic risks and to the strategic competition that we witness today. We will talk about safeguarding defense, security, and stability, and about what the alliance can do for its members in the future in an environment that is changing very fast and very radically, in an environment where new actors are becoming extremely relevant, even non-state actors, where global challenges to the peace and stability of the world have become very different from what we used to deal with in the past. Let me mention pandemics, financial crisis, climate change, access to resources, migrations, technological innovation, terrorism, new forms, hybrid forms of aggression, but also nationalisms, old territorial revendications, violent extremism, radicalization of ethnic groups. I will stop here because I want to give space to our panelists, our distinguished panelists. And the first one is Michael Cox, Professor Emeritus of International Relations at the London School of Economics. Professor, you have the floor.
Well, first of all, thank you very much. Can you hear me at the back? I've been lecturing for a long time, so they always say, hit the back wall. So I'm hitting the back wall. And thank you to my friends here who have invited me to speak today. It's wonderful to be back in Italy and in Rome. I should also point out that I also teach in the Cattolica University in Milano, which I've been doing for 25 years, with Professor Parsi, an old friend of mine, and Ad Luis here in Rome. So it's wonderful to be back. And by the way, if you're going to organize a conference on NATO, you have to have one British person. You know, I am the token Brit. So it's nice to be here, one of the founders, and also met one of the new members of NATO from Sweden, which has been wonderful. I should also point out the one British person who's been mentioned several times here today. It wasn't Boris Johnson. I wonder why. It's been Winston Churchill. I should also, however, point out, because the British are supposed to have a sense of humour, so I thought I'd start with a laugh. Actually, the foundation of NATO was with the Labour Party, with Clement Attlee, one of the great British prime ministers of the 20th century, who often gets written out of history. Now, this is contemporaneously quite important. I don't make predictions, but I'll make one prediction. I think you're going to have a Labour government in the UK pretty certain and pretty soon, and they are highly committed to NATO. So no worries, but therefore very important to go back to the origin of NATO and who was there at the very beginning, at creation. It was the Labour Party under the great Clement Attlee. Now, you've asked me to kind of solve the problems of the world and to solve the problems of NATO, which I certainly will not be doing in 7 minutes. I do want to make one statement, however. It's not just that the post-Cold War order in Europe has gone. The old world that we knew is gone. Let's be blunt about it. And I think we're trying to catch up with that world as fast as we can. I've just been writing a paper on something which has not been mentioned here today, the BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China. Many years ago when I started researching this, nobody knew what it was, except it was a good idea by Goldman Sachs to make a lot of money. Well, we've just had another summit of the BRICS in South Africa. Another 4 or 5 have joined. This is indicative of a changing world, of a changing world order, which I think the NATO and Europeans, including those outside the EU, unfortunately my own country, have to take notice of and keep clearly in mind. And generations have been mentioned here today, the kind of split between those of Generation Z, of which I consider myself psychologically to be one of. I'm part of Generation Z psychologically, if not biologically. And I think it is true to say, and many have said this already, that the way I think that many young people perceive the world, understand the world, look at their world is very different. This has certainly come out over the whole issue of Gaza, and it's certainly come out over the whole issue of Israel. I was in London a few weeks ago, a demonstration for the Palestinians, not for Hamas, a demonstration of 300,000 people on the streets of London. And we've seen what's been happening in US campuses as well. And that is what's in their mind at the moment. And I'm afraid to say that this crisis, which is going on in the Middle East, which will go worse, I'm afraid to say, is pushing Ukraine off the agenda. Not completely, but I think we've got to be aware of that changing world and the way that world is perceived, not by us comfortable people in Europe, because we are in a comfortable position, but by those around the world, the dispossessed, the global south, whichever word you want to use to describe it. And I think we've got to be very sensitive and aware of these major changes and shifts in perceptions of the way that we might see the world is not the way that a lot of millions of people in the world are seeing that world. And that really brings me to my point that I think Russia and China together, and Russia particularly, because that's what we've been talking about, I think have, in a way, kind of tapped into that shift. They've accelerated that shift, they built on that shift, but they've been using that shift, I think, in a very skillful way. And I think here again we would be underestimating both Russia and China, who do work very closely together on this, thinking about this world that is coming into being. You don't have to agree with what Putin says, obviously many in this room, most in this room will not, or what China says, but nonetheless, they've kind of grasped something which I think we need to grasp and understand. And I hope I'm not sounding like somebody who's preaching, but in many ways, Russia and China have got it right, in one sense and in one sense only, that they see that this world is shifting, is changing. They think incorrectly, I believe, that the West is in some kind of moral or decline, divided against itself. Populism is an expression of that division, an expression of that decline, as well as many, many other things. And I think we would be foolish not to take into account the way I think the Chinese leaders, who are very shrewd, and Putin is by no means an idiot, by the way, on this, whatever we may think of him as what he's done over Ukraine, have clearly tapped into this. And the point I really want to make, and this is my main contribution, I hope, today, Chair, if you don't mind, is to say, have we perhaps focused a little bit too much on what's going on in Ukraine? I understand why, because that's very important and it's crucial. As everybody has said here already today, crucial that Ukraine does not lose, but what does victory look like? And I don't know, and if you've got an answer to that, please tell me. It's quite important also to get what I think is very important, and I'm bringing this to kind of what I call the international relations perspective, not a British perspective. I can almost say certainly, by the way, I do not speak on behalf of the British government, thank goodness. But, sorry, Valna. But I take it from an international relations perspective. We've had a long discussion so far today, and a very good one, and yesterday, lots of great contributions about what was in Putin's head. What was he thinking? Why didn't we understand what he was up to many, many years before? Didn't we read the speech at Munich? Well, of course we read the speech at Munich. But he did a lot of things before Munich, by the way. Go to Grozny and you can find out what Putin's intentions were for Russia's near abroad. Grozny looked like Hamburg in 1945, as somebody said to me. But I think we've got to take the wider perspective. And I think Putin made some pretty clever calculations about not just Ukraine, not just about Russia, but about three other actors in this, and I'll deal with it very briefly. Three other actors: the West, China, and the Global South. In other words, he thought globally, even when he took that key decision, which many of us didn't foresee coming. Oh, by the way, the CIA did, just to remind ourselves that the American intelligence do get it right sometimes. But nonetheless, he made three great calculations, all of which are very important, I think, for that decision to go in February 22nd of 2022. He made three calculations, one about the West, one about China, which we've mentioned but not maybe in enough detail, and one about the Global South. In other words, he thought if you like, the correlation forces, the global conjuncture was working in his favor. That there were certain things that would work in his favor internationally as well as on the ground militarily. And I think he was thinking in those terms. He was thinking globally. He may be a Russian nationalist, but he also kind of thinks globally. And he's got a pretty effective foreign service too, by the way. You shouldn't fully underestimate some of the qualities of some of that foreign service again. Exactly, the thinker. Okay, let me just deal quickly with the 3 points I made. One about the West, one about China, about which I'm trying to write a book, which is taking a very long time, and one about the Global South. On the West, I think it was quite clear. He thought the West was too divided, we've mentioned that before, too dependent on Russian energy, and too soft. Europe had got used to peace. War was not in our DNA any longer. I can't prove it, but I think he may have also made a calculation that the American or the NATO withdrawal from Afghanistan, the way it happened, which I think was a disaster, that withdrawal sent a message out that the United States itself was deeply divided against itself. Now, he made a miscalculation about the West in the short term, but still the long-term calculation about the weakness and the divisions in the West, about the political divisions within the United States, are still very much in his mind. And I think he's looking forward, maybe correctly or incorrectly, to the upcoming elections in Europe and the elections in the United States. Populism is the ally of Putin. And I think he basically thinks that the populist surge has not gone away and may indeed come back again very strongly to haunt us all in Europe. Secondly, quickly on China, and I will be quick. Academics are never very quick. So when they say they're going to be quick, they're not going to be quick. I'll take my time. I'll slow down. Then we'll be here for 2 hours. On China, I've had a long conversation over several years about the Russian relationship with China. I started life many years ago as a Sovietologist. We're a kind of dying breed. I'm kind of Tyrannosaurus Rex. I'm a dinosaur of an older age which used to study the Soviet Union. And then, of course, it collapsed and my job disappeared. But I had Russia to look forward to. But one of the things that always struck me in terms of Russia's relationship, particularly from the 90s onwards, and particularly as the Russia went in its downward move economically, I think there was already on the Russian side a very clear view that China was an up-and-coming power. And in many ways, the future for Russia didn't just lie in the West, but also lay to the East. And you can see this. Gorbachev met Deng Xiaoping in 1989. Huge number of agreements, by the way, between Russia and China in the 1990s, which people forget about. There was the 2001 Treaty of Neighborliness and Friendship. That was before Putin even. This was under Yeltsin. This was the beginning of the time. And of course, therefore, that relationship has evolved. It concerns the border. It concerns economics. It concerns military exercises. And of course, let's not forget, then on the 4th of February 2022, Putin went to China. And it wasn't because he liked Winter Olympics. It wasn't because he could ski, or I think he can ski. It was because he wanted to go there to tell the Chinese, I'm on your side. And the Chinese, I think, although we don't know what happened in that discussion, the Chinese at least saying to Putin, in a very diplomatic way, maybe, we're on your side, because we live in a no-limits relationship. A no-limits relationship. You remember the communique? They waited for the Olympics to finish and the war began 3 days later. A coincidence? I'll leave it up to you, but I don't believe in coincidences. Many of my friends in the community said then, China is so embarrassed by this invasion, it's going to break with Russia. Or it will criticize Russia, or will put pressure on Russia. And I know people from Europe and from the United States constantly been putting pressure on China to desist from aiding Russia. It has not happened. And indeed, if we actually look at the details, the support for Russia, both diplomatically, ideologically, in terms of attacking NATO, has actually remained. It got stronger, not weaker, over the period of the time. That was his calculation, and it was a correct calculation. You are my best friend. We've met 42 times, and you don't meet somebody you don't like 42 times. And I think we just got to take that seriously. And of course, it's occurred at all sorts of other levels as well. The third international calculation, which over the long term might turn out to be correct or not, but it's certainly proving problematic today, is the Global South. There's no question, certainly for China, this has always been the case, but increasingly for Russia as well. Remember the first vote in the UN on the Russian invasion? Was it 34 abstentions? And nearly all those came from what we call, I don't like the term, by the way, Global South, but we use it as a shorthand. I never liked the term Third World either, by the way. But that's the term we use, that's the term we're stuck with. But 34 abstentions in the first UN vote, and 7 voted for Russia. It's a divided Global South. It's not simple. It's not that everybody in the Global South supports the invasion. That's not true. But they perceive the war differently. We cannot ignore that. We just cannot ignore that. What is going on? And clearly, what has accelerated that divide between, let us call it the global north, the global west, and the global south, is the unfolding tragedy in the Middle East. The unfolding tragedy and disaster in Gaza, following the disastrous and horrible attack by Hamas on the 7th of October. And you know, there's no question, and I see this in my own university at the LSE, and I see it across the country amongst a lot of young people, getting back to the whole generational question again. The young people don't have the older generation's natural sympathy for Israel, but they certainly have a strong natural sympathy, let's be perfectly honest, for the Palestinians. And this is no question, this is playing out. And indeed, in many ways, what is happening in Gaza, you know, has played to China and Russia, and certainly to Russia. It has taken Ukraine off the top table of debate amongst many young people in campuses. You won't see 300,000 young people in London going out on a demonstration against the war in Ukraine, but you will see 300,000 going out in solidarity with the Palestinians. We've got to take account of that. We can't just dismiss it and say, well, that's just propaganda or something. It's just anti-Semitism. I think it's much more complicated than that. It's also raised this question, I'll end here, and I get this all the time when I go to conferences, and I don't have an easy answer to it. So please provide it to me, particularly the students here, because you're the ones who are going to run the world in the future. We've made a mess of it, so you better not. Double standards. I cannot tell you how many times I've gone to a conference. I might as well take along my double standards-ometer. I was at a conference recently at Chatham House. I won't tell you what was said there because you're not supposed to, because the Chatham House rule, so I'll be secret. But nonetheless, the double standards issue came up again. You know, the Global South is constantly accusing the Global North of double standards. You support Ukraine, but you're quiet on Israel, which is not entirely true, of course. It doesn't matter. You know, you come in behind Ukraine, but you don't come in unequivocally against the... Now, I know it's far more complicated than that, but that is playing out. So therefore, in the context of what I want to say, really, is that the calculations, I think, made by Putin, it's not just that he miscalculated, he's made long-term calculations that we're living in a shifting world, in a changing world, and I think he believes that that world, it's not just what's happening on the battlefield, although that's significant, and that's, in a sense, what you do. It's not what I do. I do the IR side of it. It's what's changing in the wider world that I think is moving the dial in his direction and in the direction of the kind of policies and the kind of world that he wants to create. And on that note, I'll say thank you for listening. I hope that made sense, and I look forward to my other colleagues speaking. Thank you very much indeed.
Professor Cox, I cannot resist the temptation to make a small remark about China that you mentioned, because I spent 10 years of my professional life in China and in the Chinese environment. The rise of China is undoubtedly an extremely sensitive issue. The competition for hegemony is not a zero-sum game, and we cannot ignore the need for NATO to take into consideration, as you said, the new element that is up and coming. Thank you. Thank you once again. I now give the to Professor Luis Simon, who is the director of the Center for Security Diplomacy and Strategy of the School of Governance in Brussels. Professor, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador, and indeed to the organizers. It's great to be here. Professor Cox is always a hard act to follow. Although I'm not sure I agree with your point that you don't meet someone you don't like 42 times. I think that success in politics has to do with learning to be surrounded by people you don't like, and also in international relations. That said, I think I agree with everything else you said. So let me follow up on his excellent remarks and try to pitch in on this topic of systemic challenges and great power competition. So just a few random thoughts from my side. So in the political science and IR literature, and Professor Cox knows this better than I do, there is this long-standing debate about the relationship between what we call the regional and global levels of analysis in international security, right? About the extent to which regions are subject to their own rules, actors, and dynamics, and are therefore relatively autonomous from broader systemic or global dynamics, and about the extent to which systemic dynamics supersede or even determine regional outcomes. I would say it's a little of both, and in the sense that whether the systemic level projects more or less intensely onto the regional one depends essentially on two things, as I see it. One is the nature and intensity of global power competition, and the other one is the importance of different regions to global power competition. My sense is that NATO as an alliance, by looking at the language that's been produced since the strategic concept in Madrid and over the last couple of years, my sense is that NATO is as clear-headed about the fact that its center of gravity lies in the Euro-Atlantic as it is about the fact that the Indo-Pacific region has become central to the fate of the international system and to dynamics of global power competition, militarily, technologically, economically. So I think there is this growing awareness in NATO circles that the fate of the Euro-Atlantic is increasingly tied to broader global dynamics whose epicenter actually lays outside the Euro-Atlantic itself. And we're simply not used to that. Because ever since NATO was born in 1949, and long before that, I would argue, the Euro-Atlantic has been at the center of global power dynamics. And that is no longer the case. And I think that that new situation, new environment, sort of compels the alliance, and I would argue actually Europeans more specifically, because Americans are perfectly aware of this, to reflect more systematically about the links between Europe and the Indo-Pacific in particular. And let me just highlight two, and I think Professor Cox touched on the first one of them, and he's certainly familiar with the second one. The first is the Sino-Russian alignment relationship, and the second has to do with U.S. geostrategic priorities. So it goes without saying that the Sino-Russian alignment is a highly complex animal. We know that their alignment is tight, but we also know there is friction. We're all just trying to wrap our head around the question of how much friction and how much it matters. But it seems that for the time being, what unites China and Russia, and I agree with Professor Cox here, is far greater than what divides them, in the sense that the need to push back against U.S. power, or U.S.-led international order, compels Moscow and Beijing to sort of contain their frictions and prevent them from raising above a certain level, a sort of gentleman's agreement, if you will. And that matters to NATO concretely because by helping Russia sort of cushion Western economic and political pressure, Beijing is sort of indirectly aiding and abetting Russia's assault on the European security architecture. Now, the expert consensus has it that the war in Ukraine has impacted the China-Russia relationship in two main ways. First, by strengthening the relationship, and second, by upsetting the balance of power within the relationship in China's favor. Well, I would not dispute that, but I would also be careful about buying into this narrative that Russia is completely at China's mercy. China actually understands that it is itself the main strategic competitor of the United States. And that means that it has a very strong interest in preserving an amicable relationship with Russia. In other words, I would argue that a long-term and global power perspective actually underscores Russia's leverage vis-a-vis China, whereas a short-term perspective and a protracted war in Ukraine may indeed enhance China's leverage vis-a-vis Russia. Now, the second point of communication, very briefly, between the Euro-Atlantic and the Indo-Pacific, I think relates to U.S. geostrategic priorities. It just so happens that U.S. military power is the center of gravity of both regions' deterrence and security architecture. There is simply no security in either of these two regions without the United States and without U.S. military power. And deterring China in the Indo-Pacific is likely to put a permanent an increasing strain on U.S. military planning and resources. And that matters to NATO indirectly, but hugely, because NATO is the main vehicle for defense planning in Europe, and the U.S. is central to that process. So NATO, and I would say specifically European allies, actually need to understand how developments in the Indo-Pacific impinge on U.S. force posture, defense planning, and force availability in Europe. So in other words, they need eyes and ears in the Indo-Pacific, at the very least eyes and ears, for global situational awareness purposes. Now, some critics of the Biden administration have argued that U.S. resources devoted to Ukraine are not available to deter China in the Indo-Pacific. Others have questioned that logic, pointing to the benefit of standing up in favor of global norms whenever and wherever they're challenged, or arguing that downgrading Russian military power today would allow the U.S. to properly rebalance to Asia tomorrow. That said, I think Russia's seeming resilience, and again, Professor Cox was touching on that, and the current situation in the Middle East keep complicating this whole debate on trade-offs versus payoffs. So to recap, I would argue that references to the growing geostrategic interdependence between Europe and the Indo-Pacific have gained quite a lot of traction in NATO circles in recent years. At the same time, and more concretely, NATO avoid this idea of playing a direct role in the Indo-Pacific region itself. So we are talking about, what we're talking about is NATO's cooperation with Indo-Pacific partners and not NATO in the Indo-Pacific. And perhaps for understandable reasons, first, the European allies in general think that NATO's main business is securing the Euro-Atlantic, which is already, to be honest, challenging enough as it is. Second, Indo-Pacific countries themselves don't really want NATO to go to the Indo-Pacific. What we hear from them is just, whoa, whoa, whoa. Just hold the line in Eastern Europe, free up some U.S. bandwidth, and let us take care of our own security with the United States. And honestly, it does not seem like the United States itself is interested in a NATO role in the Indo-Pacific. So what we're talking about here is diplomatic solidarity with each other's problems, standing up for global norms, greater global situational awareness, cooperation in terms of developing certain capabilities and technologies, and so on and so forth. I think I'll end there. Look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Simon. The floor is now open for questions.
Well, thank you very much, everyone. My name is Carmine Soprano. I'm an economist at the World Bank, a lecturer at CIOE, and a proud LSE alumnus. And if our ambassador allows me, this panel has been so interesting that I'd like to ask one question to each panelist, if that's possible. So, Professor Cox, let me start with yourself first. And by the way, I was trying to get to campus in London a month ago when there were all those pro-Palestine protests or demonstrations, and I do remember the difficulties of hopping on and off London buses. So I'm definitely with you on that one. But I wanted to pick up on your point number 2 about the engagement with China and the BRICS more broadly. And the reason why I want to do that is that about a year ago, COI, under the leadership of our president, in collaboration with Eurispes and with Ambassador Chile, organized what I think was the first ever BRICS conference in Italy in a really long time. And I had the pleasure of contributing to it as a speaker, and then we started looking at it more closely. And all this to say that it seems to me the West hasn't yet figured out a way to deal with the BRICS. And the main attitude that we've seen vis-a-vis the BRICS so far seems to be one of having basically snobbed at them. They're too few, they were 5, now they're 10 or even 11. 10. They're not that big, but actually their share of the world's GDP is now larger as the G7. And it is. And they figure out alliances, both bilaterally and multilaterally. So what do you think is the way that we should be engaging with that group? Yeah. That's for you. Thanks. And Professor Simon Navarro, muchísimas gracias por su intervención. I'm going to repeat the question I already asked yesterday, but I think your point about U.S. strategic interests pivoting to the Indo-Pacific still makes it relevant for today's session. My question was as plain as the following. Do you see, as part of that, a possibility, in the light of the ongoing situation, also for the EU to make credible steps forward towards a common defense system? Ursula von der Leyen has announced a defense commissioner. Let's see whether she runs and gets re-elected first. We now know there is this new EU defense system, but there's no defense strategy, but there's no money attached to it at the moment. And we also know that European national defense industries have been competing with each other for a very long time in terms of procuring ammunition and weapons. How do we get out of that? Thank you.
Well, it's good to meet somebody else from the LSE. In fact, everybody I've met here so far seems to have gone to the LSE. So I'm beginning to wonder if LSE is running the world. But anyway, it's wonderful to meet you, and thank you for many of your good questions. And you asked the question if I got it right on the BRICS. Now, this is something I'm fighting with at the moment, not personally. As you know, I won't go into the whole history of the BRICS. It started as a Goldman Sachs invention by not a well-known economist, but a man called Jim O'Neill. And he saw it purely, I think, as an economic investment strategy. Somewhere around 2008, and that's a key year, the financial crisis, there was a turn. And the turn, I think, occurred both in Russia and China, who understood, perceived, and interpreted the 2008 financial crisis as not just a financial crisis, but a geopolitical setback for what Putin calls the collective West. And it's not a coincidence, again, that the first BRICS summit, which was more political than just economic, took place in Ekaterinburg, if that's the right pronunciation. My Russian's getting very bad, in 2009, the first summit, and we had the 15th in Johannesburg recently. It's moved from being an economic idea to becoming a political club. Within that political club, China clearly writes most of the rules, because it's got most of the money. But Russia has also been playing a key role alongside China, and of course others for different reasons, Brazil, India for their own reasons, South Africa for its own reasons, have all joined it. But you're absolutely right. When I was lecturing on the BRICS, I actually lectured on the BRICS at Peking University for many years, and I kept saying the West is not taking it seriously as a political organization. They were only interested in it as a way of making money. Or one particular group of all. When it became political, they became bored by it. And I kind of say, look, it's not a direct threat to the West in the sense that it's not a military bloc, etc., etc. But nonetheless, they are creating an agenda, a wider agenda, which actually doesn't include the West. de-dollarization. Now, I know my economist friends say, you can't get off the dollar, fine, but they keep talking about getting off the dollar. They created 2 banks, you remember, in the Brazil summit. They may not be the biggest banks in the world, they may not parallel, the World Bank and all the rest, nonetheless, for which you work, nonetheless, it is a symbol of something. They've made various statements about creating a multipolar world order. And you'll notice also at the 15th summit in Johannesburg, which I went through very, very carefully indeed, Putin couldn't go there, not because he didn't want to go there, but because he was under sanctions, as we know. Nonetheless, he made a very powerful statement online, which nobody seemed to disagree with. So the BRICS has turned into a kind of self-defense mechanism. It's a kind of collective self-defense mechanism without guns. It also, and also it's very strong on sovereignty, very strong on non-interference, which again, it says contradicts the kind of Western liberal notion of wanting to change the world all the time. And I think, and again, I'll be talking about this at an academic conference, which I hope will be equally interesting to this one, by the way, but I somehow doubt it because some academic conferences can be very boring. Nonetheless, I'm going to be talking on the BRICS, and the point I'm going to be making is we've got to kind of, the West, quote unquote, whoever the West is, has to take the BRICS far more seriously and not just dismiss it. And if you kind of go through statement after statement, it's just a facade. It's just an acronym. It's just a kind of place that nothing ever gets, it's unbelievably untrue. This again gets back to the more general point we've made on this panel, I think very well, I hope, my colleague particularly, is the world is shifting, the world is changing, and if we don't take that change seriously, grasp it, understand it, comprehend it in all of its complexities, then I think we're simply going to fail to know where the next 10 years are going. Because we can understand the past forever, and sometimes we can't do that even very well, can we? But nonetheless, we've got to see where the world is moving to. And it gets back to your more general point. The world is decentering away from the Atlantic. It doesn't mean the Atlantic is unimportant, don't get me wrong. The EU and the US together, fantastically important. I don't undermine that. But that shift towards Asia, that shift towards the East, and that's something, by the way, that both Putin and Xi Jinping have been very clear about. The East is rising, said Xi Jinping. The West is in decline. I think the first statement may be true. I'm not so sure about the West being in decline, but the West is lacking confidence. And that lack of self-confidence within the West at the moment about what it is, what it stands for. Even sometimes I go to conferences and they use the West in inverted commas, which means the so-called West. That tells me something about the lack of confidence. Whereas on the other side of the equation, it doesn't make me happy to say this, by the way, Chair, there's a kind of sense of confidence that the future belongs to them. And that is a very, very significant change in the world we are living in.
Thank you, Professor. I think you touched upon a specific point, which is very dear to our President, Ambassador Sessa, and if you allow me, after the answer of Professor Simon, I want to give him the floor again, because that's exactly what he mentioned during his previous intervention. Professor Simon, you can answer.
Yeah, no, thank you, Ambassador. So on EU defense, look, I think Europeans can, must, and I believe will do more. A lot more, and Americans are actually pushing us quite a bit on that front. The question is how much more. As you know, certainly Barry Posen says Europe can and should defend itself. I personally find it hard to imagine the European security architecture holding without the United States, primarily for political reasons, actually, but that's a different debate. Now, on EU defense and its potential, I would think about deterrence and collective defense in a context of attrition and protraction, right? So we need to learn the lessons of what Russia is doing today in Ukraine by applying a strategy of exhaustion in terms of both resources and political will. And that had to do with the softness that Professor Cox was talking about. In that context, I think the NATO instrument actually has a huge competitive advantage, and I think this is unlikely to change over the EU downstream, when it comes to the downstream of deterrence, if you will, when it comes to the operational aspects or the direct implementation of deterrence because of its state-of-the-art command and control infrastructure, its defense policy planning process, yada, yada, yada. We all know the story, right? So it is NATO that can best ascertain what kind of operational concepts, force structure, capabilities, and skill sets you need to deliver deterrence and put them in practice. But the EU actually has a competitive advantage upstream in the resourcing and enabling of deterrence, because it operates a substantial multi-annual budget, because it has extensive competencies in areas like research, technology, or industry, and because it can mobilize instruments like the European Defence Fund, the Peace Facility, and so the European Investment Bank even, and so on and so forth. So the EU can actually help generate the technologies, capabilities, and skill sets that are needed for deterrence. And even if those technologies, capabilities, and skill sets are eventually channeled operationally through NATO, the EU can play a very important role generating them. So I think rather than have NATO focus on collective defense and deterrence and the EU on out-of-area operations, which are, out of time, from a different time, I think the EU should focus on deterrence as well, but on those aspects of deterrence where it can add value, which is actually generating the capabilities and technologies and financial mechanisms, and letting NATO do the heavy lifting at the front end.
Ambassador, you want to intervene now? And then I'll give again the floor for the next question to the young man. Oh, I don't see him behind.
Scusa se intervengo di nuovo, ma anche per alimentare.
I apologize if I'm here once again to take the floor, but I want to say something. I want to say that this is a panel which, by no coincidence, was called NATO in an Era of Systemic Challenges and Strategic Competition. So I do think that these are the key issues that need to be addressed. These are the key questions that we should all ask ourselves today. We should ask ourselves these questions because we are responsible citizens, the citizens who are part of the founding countries of the NATO alliance. So there's no point in saying that we are part of what happens in the West and we are concerned with what is happening in the South. It all comes down to simply understanding who we are and what we're doing. I was very interested in listening to the comments made by Professor Cox. I must say that I pretty much share everything that you said. I think that if we had agreed on what should be said, we probably would not have decided to speak in the same way. But I want to say that I am very happy to see that we have the same ideas. I am the representative of a country which is quite old. You are the representative of a country which is not as old as ours, but is full of history. So I am sure that you have lots of experience. The world nowadays has changed deeply. It has changed deeply compared to when the NATO alliance was created. We have all grown up in the spirit of multilateralism. Nowadays, if we ask young students who are attending our classes, they come to me asking, but does multilateralism still work nowadays? And the answer is no, it has definitely failed. The United Nations have failed. I told you earlier that I believe that NATO has also failed in some way because it failed its mission. Now, I don't remember if I said this earlier, but we are talking about international organizations. And for this reason, I feel like I must comment on what Professor Cox said. So in this regard, I want to say that all international organizations are simply doing what the member states want them to do, what is allowed by the member states, and what member states want them to be. So we need to be able to recognize this universal truth, because we will then be able to understand that many of the things that we have done, many of the things that we have worked for many years, cannot keep being done in the same way nowadays. And why is it so? Well, Professor Cox mentioned this, and this is also fundamental when we want to talk about NATO. The reason for this is that there has been a change. There has been a change in what we have always referred to as great international aggregations. Nowadays, we refer to these as the new international alignments. And they are based on different things. You mentioned BRICS. Well, BRICS countries are a reality. In the SIOI, we have worked on the importance of BRICS. We have tried to look into this, and I must say that we were able to carry on our work thanks to a strategic partnership that we have been carrying out with a research university that has really worked hard on understanding BRICS. So I'm trying to say this to highlight that we really believe in BRICS, and we have really given it a lot of thought. It is important to understand that they are a pure dynamite in some way. They are a pure reality, and I'm sure that you agree with me. This is a union made up of different countries, so it includes Brazil, and it's very easy to understand what Brazil represents nowadays, but it also includes Russia, India, China, South Africa. And since January this year, it has also started including the Arab Emirates, which has an impact on Iran and Saudi Arabia. Now, I don't want to take up much of your time, but I want to say that in Italy, we are now very proudly talking about the Italian G7 presidency. Well, Professor Cox, do you believe that the G7 is a forum which can solve all world problems? Do you think that the G7 will be able to threaten Netanyahu to step behind and to try to stop his action against Iran? We, as less young diplomats, always remember when there was the first meeting in Rambouillet in front of a small chimney, and it was very hard for us to be invited. We had to work hard for that. But we all remember that moment. We all remember when the countries got together, the countries that in some way had the keys to solve global issues. So I'm wondering if nowadays you believe that the G7 can still be fully effective to be able to contribute and to make sure that there are no more problems in the Middle East. Do you think that the G7 can work by itself without having to reach out to other very important partners? Just think of Iran, Russia. I don't think it's possible. So this is why we need to consider these new alignments, which in some way force us to confront ourselves with a new reality which we cannot disregard if we truly want to be able to contribute and we want to be able to provide a new approach of a world which, in my point of view, has in some way gone back to the starting point. I have been saying this for quite some time. We have pretty much gone back to 1945, and for this reason, we need to be able to reconsider everything that has been done. We need to try to understand how we can reorganize ourselves to be able to keep working for the next 75 years, not only because we want NATO to keep existing for another 75 years, but because we want our Western world to keep existing and to keep being alive. So I think it's easy for you to understand that we often talk about many different things. We talk about NATO, we talk about the enlarged Mediterranean area. This is a concept that we came up with in Italy in the mid-90s, and we were able to start talking about this because of the Marine, who was able to understand that if they had to go on a cruise in the Black Sea, they wanted to understand if it made sense from a diplomatic point of view. So there was a strong cooperation between the defense and the military, and they said that, yes, the Mediterranean had been enlarged. But nowadays, when we talk about the enlarged Mediterranean area, it does not start where it started from in the past. It passes through the Gulf and the Balkans, and even under the Gulf. So are we aware of the challenges that need to be faced? Well, we understand that the challenges have changed. We need to look at them differently, and we need to come up with new policies.
Thank you, Ambassador. I would now like to give the floor to the...
Sì, Marco Ricceri, Eurispes. Nel settembre...
Marco Ricceri, Eurispes. In September 2023, it's a research center. All of the states were committed to a common line in what has been named Compact for the Future. So next September, so the coming September, 2024, the UN Assembly, General Assembly, will be called to discuss all of these visions proposed by states. And they will have to commonly decide or devise and design a vision for the future. And I come to the question, do you believe that NATO should also give its own contribution for a future strategic vision on peace, on global peace? And I'm asking you because I would like to refer to the fact that in NATO's charter, there is the famous Article 5, but also likewise Article 2, engaging NATO and NATO as a political union, as a peace builder. Thank you.
Well, thanks. No, I think it was more of a comment, and I think the sort of the answer was implicit in the question, right? I think it has to be, I mean, what NATO has to do is try and navigate both, right? That Article 5 that sort of anchors it in the Euro-Atlantic area, and that sort of broader commitment to global stability and political nature. I think that's sort of what I was trying to convey as well with my points about the Indo-Pacific. Yeah, yeah.
Just, pardon me, I won't try and answer the whole of the question, can the G7 alone solve the problems of the Middle East? I think the answer to that is, if you have an answer, put it on a postcard and send it to me. It clearly, I mean, the complexities of the Middle East, and I work with a lot of great specialists in the Middle East in London and the LSE. And I listen to them and I learn from them. And the more that I learn, the more complicated and complex it becomes. It goes back to the collapse of the Ottoman Empire. It's the whole question of the rise of Arab nationalism, the whole question of the politicization of Islam, the whole divide between Iran and Saudi Arabia, the whole disintegration which followed many countries after the so-called Arab Spring. And also, by the way, a lot of responsibility lies for the United States and many of the policies it's pursued there. I'm not an uncritical supporter of the United States and all the things that it's done in the Middle, nor indeed, by the way, of the British. So, just in case I get accused of being a kind of pro-Brit on this kind of question. Of course, the G7 alone can't solve the problems of the Middle East. I mean, the question is, can the Middle East solve its own problems? And that's the question I always come back to. You know, why always look for an external answer? Where does the answer come from within the larger Middle East? And it seems to me that while the responsibility of all countries in the world, including Russia, including China, in relationship to the Middle East is huge, absolutely huge. We cannot ignore that. It looks to me, too, we should also start maybe being a little less patronizing and a little more looking for the solutions which come from within the region itself. Now, again, that's just cliche. That doesn't provide us with an answer, because clearly the ongoing conflict now is about the existence of the State of Israel, and there seems to be almost a zero-sum relationship now between Iran and Israel, which is tragic, possibly avoidable, but we are where we are today. So I just don't think the G7 alone can do it. The only question is, who can and what can? We could turn to the United Nations, which has not been mentioned much here today, or yesterday, by the way, which is quite significant, because we know the UN is deeply split now in the P5. On every single vote now, we've got 3 on one side and 2 on the other. 1 votes against and the other 1 abstains. Should we look to the G20? The G20 is not there to solve big security questions. You know, I mean, but I think you're right. I mean, what you're looking at is a kind of vision of a much greater cooperative consent idea of security. In my heart, I want that. And I think many people in this room would want that. Who wouldn't want to believe in a kind of cooperative conception of security? That's what the League of Nations was, after all, created for, that wonderful organization. That's what the UN was created for back in 45. We, however, and I use that word however very carefully, we, however, live in a world which is deeply riven by huge, huge divisions And that is what, so we talk of the age of geopolitics, superseding the optimism of the age of globalization, and I understand that argument. But we're living in that age of geopolitics, and if you look at the fissures in the world today, to which is there an easy solution, either through the World Bank, or whether the G7 or through NATO? China, the United States, easy solution? Don't think so. The Middle East, easy solution? Certainly not. What's going on between Russia and Ukraine at the moment? Certainly not. I think the bigger existential question to me is, have we run out of solutions? Have we run out of cooperative solutions? Because state power alone is not going to do it. State power alone is only going to exacerbate these tensions. We're all sitting here today worrying, what will Israel do in response to Iran? We weren't thinking about that 6 months ago. We're all worrying, and we should be worrying too, about what China's going to do in relationship to Taiwan, whatever we may think of that question. We just don't know where this goes. The uncertainty, and it gets back to the theme of this panel, and I'll conclude here, Chair. The uncertainty of the world we're living in now isn't just about a shift to the east. It's about a kind of shift of global governance. We just don't have any conception of it any longer. We can see this in the UN. We can see this in the deep distrust between the two biggest economies in the world. There's a deep distrust in Washington and Beijing, and there's possibly even deeper distrust in Beijing of Washington. Let's be perfectly honest about it. We have a multiplicity of organizations, all of which are doing their best, including NATO, I would say, but nonetheless not one of them alone, or maybe even together, provides us with the kinds of solutions, whether to the Middle East or indeed to any other problem. I'm sorry to end on a pessimistic note, but I'm optimistic of the heart, but my head at the moment is actually feeling fairly depressed. Sorry to say that, but thank you very much again for listening.
Any other question? Yes.
Good morning, I'm Chiara Lestini Diurni and I'm a student at SIOI. My question is addressed to Professor Cox. We've talked today about the crisis of moral values in Western countries, and we've also talked about Putin's long-term vision. So my question is whether us as Western countries are lacking a geopolitical strategy and a long-term vision, and also strong leadership who is able to set goals and values. Thank you.
Another very easy question, thank you. You saved all the hard questions for last, I can see that. You're going to get this academic in the end, okay. I'd answer that in two ways if I could. I think there is a very deep and abiding deep distrust in the West of politicians in general, in the political class. Understood in the broad sense, not conservative or Labour or right or left or whoever. And one of the reasons amongst many others, and I know a friend who has written a great book on globalization is in the audience, you know, populism is not only explained by a backlash against globalization, but about a whole series of other issues. Identity, migration, etc., etc., etc. But nonetheless, and I can see this in Britain very clearly, I think the Labour Party is going to win a major majority, by the way, by the end of this year, but that doesn't mean to say that the belief in the political class is going to grow. I think there's a kind of sense that the political class are either unable to solve the problems presented to them, or indeed there's corruption, or they're looking after themselves. I mean, you see this even more acutely in the United States. Trump taps into, let's be honest, we've got to understand Trump, not just hold our noses. We've got to understand what Trump is about. What is he taps into some pretty unpleasant ideas, none of which I like. Don't get me, but he taps into something else. He taps into a kind of sense that you can't trust the politicians. You can't trust the guys in Rome. You can't trust the guys in Washington. You can't trust the guys in London. Brexit, in many ways, was a vote against London and the political class as much as it was a vote on immigration. And I think all Western countries are facing that at the moment. And so there's got to be a kind of renewal of what I call the social contract. Now, that's an easy LSE kind of cliche to come up with. But until we get a renewal of that political contract, between what I call the established parties of right and left, then we are going to be confronted on an annual, daily and monthly basis with challenges from populism to which we don't seem to have any answers, to be perfectly honest. And this is why I worry deeply about the upcoming EU elections, and I worry even more deeply, by the way, about the US elections. We've got to await maybe some very problematic outcomes, and that certainly will not help the cause of Ukraine in Russia. More generally, I just think how we however address that is just extraordinary. And I will mention one thing here, because the thing has been touched on: social media. The number of great people I know, both on the Conservative Party side and on the Labour Party and Liberal side, who would want to go into politics today? I mean, this is especially problematic for women, by the way, and people of ethnicity. You know, I mean, because the abuse that I know this, these are not even people I agree with politically, the abuse they are receiving online, anonymously, not just through X and Twitter, but is playing a big role, particularly since a certain Mr. Musk took over. The abuse that people are receiving online, who would want to be a politician? Because, you know, you set yourself up for personal abuse, sometimes physical abuse. 2 people in my country have been assassinated over the last 5 years by right-wing fascists and Islamists. You know, that's the tip of the iceberg. I know what people are receiving every day online, particularly women, but not only, particularly people from ethnicity. So one of the real problems we have, we've unleashed social media. We can't put it back in the, it's like atomic weapons. We can't put it back in the bottle. You can't uninvent social media. But nonetheless, the role that is playing in, I think, demoralizing the political process, in undermining what I call civil, not civilized, but civil political debate is very, very real. And none of the responses I hear from the big giants, the Meta and all the rest, gives me any confidence that they fully understand what they've unleashed and some of the consequences for our political democracy are. And that, to me, is one of the huge challenges going forward.
Thank you. I give the floor to Professor Simon, who would like to share with us a few comments about the Global South.
Yeah, and on this, thank you. And on this point, very briefly, and sort of in keeping with the theme of the panel, I would perhaps argue that a spike in great power competition typically doesn't bode well for global governance. So I would expect the UN to go back to the freezer for a bit. Briefly on the Global South, and I really don't like this concept. It's very confusing, not least because it's not about geography that we're talking about here. We're talking about alignment, right? And the battle for the, let's call it Global South, is not a battle for its general alignment with either Russia or China and against the West. Most countries in the Global South actually reject that framing and would rather make their decisions on a contingency, sort of case-by-case basis. I would say, however, that small or incremental changes in alignment can have important geopolitical consequences in different contexts, right? So this is an inch-by-inch and context-specific battle. So I would really stay away from this sort of sweeping generalizations about losing the Global South. I think this is very confusing, honestly. In fact, a cynical question would be, do we actually need to have the Global South on side? Perhaps we just need others not to have it, and I'm not sure there's a danger that others will have it. So I think there's a lot of hype around this. I think we just need to have important elements of the Global South, or others not to have them, on questions that matter. So think of India. Yes, it's a member of the BRICS, but my guess is that from a US perspective, the important thing is to have India on board when it comes to China, or that's the critical thing. Sort of on board, because it's always sort of when it comes to India. Or take Southeast Asia, right? Another part of the Global South. Here, again, you have an inch-by-inch, country-by-country tussle between the United States and China. And I'm not sure the US is doing that badly, actually, in there. I mean, look at the meeting with Marcos and Kishida in Washington last week. So I'll end there. I think that we just should stay away from this Global South concept or that notion that we're losing it, for that matter.
I think we have one last question.
Two questions. No, one.
Short.
Oh, no. Is it my turn?
Just go. Yeah, go ahead.
Good. Okay. Just one question, but I have to pose this question, actually. And I'm talking to Professor Cox, but the question is for Mr. Navarro. So it's a sort of a schizophrenic thing. But I mean, really, as Ambassador Cesar said before, we are hitting really the core of the question here. How come, I'm trying to provoke you, I'm Giulio Pecora, actually I'm a member of the committee of the CEO and a journalist. How is it that Britain, a few years ago, leaves the United Europe? How is it that today, if you turn the TV on, and the only word that you hear about Britain is the king is sick, and the Duchess, and then this, and that, and then, but in the end, when Iran fires a lot of missiles against Israel, then there are the usual Americans and the usual Brits doing things, important things, right, to try to defend Israel and the idea of the West that lays behind Israel. So that's a question we need to pose, actually. Europe is raising, right, in importance because trade, because Europe is a huge association, but has dramatically declined in terms of political influence. A country leaves Europe, suffers from condemnation from all over the world from this short-sighted decision, but still today it's there in the center of the world when it comes to do things practically for peace. And NATO was declared dead by President Macron, you know, brain dead, you remember, 2 years ago, just 2 years before the invasion of Ukraine. And then now, NATO has resurrected, thanks to the military, of course, not thanks to the politicians. So if Aristotle was right, the reasoning is Britain governed by the military because it's rising again, or what? What's going on, actually? Can you find a simple solution for simple people who want to read the newspapers or want to hear on the social media a formula? Can you tell me why Europe is dead politically? Why Europe is non-existent facing these threats? You are telling us, Professor Navarro, that the Global South, actually we don't have to think of the Global South like a reality with which we have to confront. We can decide what we want to be confronted to. It seems to me that it is exactly the contrary, that we are not deciding as Europeans what we can confront or whom we can confront, and others, even escapees like Britain, take decisions instead of Brussels. Is there a political solution to that according to you or not? Excuse me for the provocation, but I love Europe and I love Britain, of course.
Journalists.
Allow me to collect the last questions so we can then conclude the panel, which is very interesting. Yeah. Here.
Thank you so much. I think Professor Cox had enough tough questions, so just a comment. Thanks, Professor, for highlighting the issue of double standard. For me, I am a diplomat, I am also an academician. I can confirm it's a very serious issue. It's causing and enlarging the rift between the West and what is called the Global South. So I hope this will be taken into consideration as a serious issue nowadays. Thank you.
Do you wish to answer?
Sure. Like, I mean, super quickly. I mean, I think I would separate the discussion about the Global South as a useful concept and the discussion about engaging with countries that belong to what you are saying is the Global South, which is of course very important. I just find that the term Global South very confusing, and it's used sometimes interchangeably with the BRICS, for instance, as it was used here. I mean, are the BRICS part of the Global South? Because we're talking about China and Russia, two countries that are huge and they're in the northern hemisphere. It also includes India, which is actually in a competitive, even adversarial relationship with India. So I think when we use and sort of contrast the concept of Global South to the West on the one hand, and China and Russia, I think we are comparing apples and pears. The West is, as a concept, is a lot more integrated politically, economically, culturally, even militarily through NATO. The China-Russia relationship, okay, it might not be as tight as the West, but it's still relatively tight. The Global South, in terms, if you're looking at the connections, economic, political, military, I don't see anything coherent there. So all I was trying to say is that to me this was a very confusing concept, which is not to say that engaging regions like Africa, Latin America, Southeast Asia doesn't matter. Of course it does.
I don't want to keep an Italian audience from lunch and make myself very unpopular. So far, I think the audience has been a little bit with me, so I don't want to alienate you. Okay, you mentioned Brexit. I wish you hadn't. Nobody mentioned it to me over the last 2 days. I've been so happy. But thank you for mentioning it. That was the worst provocation to me. But anyway. Yeah, but you did mention the thing about the so-called, we call so-called special relationship, Britain and the Anglo-Saxons, as we are sometimes referred to. I don't know why the British are called the Anglo-Saxons, because if you like, in 1066, the French eliminated all the Anglo-Saxons in Britain and made it a French country for a little while. But anyway, that's another larger question. No, the foundation of that special relationship, and I don't want to go into the details of what's going on, you know, in terms of Iran or what went on, say, in former Yugoslavia, you know, the bombing of Belgrade, the NATO, that was an Anglo-American thing. It wasn't just, but it was very, very important. In some fundamental way, for years and years and years, people have been using the word so-called special relationship. It's so-called until we show there is a special relationship. There's absolutely no doubt that the closeness of Britain with the United States and its dependency on the United States, like all of us, is very, very real. It goes back to the Second World War. It goes back to Churchill. It goes back to Roosevelt. It goes back to Thatcher with Reagan. It goes back to Blair with Bill Clinton. It goes back to Blair with G.W. Bush. You remember that? The war on terror. You know, who made the best speech for the invasion of Iraq? Tony Blair. Where did he make it? Congress. You know, and so that is a very deeply embedded part of the DNA. It's based on history. It's based on intelligence sharing. And it's based increasingly, if I might say, last point, on NATO. Because the very fact of Britain leaving the European Union, which for me was a geopolitical disaster, whatever the good reasons were for voting Brexit, and there were good reasons, I didn't, but you know, there were reasons why normal, ordinary British people, working class people and others, voted for Brexit. Let's not just make a parody of it. Nonetheless, one of the reasons they did in the end, and what a lot of the Brexiteers believed, and they genuinely believed this. Here's misperception, by the way, so important in international relations. Misperceiving it, the Brexiteers thought this would strengthen the special relationship with the United States, and what has it done? It's done the opposite. And let me just give you one final example. David Cameron, Lord Cameron, former British Prime Minister, went recently to the United States. He met Donald Trump. That must have been fun. Down in Mar-a-Lago. He then was snubbed by the National Security Advisor. He couldn't meet the leader of the Senate majority, Johnson, but Blinken did give him half an hour. That tells me that Britain's position in the world has been diminished. You know, I don't say that with any great joy, but it means its role in NATO actually becomes more important, more significant, and therefore, having made that desperate, bad decision back in 2016, has therefore made Britain actually more invested into NATO, and maybe in that regard, sir, in reply to your very good question, by the way, made it maybe even more dependent on the United States, which is something which I think is not always the best place to be. Thank you.
I thank the panelists, I thank the audience, and lunch is ready.
Thank you very much.
English, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, test, I'm testing English. I'm talking in English because I'm talking and it's English. Yeah. Prova 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, test. Ancora provo, io continuo a parlare, anche se non è italiano, in inglese, però fa lo stesso. 1, 2, 3. Inglese. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, italiano, inglese. 1, 2, 3, check, test. 1, 2, 3. Inglese 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Test 1, 2, 3. Inglese, test, prova, audio 1, 2, 3. Inglese 1, 2, 3, audio, test, prova, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 152,7. Test inglese. Ehi, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Prova podio, prova 1, 2, 3, 4. Qua hai visto che gli manca... ho visto adesso. Ah, ecco. Prova podio, prova 1, 2, 3. Prova microfono, 1, 2, 3, 4. Prova podio. Ehi, prova 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Prova podio. Ehi, prova podio. Prova 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Prova podio. Prova ehi. Prova podio, ehi, prova 1, 2, 3, 4. Prova podio, ehi, prova 1, 2, 3, 4. Prova 1, 2, 3 e 4. Ehi, prova podio, prova 1, 2, 3 e 4. Prova podio. Ah? Sì. Prova ehi, prova podio, prova 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Prova 1, 2, prova, ehi, prova 1, 2, ehi, prova 1, 2, 3 e 4. Prova, ehi, prova 1, prova 2, prova 3, check, prova, ehi, prova 1, 2, 3 e 4. 1, 2, 3 e 4. Prova 1, 2, 3 e 4. Check, prova. Prova 1, 2, 3 e 4. 1, 2, 3 e 4. 1, 2, 3 e 4. Prova 1, 2, 3 e 4. Check, prova. 1, 2, 3 e 4.
Prova 1, 2, 3, prova 1, 2, 3, audio test, audio 1, 2, 3, check, ehi, test 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, audio, ehi, check, ehi, 1, 2, 3, prova, ehi, check, 1, 2, 3, test, 1, 2, 3, audio, prova 1, 2, 3, sa. Inglese 1, 2, 3, prova, 1, 2, 3, prova, inglese, check, check, 1, 2, 3, check, test audio, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ehi, ehi.
Prova, 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 prova. Prova audio.
Inglese, italiano.
Inglese, inglese, 1, 2, 3, inglese. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, inglese, check, prova, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, prova, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, prova, check, 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 inglese, 1, 2, 3, prova, 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 inglese, inglese.
Prova 1, 2, 3, prova podio, check, check, prova audio, prova 1, 2, 3 e 4, prova, check, check, prova, prova, prova 1, 2, 3 e 4, prova podio, check, check, prova 1, 2, 3 e 4, 1, 2, 3 e 4, prova audio, check, check, prova 1, prova 2, prova 3, prova 4. Prova 1, 2, 3 e 4. 1, 2, 3 e 4. Check, check. Prova 1, 2, 3 e 4. Check, check. 1, 2, 3 e 4. Prova, prova, prova. 1, 2, 3, 4. Prova 1, 2, 3 e 4. Check, check. 1, 2, 3 e 4. Prova podio 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, check, check audio. 1, 2, 3 e 4. Prova 1, prova 2, 3 e 4. 1, 2, 3 e 4. Check, check. Prova 1, prova 2, prova 3, prova 4. Check 1, 2, 3 e 4. Sì, sì, prova 1, 2, 3 e
Prova. Prova audio, prova audio.
Cosa? C'è Ronzio.
Sì, sì. Prova 1, 2, 3, 4. Sì, sì, prova, prova 1, 2, 3 e 4. Check, 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 prova 1, prova 2, 3 e 4. Audio tavolo, check, check, prova, audio 1, prova, prova 1, 2, 3 e 4. Prova. Posso?
Addio, ok. Prova, prova, prova. Ehi, ehi, ehi.
Prova audio, sa, 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 1, 2, 3, prova audio, test, test. Basta? Finite? No, a posto, tutto meglio. Prova audio in inglese, prova audio inglese.
1, 2, 3, testing. Questo è to English, channel 2.
Channel 2 English, English, channel 2. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, channel 2.
Buon pomeriggio.
Good afternoon. Can I please invite all the guests to take their seats, please?
Can I invite you to take a seat? Posso invitare cortesemente tutti a prendere posto? Dobbiamo dare inizio al prossimo panel. Ancora una volta ricordo gentilmente di verificare che i cellulari siano spenti, nel silenzioso. Allow me to remind you once again that you can find please switch off and mute your cell phones. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope that you are well, comfortable, sitting on the right chairs. This is a very interesting panel to me, and I hope that it is interesting for you as well. Because when speaking about the Western Balkans and the Black Sea, we are speaking about our neighborhood. As I said, the neighbors of the neighbor. The more neighbors to us. When I say to us, I mean Italy, of course, but Europe. And I refer to this familiarity of relations with each of the three countries that are sitting, represented here in this panel. The Western Balkans and the Black Sea is definitely a region which is crucial for the security and the stability of the West and of Europe. They are located on the southern eastern flank of the European space. They have in common something. It's not by chance that they are sitting here together. And what they have in common is that they are belonging to an area which always was interacting with the West and with the East, trying to keep good relations with both sides, sometimes with success during the history, sometimes with less success. But at the same time, the three countries have important difference. Of course, Turkey, or Turkey, is belonging to NATO since 1952. Bulgaria joined NATO in 2004, and Serbia we will ask the colleague about, but certainly has a unique experience about NATO. At the same time, with the European Union, they have some differences. Turkey has quite troubled relations with the European Union, although it has relations with the economic, common economic space since the beginning, 1963. But then, you know, these negotiations to become a member, to integrate into the European space going on since 2005, and they are, to say the least, very slow. Bulgaria was a very successful country in this sense, because it became members in 2007. So NATO, 2004, European Union, 2007. Serbia, we are waiting for it. The future of Serbia will be in Europe, but we will ask the colleague about. The thing that I want to underline before starting is about Turkey. Turkey has long-standing relations with Russia, at the same time long-standing relations with NATO, as we say, but also, at the same time, it was able to find a kind of modus vivendi with Russia in several fields, several spaces. I just named Syria because I was serving in Syria, where you can find the Russians, you can find Turkey. but you can say Libya, where Turkey had a very important role recently, but also in Caucasus, for instance. Caucasus, you can find Turkey and Russia having an influence and having found a modus vivendi in some way, which is at the same time some kind of competition, but also sometimes of modus vivendi. And many other, let's say, locations, which is always something that I found very interesting. Turkey is being able to deal with Russia, but also with the West. We will ask the colleague and the colleagues in general if they think that they can go on in balancing relations East-West. And what do they think and what do they feel about this war between Russia and Ukraine? Of course, I checked what was their vote on UN resolutions 2022 and 2023 about Ukraine. Well, the vote was yes. So, territorial integrity, withdrawal of Russian troops, and sovereignty of the country, including Serbia, which is quite interesting. Serbia is not applying sanctions for other reasons that maybe the colleague will explain, but the country voted yes. So, now, I will try to be short because I know that there is a problem with the people coming in at a certain stage and they cannot wait. May I take? My first question is, of course, quite banale. What do they think about this, considering what I have said, their own background and the feeling of their people? Because another thing that I will ask, especially to Bulgaria, the Bulgarian colleague, is what about the public opinion? Our public opinion in the West is also quite confused. But let's say we can say that the majority, large majority, is in favor of helping Ukraine to get rid of this terrible situation and to solve its problem with Russia. But this has to be asked to them because of their background. So I will try to, the Serbian colleague will excuse me. You will be the last to be interrogated. Because Serbia has a special situation, unique experience. And we want to know more about this country. And its past, tradition, culture link, religious link, but also, you know, the Western projection and so on and so forth. But I will start with the Turkish colleague, which is an eminent expert, outstanding expert, not only in Turkey, but very well known in Europe and in the Western society. So, what do you think about this war? What is it, the idea that you, what is your idea about what is going on? Later on I will ask what about the future of the relations between Russia and NATO. But nowadays, in this moment, the first question is, what is your idea? What is the idea that your country say? Okay, thank you.
Well, Madam Moderator, thank you very much for the introductory remarks and for the compliments that I have been accorded with. It is a great pleasure to be back in Rome and to speak to such a distinguished audience today. And I would like to congratulate Italian Society for International Organization for their 80th anniversary, while NATO is celebrating its 75th anniversary. Regarding your question, of course, we all need to recognize the fact that what Russia has done in February 2022 is a clear violation of international rules and fundamental principles that should govern European security. Principles that have been enshrined in the documents of the OSCE, founding documents of the OSCE, but also NATO-Russia Founding Act. Therefore, I don't think that any allied country, including my own country, has any different view. During the public statements that the Turkish leaders had made in the past, recent past, they were categorically objecting to the continuing international rules being violated by Russia. The illegal and illegitimate annexation of Crimea in 2014 was a watershed for international relations. And in 2022 and onwards, by claiming new territories added supposedly to the Russian Federation, were never recognized by Turkey. And even President Erdogan, in his public statements, made it clear that any peace deal, once such a stage is achieved, would require Russia to return all territories that it occupies, including Crimea, back to Ukraine. Therefore, there should be an understanding regarding the Turkish position, which sometimes in Western capitals cannot be analyzed fully. They usually repeat the same talking points. I don't know where it is prepared, whether there is a shift of axis and whether Turkey is deviating from its commitments to NATO, whether there is a strategic rapprochement between Turkey and Russia. Well, first of all, we have to remind ourselves that Turkey perhaps is one allied country who in its imperial past had fought against Russia so many times. And geography dictates us to know Russia better than anybody else, because they no longer Turkey's northern neighbor, but they are also neighbor to Turkey from the south, because from 2014 onwards, with the militarization of the Crimean Peninsula, what we have seen is that Russia was able to project power to the south. Everybody was focused at that time within the alliance, and it was quite normal, on threats and challenges emanating from the east. But we need to have a 360-degree approach, and we have to be watchful what's happening in every direction, including the south. Therefore, relevant to the topic of discussion of this panel, I have to say that Russia exploited protracted conflicts in the broader Black Sea region to its advantage. Second, by militarizing Crimea and creating anti-access area denial capacity, it created a very strong military umbrella for the Russian armed forces in the region. But they were not basically interested that much about Black Sea per se, but rather projecting power to the south, Syria and Libya you mentioned. And sometimes Turkey's engagement with Russia is misperceived and misconstrued, as if, again, it's a strategic rapprochement, which is not the case. If you look at those geographies that you enumerated, Caucasus, Syria, Libya, on all these questions, Turkey and Russia are on the opposing side of the equation. But it necessitates Turkey to engage with Russia for the simple reason to deconflict some of the activities in those geographies that we are face to face. Our militaries are there. Therefore, we need to be more with the agility of sharpening our appreciation as to what's happening without necessarily going with certain logos, cliches, putting questions as to the commitments of Turkey insofar as NATO is concerned, because as you rightly said, Turkey has means and capacity to reach out to Russia. It also brings some advantage for our alliance and Western world in communicating messages in the most direct and clear manner, which helped us in the past to be able to reach a grain deal, for instance, a deal for exchange of prisoners. And these are important elements, not to exaggerate to the level as if we were succeeded in a peace deal. It will take some time, but in any case, I think some distinctions should be made as to what Turkey's relations are with Ukraine. It is a strategic partnership relationship, and all war efforts of Ukraine from the very beginning depended on certain defense industry material and UAVs, for instance, provided by Turkey to be used in their war efforts. Turkey's UAV, Bayraktar, symbolized this strategic support. And I can just tell you that many newborn babies were given the name Bayraktar in Ukraine as a solid expression of appreciation of this Turkish support. So this is, for the moment, what I can say as to Turkey's position.
But I want to repeat, because I missed before, this grain, wheat export of Ukrainian exports through the Black Sea. It was a great success. And it was Turkey, the cooperation of Turkey with Russia, which was able to deblock the problem. Now, my colleague Jordan Bozilov is coming from a country which is quite special as well. I will ask later on, because I'm very interested in knowing about your public opinion. because my impression is that this West-East is at the same time present within the Bulgarian society, traditionally, culturally, whatever. But as I said before, Bulgaria made a very clear-cut choice. At the same time, it cultivated the relations with Russia, was able to cultivate these relations with some difficulties that maybe that the colleague will explain. The same question to you. What do you think about, how do you feel about this war? And also about the future in front of us, in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the answers to your question would be that due to this war, Balkans and the Black Sea are again seriously again on the agenda of NATO and European Union because of geostrategic developments. You rightly mentioned that Balkans and Black Sea are important regions, but not only because the proximity of these regions to Europe, but because of countries from these regions are connected historically, geographically, economically, politically, culturally with Europe. And most of them want to be in Europe. And actually, they will be part of the alliance and the European Union. But again, we have been negotiating for years with Western Balkan countries for their membership, but the process of negotiation went ups and down. And the Black Sea, for its part, was under the radars of NATO, European Union, and many countries. Why? Because of disagreements, because of different threat perceptions, even because NATO member countries in the Black Sea could not come to a common position on what should be the role of NATO, etc., and how to tackle the Russia. And you know, it was at the backdrop of the Russian activities in the Black Sea. We have been observing for years that Russia is militarizing Black Sea, Russia is creating A2AD system, and we were very passive. And when the war erupted, we found ourselves with lack of capability. So I would say that NATO currently has capability deficit in the Black Sea. But let me give you also my perspective of the security in both regions and what is the implication of this war. We have to know that actually the security in both regions was pretty complicated, even before the war. As Tatiana Odem mentioned, unresolved conflicts, but we also have disputes between different countries. Despite of the progress of democratization, there is still a deficit of democracy in many countries, weak economies, etc., etc., etc. And on all this complex situation, we have an aggressive war of Russia against Ukraine. And by the way, we don't know how this war ends, when it will end, but one of the potential risks is that this conflict, this war can spill over to other regions. And again, this war is the major challenge, the major risk, not only for regional, but also for global security. War itself created additional security problems. And I'll mention just some of them in order to give you a perspective. First, we have a lot of free-floating sea mines. About 80 sea mines were already destroyed. Several ships were hit by sea mines. Environmental risks. a lot of ships sunk in the Black Sea, a lot of military equipment destroyed, civilian infrastructure destroyed as a result of Russian bombardment. We have millions of refugees. We have inability of Ukraine to freely transport their goods, mainly food, to other regions around the globe. We have blockage of economic zones of littoral countries, including economic zones of NATO countries. I will give you an example. Last year, for 7 months, Russia blocked the Bulgarian exclusive economic zone. And we actually did nothing in order not to over-escalate. Russia is, of course, using all sorts of malicious influence against other countries, not only disinformation, propaganda, cyber attacks, but Russia has quite huge toolbox of mechanisms to affect our societies. So it is a very complicated situation. What is important to know? First, every scenario is possible. Second, Russia can leverage all these security risks I mentioned in her own interests. And the last point I will mention here, and I'll stop here, Putin's power isn't challenged. There is no control mechanisms inside the country. Actually, Putin can control the whole society. The security apparatus is working in his favor. And actually, there is also lack of external control. So we can, of course, expect any developments from Russian side, again, using all these vulnerabilities in both regions.
Thank you. Thank you. I noticed that you are emphasizing underlying difficulties and maybe lack of sufficient and rapid reactions from the West. Recently, NATO took the decision, which was quite important, this multinational battle group. One of these multinational battle group is located exactly in Bulgaria. Do you think that this, among others, it will be led by an Italian, I think, a commander, which is very good to reinforce bilateral relations between our countries. But do you think that this will be, in a sense, I wouldn't say sufficient, but it is part of a strategy which should be carried on also, you know, in the future, in the coming months and weeks and months. This is important because, appunto, you are a country which has been selected as having one of these multilateral group, exactly because for the reasons that you were explaining to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, there are battle groups in all countries on the eastern flank in order to make deterrence and defense much stronger, because all these countries on the eastern flank, they still lack sufficient defense capabilities. Actually, we are working on the modernization of our armed forces, but it's a very lengthy and expensive process. That's why NATO resolvedness to defend every inch of any NATO country is already there because of deployment of battalion battle groups. By the way, due to the war, now Italy and France are kind of Black Sea countries, because Italian contingent is in Bulgaria, the French contingent is in Romania. But what is important to know? Yes, we can improve our defense capabilities, but onshore. we still lack yes, on the sea. We still lack capabilities on the sea. We didn't take enough measures before the war erupted. Now we have very peculiar situation, and Mr. Tajani Odem already touched upon Montreux Convention, NATO and NATO countries, which are not littoral countries in the Black Sea, they cannot move naval forces. This is a deficit because we cannot project power, we cannot defend our economic zones. Their deficit is counter-mining measures, although yes, it is important. Of course, I'm referring to this because position of Turkey is indeed important. But we try to substitute, and we try to create regional cooperation between Bulgaria and Turkey and Romania in order to kind of create additional capabilities. Recently, counter-mining operation was established between the three countries.
Thank you. Just for a moment back, I will not forget you, the Serbian colleague. But just for a moment, coming back to the Turkish colleague, because the Montreux Convention was mentioned, and I would like you to give us a few words about this Montreux. 1936, yes. So it's there since a long time, but the use nowadays, maybe it's important. The use, the application.
Yes, well, you are right in saying that the convention was signed in 1936, and prior to the second invasion of Ukraine by Russia in February 2022, several colleagues from Western countries were visiting me with a question whether Turkey, in an eventuality of a war, would be invoking provisions of the Montreux Convention or not. And they were trying to convince me that Montreux Convention was part and parcel of the past, so it should be ignored, not so much implemented. First of all, we have to be honest with each other. All international, including the is an inseparable part of international law. If we have a selective approach, then we will be mimicking what Putin is doing, because Putin is quite good in its selective approach, which principles to apply, which international instruments to ignore, and how to behave to challenge the rules-based international order. I think we shouldn't fall into this trap. Turkey has been meticulously implementing the Montreux Convention since its inception. It considers itself to be the custodian of this convention, and those who were critical about the Montreux Convention, I hear them to be more supportive right now that Turkey has invoked Article 19 of the Montreux Convention. You may recall that when Russia initiated its operation, it called it special operations, not qualified to be a war. But in 5 days' time, Turkey was able to qualify it as a war and invoke the necessary provisions of the Montreux Convention. Montreux Convention is not an impediment for boosting deterrence and defense of NATO. On the contrary, Montreux Convention, when applied properly, as Turkey has been doing so far, is a safety and security multiplier. I fully subscribe to what Jordan Bozilov has said. There are a lack of capabilities, it is true. And with a view to strengthening the capacities of the 3 NATO littoral states, these 3 countries could also cooperate in many fields. He referred to mine countermeasure concept and the task group that was created in order to deal with the drifting mines. But we could also expand this to capability development, joint ventures on relevant capabilities for coastal defense. And the ongoing war have proven certain realities to be on the ground. These lessons learned could well be taken note by NATO, but also by the 3 littoral NATO member states to join forces in creating capabilities. One last point in response to your question. Sometimes people have the tendency to interpret things from one angle. For instance, saying, well, NATO allies cannot take their capabilities, maritime capabilities to the Black Sea because of Montreux Convention. But it is true that during the ongoing war, Russia made numerous representations with Turkey in order to pass its warships back to the Black Sea. Because before the war, many of Russia's assets were going from the Black Sea to Syria. That's why the term Syria Express was used to define what was going on militarily. But now it is true that NATO cannot perhaps have a presence as we would like to see, but at the same time, Russia is also deprived from having a credible capability in the Black Sea insofar as maritime domain is concerned. One last point regarding Black Sea security. We used to focus only on Black Sea, the sea domain, in the past. What we need to do is to have a holistic approach, seeing different regions connected to each other in its geographical entirety. What I mean is, since you mentioned Caucasus, Black Sea, Balkans, and Mediterranean, we cannot just compartmentalize security of each region and come up with security solutions. And the same holistic approach should be applied to different domains. We should not necessarily focus only on maritime domain, but land, air, and cyber domains. Since Jordan Bozilov rightly mentioned the toolbox that Russia is using, and it is with hybrid tactics, we need to be able to strengthen the societal resilience of our nations with a view to dealing with such hybrid threats that includes disinformation campaigns, certain challenges to our critical infrastructure, and it can be undersea cables and infrastructure when we think about connectivity of all these regions, not only Black Sea, but all other regions and the European continent.
Very, very last detail. And you see the NATO having a role in connecting this part, which are now segmented, let's say, of the security in the area. Do you see a NATO role in the scenario that you are, figuring out? Thank you.
Absolutely. What I want to emphasize is that in the past, Turkey was the staunch supporter and vocal advocate of regional ownership when it comes to Black Sea security. Now, Russia being the violator of rules, and with the ongoing war, Russia cannot be part of any security arrangement and any arrangement pertaining to the Black Sea region. We cannot, of course, write off Russia from the start. We should always be looking possibilities in the future, how to make sure that Russia changes its behavior, and it is a pattern of aggressive behavior that it should change. Then, of course, the examples of the past for regional ownership could be applied again. But right now, it is not possible. That's why regional ownership can have a new meaning with trilateral cooperation of the literal states of NATO. This does not exclude other NATO allies to make their contributions in the future. Right now, for instance, maritime mine countermeasure concept and task force only includes 3 riparian NATO states. But in the future, NATO will certainly make its contribution. And let us not forget that right now, with the boosted the deterrence and defense measures, also relating to the Black Sea region, the broader Black Sea region, are in place, and we will be seeing more NATO in the future in this region.
So, an increased role of NATO in this scenario. May I ask your comment, brief comment on what has been said by the Turkish colleague? Thank you.
Yeah, very briefly. I'll start by saying that last November, 3 think tanks from Bulgaria, Romania, and Turkey analyzed the situation and the role of NATO in the Black Sea. It's Sofia Security Forum, EDAM, chaired by Tachamin Eudem, and Romanian the new strategy center. So we analyzed in details what is going on, what are the risks and challenges in the Black Sea, what are possibilities for strengthening security in the Black Sea. One of our conclusions is that NATO should look in a comprehensive way to the situation, and of course to develop a comprehensive approach to rightly tackle all this bunch of security challenges. What is important to know? Russia is waging war against Ukraine, an open, aggressive war. But Russia is waging a war against NATO and democratic countries. For the time being, it's a hybrid warfare. And again, Russia has quite a big toolbox of assets. Russia is calling this actually a war of new generation. Our concern is that Black Sea is now one of the most vulnerable regions, and NATO countries are also vulnerable to Russian activities. We should not exclude Russian activities which will directly challenge NATO countries or NATO assets. It can be like false flag operations, as I mentioned, floating mines. We know that several floating mines where we cut chains in order to push them towards the shores of NATO countries. There might be other actions of Russia which could be short of war, but challenging NATO's unity and NATO's resolveness to respond. So we have to analyze all these potential risks and take adequate measures. Otherwise, if we underestimate Russia's activities to further escalate, we might find ourselves in a pretty dire situation.
Thank you. Very clear. Now I'm going to my Serbian colleague, and I would like you to take your time. And as I said, Serbia is in a unique position because of his recent history. I want to recall that former Yugoslavia was, an area where NATO was present, active, not only as peacekeeping, but also with actual, strikes, first of all in Bosnia and then in Serbia. It lasted years. And at the same time, I want to recall that you have relations with NATO. Serbia has relations with NATO. It has, if I don't mistake, an office in Belgrade dealing with relations with NATO. And of course, it is quite familiar with KFOR, which is in Kosovo, which is a NATO operation, as we know, and also with the European Union. Italy would like to see much more of the European Union in the Balkans in general, in the southern, central part in general, and in particular in Serbia. And we are working, as you know, we are very active in Brussels. But of course, Brussels has its own, timing, and we would like to see additional conditionality added to the ones that are standard conditionality for membership of a country to the European Union. Would you like to comment on these Russian-NATO relations, Russian-Serbian relations, Russian-Western relations in general, and about this war, actually? What is your feeling, your idea?
Yes. When you want to analyze Serbian relation towards war in Ukraine, actual war in Ukraine, you can very easily come to wrong conclusion. Why it is it? On one hand, you can see that Serbia not harmonize their foreign and security policy with the European Union and not establish sanctions towards Russia. Why is that? Only because populism, I mean political populism. Our politicians don't have ambitions to be leader, but to research public opinion and follow public pool. And they know that from the voters they don't have a support if they establish sanction. On the other hand, I will give you some fact what you maybe didn't read in newspaper. First of all, Serbia support Ukraine and donate almost on regular basis financial meaning. 2 days ago, 32 million euro. After that, humanitarian aid as well. Serbia participate in Zelensky initiative Formula for Peace. Also, Serbia vote for all resolution, UN resolution against Russian interest, which supports Ukrainian territorial integrity and sovereignty. Always we will support Ukraine in this matter in future. Don't forget that Serbia also vote for exclusion of Russian Federation. First of all, from UN Council for Human Rights, and after that from Danube Commission as well. So, we signed also declaration from Tirana last time. And our president regularly meet with President Zelensky in Kishinev, Tirana, Athena. Why is that? Because both interest. They have both interests. Despite our decision that we will not export our ammunition and arms towards Russia and Ukraine, somehow, on some magic way, almost all our production of ammunition final gets in Ukrainian hands. How? Over the third side, of course, and in close cooperation with the United States. It's public secret, but everybody knows it. And as a consequences, we have unexplained, for time being, some explosion in our defense industry in Serbia. 3 explosions. Sloboda Čačak, 2 times, and one in trial Kruševac. So, after these facts, you can see that, and after conclusion of President Zelensky and Mr. Vučić, you can see that our cooperation, mil-mil cooperation with Ukraine and Serbia is enhanced every day and will be in future as well. We have both interests because we are one of the rare countries which produced Soviet weapons caliber, which is very important for Ukrainian as well. Apart from Western caliber, we produce also Soviet caliber. So, for example, 152 millimeters and 122 millimeters. But apart from this, our relation towards war, this region of Western Balkan could be everything but boring. Never boring. Who live there can witness about this. Yes. Our geopolitical situation in our region characterizes the military neutrality of Serbia. Why we get it and why we insist on military neutrality. In fact, military neutrality is not sustainable, especially not in military context. But if we want to analyze this neutrality, we have to analyze, first of all, historical heritage. After that, internal consensus. And finally, will of the international factor to recognize the status of neutrality. Serbia, first of all, Serbia never been a neutral country. In First World War, Second World War, after that, during exactly 1950, we have negotiation. Belgrade had a negotiation with for association in NATO. After that, we formed a Second Balkan Pact with 1953 with Greece and Turkey. So, apart from membership in non-allied movement from 1961 to 1992, and specific in that time foreign policy that established balance between West and the East, which was more characterized as neutralism than as military neutrality. Therefore, Serbia doesn't have historical origin of neutrality. But why is military neutrality established? Serbia military neutrality backs to 2007, when the National Assembly adopt a resolution about neutrality and declare it. This is represent populist response to the impending declaration of Kosovo independence in that time, because we adopt this resolution. But anyway, our president few times said and insisted that we have a military neutrality, but we are not foreign policy neutral country until we are on the European path. So until 2019, only this resolution from National Assembly defined our neutrality. 2009, we adopt two strategies, strategy of national security and strategy of defense, and put our orientation about military neutrality inside, but based on concept of total defense. We don't work on concept of total defense in the doctrine sense, in the legislative sense, and in practical sense as well. So we can define, if we want to define military neutrality in Serbia, we said that we don't have exactly internal consensus that take place exclusively in the atmosphere of democratic and fruitful decision. In the context of international recognition of neutral status, it does not exist either de jure, through the international agreement, or de facto, through the practice in international relation. In fact, Serbia did not even ask for it. So, as a conclusion, we can say that Serbia military neutrality is not sustainable, especially in this sovereign world with very sophisticated, rapid technological progress, which produce such as sophisticated challenges and threat where Serbia cannot answer it on proper way. So only one solution is Serbia, to be in collective security system, but not CSTO. CSTO dies in Nagorno-Karabakh war, when CSTO doesn't want to support Armenia in that time. They are member country. So, I ask the question whether formal neutrality or real neutralism is true choice of citizens of Serbia based on national value and our interests, or whether Serbia is just a victim of Russian continuous and very aggressive hybrid war. Yes, which suits in the moment. Of course, that probably opens a series of questions, but considering the methods of work, such as distribution of disinformation, propaganda, paramilitary formation that train children under a Russian flag, the threats of sanctions, cyber and intelligence attacks, the organization of procession and protest, and so on. Personally, I am convinced that the citizens of Serbia are under malignant hybrid effects, which as consequence also have a current status of neutral country. I will end with the famous immortal words of Winston Churchill. Yes, there is only one thing worse than fighting with the lies, and that is fighting without them. I would like to see on my next participation in full coming here as a country who is membership of NATO. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It was a very clear-cut, a very interesting intervention, because people doesn't know about Serbia. There are a lot of prejudices going around. Not perceptions, they mix up everything and so on. So it was very important what you said. I take it, the sentence that you repeated several times, military neutrality is not sustainable. But at the same time, we should recognize this, traditional relations. We don't need to say betray traditions, but of course military neutrality is not sustainable. Last question. Do I have time for a last question to the speakers? See. How do you see the future of relations between Serbia and Russia and NATO and Russia? How do you figure out the end of this crisis with Ukraine? And this will be the same question that I will address to the other speakers. Please, you start.
Well, I will answer on this question with famous words from famous poem from my country. Our famous poet wrote poem to Russian diplomacy long time ago. It was after Berlin Congress. And in these words he said, "Thank you, oh thank you, Serbian non-mother. God bless those who hope in you." So I think that Serbia and Russian relationship will be based exclusively on mutual interest, but not emotion. And nowadays they bring emotion, they share idea of Russian word, they establish a franchise of Russian word called Serbian word in Serbia. Idea is to be all Serbian in one country. It's like theory of blood and soil. And I hope that, as our president said, that our interest is European Union and our interest is NATO, to participate to NATO, to give them our capacity in military and to share trustful in a region. I can say that relationship between NATO and Russia, I could see also between these two, between this organization and Russia population, I think that it could be improved, like 1990s, but not with this president, not with Putin, definitely, not with this circle around Putin, not with this ideology from Kremlin which appears nowadays. So I hope that these two, how I can say, civilization can improve a relation. And if you ask me, if Putin goes, which is nowadays very tough to believe, I could also see Russian inside NATO. Don't forget, 1994, Russian was start to be partnership in peace. 1994, and Serbia 2006, 12 years after that. During 1990s, Russia fulfilled all their obligation and recommendation in NATO, including their role in Western Balkan region, in war in Western Balkan region. They support all countries, but not in that time Serbia. But nowadays, they share about brotherhood and our brother relationship. And if you if I don't have enough time, but if I can start to speak with war crimes, with everything which is directly or indirectly caused by Russian support, it will be until morning. So very shortly, I hope that Serbia will be as soon as possible part of EU and part of NATO.
Happy to hear that. Thank you very much. Same question briefly to Ambassador Ildem and then the Bulgarian colleague.
Well, as to NATO-Russia relations, I personally witnessed the signing of the protocol between NATO and Russia to establish NATO-Russia Council in Practica di Mare, close to Rome. And at that time, I witnessed the joint press conference by Putin, then Secretary General Robertson, and late Silvio Berlusconi. And when Putin was put a question regarding the enlargement of NATO, and the journalist said, we know you don't like enlargement of NATO, but let us assume if one day Ukraine wishes to join NATO, what would you say? I don't know whether it is still in the Kremlin's web page, whether it was taken out, but last time I checked, it was there. Putin's response was very interesting. He said, of course, we are not happy with the enlargement of NATO, but if Ukraine decides to join NATO, it will be the decision of a sovereign state. So at that time, in 2002, Putin was not making a distinction between those countries which can exercise fully sovereignty and those who can exercise with the permission of others. And with the interpretation of history first coming to the fore in 2005, the famous or infamous statement at Munich Security Conference in 2007, and what we have heard in 2022 at the National Security Council meeting show us that things have changed dramatically. Therefore, there is a good practice of the past with NATO-Russia Founding Act as the legal basis of this engagement, and NATO-Russia Council meetings, which I personally attended so many times. But since 2019, this format could not be used, and we are now in a much different state. Regarding Serbia's aspirations to join the European Union, it is something of a valid nature. And sometimes we hear from the leaders that they are not that much interested in joining NATO, and the neutrality that you explained was something in the center of that discussion. Of course, what I can say is that NATO's policy is to respect the sovereign decisions of each and every country, whether to join a military alliance or not. It is, in fact, among the fundamental principles enshrined in the OSCE's founding documents. So it will be up to Serbia how to decide on that. Of course, if they decide to join NATO, it will be good for NATO for sure. Turkey has a vested interest in seeing the Balkans or Southeast Europe to be strong, stable, and in peace. Thank you.
Please, the Bulgarian colleague.
Yeah,
You know, in this very complex and complicated situation, I think both predictability and unpredictability are there. Predictability mainly because we already know more about the regime in Russia. We know Putin's agenda. We know that Putin is ready to pursue this agenda with any means. So the most important is not to miscalculate Russia in the future. Unpredictability, it's about actually many things. The elections and results in the election in the United States, in European countries, internal developments in different countries, regional crisis, etc., etc., etc. But my recipe would be, in this situation, first, support Ukraine. Second, put a pressure on Russia and fight Russian hybrid attacks, strengthen EU and NATO unity, and work closer with partners. Frankly speaking, as you said, I used to be a Deputy Minister of Defense. Yeah. It's much easier now in my capacity of a think tanker to explain this rather being in the policy, but we should enlighten our society and put pressure on politicians.
Very pleased to hear you. Thank you very much. I think that we know much more about the Western Balkans, Black Sea, and NATO after this conversation, which was quite live. I don't know if there are questions. I think not. I don't want to discourage, but not. There is. There is a question. Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm Selin, Youth Atlantic Treaty Association.
Turka.
Actually, my question will be about changing a bit of the scope. But I was wondering the recent discovery of Turkey with a huge amount of natural gas in the Black Sea. How do you think it will affect the strategic cooperation between the Black Sea states, especially NATO countries, Bulgaria and Romania? And what do you foresee about the future of Black Sea and Turkey's leadership role in the Black Sea region? Thank you.
Black Sea leadership in the Black Sea. Good question. Some other that are... No? No, there is another one. Take this nice girl.
Good evening, Federica, COE student. I would like to ask if you could spend some words about the state of the EU-led Belgrade-Pristina dialogue. Thank you. If you could just spend a couple of words about the state of affairs of the EU-led initiative about the Belgrade-Pristina dialogue. Thank you.
Regarding normalization of relationship between Belgrade and Pristina, many politicians rock us in the cradle of illusions, and those prevent us from facing reality as well as consequences. Phantasmagoria, and it's impossible to get Kosovo in state's framework of Serbia. And on another hand, some, to be honest, opposition in Serbia avoid also even to talk about Kosovo problems, even to talk. But when they talk about this, their proposal is to be frozen conflict. But frozen conflict, you know what is it? You saw frozen conflict in Nagorno-Karabakh. Frozen conflict is very popular populist phrase. which used by politicians to get a rating, but in a military context is preparation for war. No doubt about this. So, we have to have a clear foreign policy identity or orientation towards West, but international community, to be honest, and West especially, wants to create with Kosovo unique case. But when appear war in Russia, and when Putin start to explain why it's war, he use explanation of Kosovo cases. So Kosovo start not to be unique cases, but some kind of precedent. So nowadays, Kosovo cases is overcome particular Balkan or regional interests, especially interests of Pristina and Belgrade. It's now interest of international community to close these cases, this problem. Because on both sides, satisfaction or unsatisfaction, both sides must be on the same level, satisfied or unsatisfied. But I will emphasize one thing. Despite from political agreement of normalization, I think personally that must be sub-agreement on security between Kosovo and Serbia, between Pristina and Belgrade. Because Pristina announced and adopted a resolution in National Assembly in Pristina 2018 that in 2028 will form an armed force from Kosovo. So we have to, international community, have to create these armed forces. On which way? Which capability? Will these armed forces will be multinational or one nation armed forces? Which capacity? Will be under the verification control of OSCE or not? This is very important if we want to have stability in Western Balkan region, in my opinion. Thanks.
Thank you. Quite interesting ideas about Kosovo and Serbia, but if I don't understand, I think that you are a consultant to the European Union also on this. You are cooperating with the European Union in giving some ideas. Okay, good luck. Ambassador Idlum, there is a question for you and for the Bulgarian, which is relating to the Black Sea, which was detected as one important problem, maybe for the first time during a panel. Okay, thank you.
Well, first of all, I would like to thank Ms. Yilmaz, who is the president of IATA International, to pose this question. My apologies, but I couldn't hear the first part of your, were you referring to the exploration work? Okay. It is true that there are three perimeters of Bulgaria, Romania, and Turkey. Turkey already started exploring the exclusive economic zone. And I know that other riparian NATO states have plans to explore the perimeters. And Mr. Bozhilov rightly mentioned the dangerous acts imposed by Russia as to the use of the Bulgarian perimeter. Nevertheless, to keep this interested audience with their interest to wait for a while, our three organizations are right now in the process of producing yet another report to be submitted at NATO, hopefully in the beginning of this fall, regarding the energy security aspects of Black Sea security. It requires this trilateral cooperation that we were alluding to earlier in our statements, also to cover this very important and sensitive area of energy security, because dependence on certain source, and this is Russia, is not good for our country's security. As to leadership role, I don't think that we should seek for a leader. Yes, perhaps Turkey has relatively more capabilities in the Black Sea, but we believe in trilateral cooperation to have a joint leadership to reap the benefits of this cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you. I would ask the Bulgarian colleague, because it wasn't mentioned, but it is an important topic, energy. Turkish stream, you had an agreement, whatever, after the Russian aggression of Ukraine. There was a problem with gas passing through, transit through Ukraine. And I think that Bulgaria has some innovative policy. Thank you. If you can.
You are actually opening a topic for,
yes.
for a new conference. It's yeah, energy is important. Russia, of course, tried and still tries to use energy as a leverage. Actually, Russia stopped supply to Bulgaria at the very beginning, putting pressure on the government. Hopefully, we manage to solve the problem thanks to our allies and partners, Turkey, United States, etc. But because we are pretty close to the end, I just want to mention regional cooperation is a must. I'm happy that Bulgaria, Romania, and Turkey are working very closely together. Maybe we can find more, and we shall find more opportunities for broadening this cooperation, but this cooperation should not be assessed as a substitute of NATO and EU, and we really hope that NATO and European Union will develop their own comprehensive approaches, if not strategies, toward the region, because again, we have very complex and complicated security situation.
Okay. Thank you. I think that we should close down, although there will be again and again we could go on because topics are not being explored completely, but we're obliged to close, and I want to thank very much our colleagues here in the panel and yourself for your passion and interest. Thank you very much. Bye.
Ma io direi, io adesso farò un'introduzione.
C'è il microfono?
Sì, sì, sì. Adesso io farò un'introduzione. Ma io farò, non lo so se c'è interpretariato, io parlerò in inglese, però può darsi che ci sia. Lei come preferisce? Non so se c'è traduzione.
Sì, perché non
Quindi parla in inglese? Come vuole?
Come vuole? Non lo so.
Sì. Io farò in inglese perché mi sono preparato qualche appunto in inglese, però...
rappresentanti del governo cerchiamo sempre di parlare in italiano, però soprattutto in Italia.
Ambassador Ronnie Leshno here, are you there?
No.
I think you are connected.
I am, yes, I am. I don't see the picture.
Very well. Now I hope that we can be seen also, waiting for the room to be filled.
Okay.
We have here in present the other two colleagues. Can you see us now? I don't know.
I see the NATO poster, I don't see the conference room.
Lui non ci vede?
No.
Okay, perfect. We'll wait just a few minutes in order that
No problem.
most people will be there.
Ambassador Mirakian still in the room?
Sorry?
Ambassador Laura Mirakian is still there?
Laura, Ambassador Laura Mirachiani, you mean? She was here, she was chairing the previous panel. She's around now. I presume that you know her from Geneva, perhaps?
This is correct.
Yes. Because I've seen in your bio that you were in Geneva.
I just wanted to send her my best regards.
Yes, perhaps she's around. Yes, I don't see her now at the moment, but she was here in the last panel before the coffee break. Yeah.
Aspettiamo questi segni.
Come?
Aspettiamo questi segni.
Sì, 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 sì. Io faccio così tanto per mettergli un pochino
Di pressione.
di sale sulla coda.
Fa bene.
Can I kindly invite all guests to take a seat? Cortesemente posso invitare tutti i partecipanti a prendere posto. Sta per cominciare il prossimo panel. Can you kindly take a seat? Thank you. The panel is about to start. I also kindly invite the perm reps. If they find the headsets on their seats, and at the end of the sessions, if you can kindly leave them on the seats where you have them. Don't bring them with you, please. I might also allow me to remind you also to mute your cell phones. Thank you very much.
Very well, I think that we can start. Good afternoon to everybody. We are going now to talk about security in the neighborhood. We are going to have two sessions on this topic. The first one, which is starting now, is about security in the Mediterranean and the engagement of NATO. And next on security in the Gulf area. The Mediterranean region has always been an area of crucial interest for NATO. One of the topics which have been at the root of the establishment of the organization has been the Soviet pressure on Greece and Turkey in 1947, followed by the announcement of the Truman Doctrine. All along the Cold War, the Soviet naval presence in the Mediterranean, taking advantage in certain moments of relations with countries like Egypt, Syria, and Algeria, has been a concern for the alliance. After the end of the Cold War, the main security concern has been the jihadist terrorism spread in North Africa and the Sahel, allowed by the instability in the region and the failure of states, especially in the second decade of this century, of the present century. A situation further worsened by climate change. Such situation, prone to conflicts, transnational criminal activities, and displacements of peoples, has allowed a newly assertive Russia, with expansionist aims, led by Vladimir Putin, to be again in the region, with the focus in Libya, in Syria, and in several Sahelian countries, fighting jihadism and extending thus its military and economic presence. China has developed an increasing economic presence in an area extremely relevant for its trade with Europe, which remains a cornerstone of its growth and prosperity, being therefore China for us at the same time a strategic rival and a partner, at least in this phase of history. Differently than Russia, from which it does not want, however, to decouple in the framework of its rivalry with the West, China seems to have an interest to a sustainable stability in the region. The prompt and effective support given by the United States and other allies to Israel in front of the recent Iranian attack, but at the same time the warning that Israel will not be supported in attacking Iran, at least on its territory, show a determination to preserve security and promote peace in the region. NATO has launched, after the end of the Cold War, the Mediterranean dialogue within the spirit of Barcelona process and the Oslo Agreement between Israel and the Palestinian Liberation Organization. NATO has even established on the ground military training missions in Iraq at the request of the Iraqi government. The Mediterranean dialogue, in which Arab countries and Israel have been sitting together at the same table, has been affected by the progressive deterioration of the conflict between Israel and Palestinian organizations, for which responsibilities are many, both within the two parties and at the regional and at the global level. Such dialogue should be revitalized, being aware that to this end, a reactivation of the process towards a just peace in the Middle East, based on the two-state solution and according to the positions and requests expressed by the United States, the European Union, the G7, the Arab League, and the relevant UN Security Council resolution is strongly needed. On the approach of NATO to this southern neighborhood, The foreign ministers' meeting held in Brussels on 4th and 5th of April has discussed the report of the high-level group of experts appointed last October by the Secretary General. The report will be further examined by the NATO summit next July for the adoption of policy decisions. Waiting for its publication before the summit, I am glad to open this panel by giving the floor to General Alessio Nardi, one of the 12 members of the group of experts, hoping that he will give us some hints on the content of the report. Alessio Nardi is a former general of the Guardia di Finanza and presently an advisor for security matters of Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs Antonio Tajani. He has been in the staff of other Italian ministers and deputy ministers, as well as Deputy Chief of Cabinet of the European Commissioner for Enlargement and Neighbourhood, focusing on the Mediterranean region. So, General, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and good. If the interpretation allows, I will switch to Italian to explain a little bit, as requested by our moderator, what are the main hints of our report. Partirei dalle parole.
I would like to.
Di ieri.
I would like to start by mentioning the words of the President of the Italian Republic, who was here yesterday. The President reminded us that there is a lack of attention on the Mediterranean area and that there is no safety of the northern area. There will be no safety if we're not sure that there is also safety in the southern part. I would also like to add that I don't think we can talk about peace, nor can we talk about stability, if we do not really understand that we need to be sure that the same process leads to an actual safety. So with this being said, this is what led to the creation of this group of experts, and I am actually one of the people who was part of the group of experts. I'm actually the only one who is here from this group. So we recently finalized our work, and just yesterday we presented the work to our interested partners. We had a video conference with the ambassadors of the 7 countries of the European dialogue, the 4 countries of the ICI representative countries, and the ambassador from Iraq. During the meeting, we tried to explain which was the actual way in which we tried to write this report. I must say that it didn't seem like there was a lot of enthusiasm on behalf of the people we were presenting the report to. Yes, everyone found the report quite interesting, but they said that their relationship with NATO is not really based on a lot of substance. It is simply a relationship based on words. Now, I cannot say that they are wrong. Just to think about the many promises that have been made. The NATO liaison officer had to be sent to Jordan, or you could also think about the defense capacity building programs in Mauritania, or think about the programs in Egypt, or also the hubs for the South and Naples. These are all theoretical initiatives that have not been really made practical. So from their point of view, this is pretty much a lack of attention. This takes us back to the lack of attention that we were mentioning earlier. However, we tried to explain that if we start with a full round approach, it will be possible for us to get rid of some of the criticisms that have been made. For example, the double standard. It's not easy to talk to partner countries, for example, from Northern Africa, and try to explain to them which difference there is when there are some refugees that arrive from Ukraine and they get to Poland, and to see how they were welcomed in Poland, and then to realize that the same thing does not happen when people run away from Sudan and they try to reach our coasts. It's quite hard for us to help them accept that actually the principle of double standards has completely been eliminated. Now, apart from these initial difficulties, we also tried to explain to them what we did in writing the report, so the steps we took. First of all, we explained that there is a strong link among the threats in the east and the threats in the south. Just think about the food chain, think about grain, think about the many problems related to the lack of energy, a lack of energy that we see in those countries. So I think that this helps us understand the destabilization that has been brought forward by our competitors, especially in some areas, and especially now I'm going to refer to the geographic area we are called to talk about today. But there is more. We see that there is also a strategic competition that is carried out by other competitors, for example, China. China has some very long-term programs and is trying to take over our ports. So at this point, I'm wondering, which are the weapons available to us? When we go to these countries and we try to talk about recognition, recognizing values, recognizing the rule of law, are we sure that these are the actual topics that they're interested in? Maybe someone arriving from China will not talk about rule of law, but will simply offer them a lot of money. So in some way, they finance a series of operations, a series of activities that we cannot really finance. We have trouble financing. So we need to be very good in explaining that if one day they will need to be defended, if they will need to be protected, it is important to be backed up by an organization like the Alliance. While maybe a group of Chinese people who left prison and went to China to conquer Africa would not be there to back them up. The same thing can be said about the United States of America. For example, with the Development Financial Bank, they're trying to finance a series of activities in a part of the world that goes between the Republic of Congo and Angola. They are now carrying out some very interesting operations which are catching the attention of these countries and which make it possible for these countries to get closer to the United States instead of getting closer to other countries. We then moved on to try to examine the way in which NATO has managed to this day the relationship with the countries of the Mediterranean region. We actually focused on three different aspects. So first of all, political dialogue. Then we focused on cooperation. And then we talked about communication. The first thing that we noticed is that there is not a lot of consistency. In some way, we could say that political dialogue is entrusted to a structure belonging to NATO. Communication is managed by another structure, and cooperation is managed by a third structure. So we noticed that there is a breach among the three institutions that in some way should have managed all of this. So everyone was going in their own direction, and of course, this does not make it possible to ensure that there is interoperability, and therefore does not make sure to ensure that the system will actually work and that someone can actually talk to our speakers. Now, let me give you an example. When we first started the working group, I remember that in one of my meetings, one of the first meetings I attended, I went to talk to the ambassador of Kuwait in Brussels. And he told me that he had been informed, or actually that he had become aware of the fact that there was a working group that was set up and that would also talk about them, would talk about their reality. And he only became aware of this because he opened the NATO website and saw that there were some pictures that had been taken with the Secretary General. Now, of course, it's not easy to get started if there is an ambassador who immediately tries to tell you that there have been some problems, especially problems of attention, problems that have not really considered some aspects that had to be considered. Now, after this presentation of NATO, after trying to present how NATO works and how it works in relationship with its partners, we decided to structure the report by presenting the geographic areas. So we first of all identified the geographic areas that we are responsible for. Specifically, we referred to North Africa, Middle East, Sub-Sahara, and Sahel. We also included the international organizations involved. And then we moved on to talking about thematic areas. So we divided the work based on thematic areas. First of all, we mentioned good governance, safety, peace, women, counterterrorism, safety at sea, climate change, public diplomacy, communication strategy, disinformation, and the manipulation of information. We ended the report with about 100 recommendations. And we don't think, or actually we don't even hope to carry on with all the recommendations in the future, but we do hope that everyone will understand what the main message that we're trying to pass on is. So this is something that we're going to keep trying to pass on also by organizing public events with our partner countries. We want to make sure that everyone understands that there is a renewed and continued attention in their regard. We, in fact, realize that there are many initiatives that need to be brought forward, and it is not possible to do so if we keep doing what we did in the past, what we did at the beginning. Now, we know that in Iraq there was a mission that in some way was seen as an imposition on the country. So we need to try to always listen to the requests that are being made, and we need to try to implement the requests, and we need to do so through cooperation. Also, we need to be very good in being able to share with everyone the results of our joint activities. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, General.
I think this is a very constructive approach for Italy. It is very important that this dialogue is finalized, and our focus on the southern shore of the Mediterranean, the countries in North Africa and Sahel, is of the utmost importance. The policy of the Italian government focuses on developing these relationships even further. You mentioned the training mission in Iraq, and I know it very well. I was among the promoters of this initiative, and I must say it was a success, and also because the Iraqi authorities asked to confirm it after the few years we have attended to it.
Professor Mohammed Orfi, professor of the Cairo University, and it will be interesting to know the view of one of the most important countries of the Mediterranean, of the Middle East, and of Africa at the same time. A country which for us is a very important partner for the development of a policy of cooperation in many fields, in the political field, in the security field, and the economic field. Please, Doctor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am very happy to be with you today to address this very distinguished audience. I would like first to start by thanking Ambassador Riccardo Sessa for inviting me. In fact, being in Italy is a blessing for me. I love this country for its civilization, fashion, food, and also the fact that my first love story was with Italian girl long time ago. And also I spent 5 years of my life in London studying my PhD about the relationship between NATO and Middle East. So it's a Mediterranean and Gulf area as well. So let me start by giving you a background about what happened. The first stage, as you can see, slide please. As you can see, a Mediterranean dialogue started
in mid-90s. It was initial idea of Mr. Javier Solana at this time when he was foreign minister of Spain, and then the idea developed somehow in Barcelona process, and then NATO as a security dialogue for the first time. As you are well aware, there were 7 Mediterranean countries: Israel, Egypt, Mauritania, Tunisia, Algeria, Morocco, and Jordan. Jordan is not a Mediterranean country. So the concept here was a political one, not a geographical one. So we started this dialogue in mid-90s. What was the security environment in mid-90s? There was a hope in mid-90s about, we were just came out of Madrid peace process between Israel and Arab countries, and everyone was started to talk about hopes in the region and how Gaza would turn it out to be a new Singapore, and the mix between Israeli technology and Egyptian manpower and capital of Gulf countries to make it like something like paradise in the Middle East. This hope allowed us as Mediterranean countries and NATO to speak about many things. So how can we assess the first phase of NATO, which started in mid-90s? In my PhD, I was quite positive about it, because before this dialogue happened, the image of NATO was not positive at all. It started with not very wise statement mentioned by one of the Secretary General of NATO in early 90s, late 80s, that we now have finished the danger of communism, the red danger, and we are now facing the danger of Islam, the green danger. This statement had like a domino effect, and everyone started to say, look, they are against us, look, and it's revival of Crusade wars, look, and they will never forget the Osmani campaigns in the heart of Europe. So it was a very negative atmosphere. The dialogue itself, when it happened in mid-90s, started to allow everyone to express his fears, his concerns, his hopes. Also, we were talking about different definition. So when we mentioned before this dialogue in mid-90s that security, when we talk about security, it is not the same for me. Security for you is perhaps illegal immigrants, piracy, terrorism, but for me it's external threat, living under the threat of nuclear arsenal, for example. So we were talking about different things with the same vocabulary. So the dialogue itself was good enough to allow everyone to express his fears, hopes, his perspective, which is very important. As you know, something is better than nothing. The dialogue had some realistic, not very ambitious goals. That's why I can describe it as an academician. It was a success. What was that? The aim of this dialogue is just building trust, explaining NATO policies, talking about regional issues, which was okay, better than nothing, and we achieved good result at this time. Second phase, it started with a tragedy of 9/11. Completely new world order, if you can see this, and invasion of Iraq and Afghanistan, and we will have new dynamics, blah, blah, blah. The two sides, NATO and Mediterranean countries, realized they can upgrade the dialogue. Now situation is more serious than before, so we need to upgrade the dialogues. That's why we will have, at this time, to see, started to see enhanced dialogue, tailored program, somehow partnership, it's okay. And what else? We have now what we called in NATO and the Mediterranean context, different speeds. So some countries were eager and able to take further step in cooperation, like Morocco, like Jordan, and some other countries were a bit reluctant but everyone was positive at this time. When we finish this era of second stage of NATO Mediterranean dialogue, we can describe it in an honest way. It was not a breakthrough. It was not a failure. It was okay, moderate success. I described it in my PhD that was praised by many scholars. It was a moderate success. Why is that? Because at this time, some countries were not able to understand how can a military alliance combat terrorism. It's a matter of police and intelligence sharing. So some countries were not able to understand. And other countries, key countries, did not understand why should I cooperate with NATO while I have my own bilateral security links with the United States, for example. Saudi Arabia, for example, did not join ICI. Why is that? Because they don't care. And they consider NATO just a tool that the United States used when it needs. And this image changed to somehow after what happened in Iraq crisis, when the United States did not convince Germany and France to join war against Iraq at this time. I will move to the third stage, which is very important. What is called Arab Spring 2011. As you are well aware, a series of popular revolution started in Tunisia when policewomen hit street vendor and started like protest and demonstration. And then it was contagious everywhere. It started with Egypt after Tunisia, and the domino effect happened. What made us feel not very positive at this stage, and allow me to be frank with you, because the main idea of talking to each other is to be frank, not to use diplomatic word. We had at this time some academic ideas that are completely disconnected from reality. One of American politicians came to Cairo and she gave a lecture saying we compromised democracy for the sake of stability, and we ended up no stability and no democracy. So we started to talk about creative chaos. Creative chaos in a country where we have 80 million. Creative chaos in a region which is very sensitive to world security. It was completely naive idea. And and not only this, there was like a fashion in some European capitals that we can rely or can use what so-called moderate Islamists and allow them to have big say in the hope they can control things, and then they can swallow up more extremist version of Islamist. Again, it's a very naive idea, because for simple reason, democracy and the ideology of those religious groups cannot merge together. So I fear very much some academic ideas, and I hope it will they will not be repeated. But because of these two things, they will find something in mind and the hearts of elites in some countries in this region. It was somehow strategic mistakes, and we paid for it. And the idea, final idea we got, that only countries with strong institution could survive what happened in 2011 and afterward. We have now new concept of security, not only threat from outside, but threat from inside, the collapse of national state. The dialogue itself continued with no contribution in this regard. And the fourth stage, which we are living now, started with what happened in October 7th. I don't want to touch this issue, but I am telling you now we have to realize a new picture in the Middle East. A very dangerous situation, unprecedented dangerous situation I have never seen in my entire life. So we are not talking about limited conflict, but it can be extended to everywhere. It would be catastrophic for everyone. Also, what happened between Russia and Ukraine, it's a new dynamics in the international order. Maybe some scholars describe it as a limited version of Third World War. So it's really dangerous world. It's a really dangerous situation in the Middle East. My conclusion that the dialogue, as it was before, as it was somehow successful before, is no longer able to contribute positively in the region. We need a different approach, and I can rely on contribution of Dr. Nardi if he mentioned something very interesting for us, that we cannot separate NATO and Mediterranean relationship without the outer context, the West and Mediterranean countries. And as he mentioned very professionally, the idea of double standard is there, and it is causing rift. Double standards, I can give you tens of examples. With all due respect, and I say God bless their souls, the West was deeply alarmed by the killing of 7 humanitarian workers, this Central Kitchen organization. God bless their soul, and I feel sympathy for them. But the West did not show enough sympathy with the killing of 14,000 Palestinian kids. And the West did not show enough solidarity with the fact that we have now 17,000 orphans, the kids, they lost their parents. So what should we expect from their kids to, when they grow up, to dance tango and play guitar? No, they will take revenge. So I mean, the first step, as you mentioned rightly, sir, is to reconsider double standard. And it is not about NATO to improve relationship, it's about the political decision of Western capital. And I would recommend, really, to start with a new approach. The first step would be recognition of Palestinian state. Thank you.
Microphone, please.
There's a moderate success. And I think that one of the elements of this success was the fact that Israel and Arab countries were sitting together in the same, around the same table. And this was in the spirit of that time, which was the Barcelona process and the Madrid and Oslo agreements, as we have mentioned, and so on. I think that will be very important to revitalize this spirit, and of course very much will depend on the way in which we will move towards the establishment of a Palestinian state together with Israel, living in reciprocal security and peace. It's an objective that at this moment can be very far, but we see that there is again a strong interest and also political will in the international community to move in this direction. Of course, in all these situations, we have local actors, which are mainly Israel and the Palestinians. We have regional actors, which have, each one of them, their own interests and agenda, but they could converge for the sake of a stability which is beneficial for everybody. And then we have global actors. Of course, in the West, first of all, the United States, European Union, their organizations as NATO and the European Union itself, and there should be this convergence of interests and of actions in order to revitalize such a process. So I would like now to ask to Professor and Ambassador Ronnie Leshnoyar, who is a professor at the Ben Gurion University, and he has been Israeli ambassador to NATO and European Union, and also to the United Nations in Geneva. So, Professor Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you, and good afternoon. I want to thank Ambassador Sessa and Nicola De Santis for inviting me to join this important panel. And I regret that I cannot be with you physically today. At the outset, I have to say that I agree with most of the professional observations of the previous speaker. I take exception to some of his political comments, and I can elaborate later. I will also say at the outset that, like all Israelis, I am still under the trauma of October 7. Every Israeli from now and forever will ask himself, where was I on the morning of October 7? And we have to keep it in mind when we speak about Israel in general and Israel-NATO relations also. Israel started flirting with NATO since the mid-1950s, but we became participants in the Mediterranean dialogue when it was established in 1995, and Israel became a full partner country in 2016. I was the first Israeli ambassador that presented the credentials to the SecGen in Brussels. So we are active members in the Mediterranean dialogue, but I have to say that Israel is a strange animal in this group, and in general, among many of the partner countries, Israel is the only Western liberal democracy which is actively fighting almost on a daily basis, both standing militaries and non-state actors. And from that perspective, we bring to NATO a unique experience that most allies don't have, and I envy them for that. I'm not proud of the challenges that we are facing, but this is something that we have to face, and we are happy to share our experience with NATO allies. One example is that Israel is producing its own weapon systems, from rifles and rockets and missiles and tanks systems and systems. So we have excellent relationship with NATO allies, both bilaterally and via NSPO, in the field of selling armaments to NATO allies. And in addition, we have other kinds of experience that we bring to the NATO tables. I can elaborate later if there is time. There is a discussion, by the way, in Israel about NATO membership for Israel, but the bottom line is that Israel is not interested in becoming a NATO ally, and NATO is not interested in having Israel as an ally. And frankly, there was no strategic discussion in Israel, as far as I can remember for many years now, about Israel-NATO relations. So the vacuum that the politicians are creating is being filled by diplomats like me, and our approach to NATO is that we want to be as close to NATO as possible without becoming or applying for a NATO membership and alliance. And this is the case today. Israel is very close to NATO. We feel at home in NATO. We feel comfortable in the company of other allies, because at the end, NATO is a value-based organization, and Israel is sharing the values of NATO. Now, the Mediterranean dialogue is providing for Israel an opportunity to meet with Arab colleagues in a convenient environment, chaperoned by the SecGen, his deputy, and the permanent representatives of the allied members, which we appreciate. The point is that if I have to dialogue with my Egyptian counterpart or my Jordanian counterpart, I don't do this within the framework of the Mediterranean dialogue. I do it separately. Egypt and Jordan are strategic allies of the state of Israel. We appreciate that. It's important for us. It's a precious type of strategic relationship that we have in the region. As has been shown the night between Saturday and Sunday this week. So when I have to speak to my Egyptian counterpart, I don't do this in NATO headquarters, but his residence or my residence. The problem is that if I want to speak to my Algerian counterpart, he will not talk to me in NATO or outside NATO. So this is an issue that we have to consider when we discuss the future of the Mediterranean dialogue. On the other hand, when we speak about security arrangements in the region, we have now other players that are not part of the Mediterranean dialogue, mainly in the Gulf, of course. And the same way that Jordan is not a Mediterranean country, perhaps we can think about other non-Mediterranean Arab countries that can contribute to a fruitful and constructive security dialogue that will involve Israel. Now, we are doing that with them outside the framework of NATO, but perhaps NATO will consider this as well. The first speaker who spoke about the recommendations, the same exercise took place several years ago when I was ambassador to NATO, and one of the ideas that we had, which was adopted by the previous group, was to expand the scope of the consultations to more Arab countries in the region. I hope that it's among the recommendations of the current working group. So we will continue to work with the Mediterranean dialogue and participate in all the events which involve this group, as long as it does not enter the political landmine, because we don't have to speak about a Palestinian state or Gaza under the umbrella of NATO. We have other frameworks to do that. And the gentleman before me spoke about 14,000 kids killed in Gaza. This is not true. Even Hamas is not saying that. 14,000 children were not killed in Gaza. Maybe Hamas killed them. So let us not enter this landmine and discuss political issues under NATO. With NATO, we have to discuss security, defense, military issues, and so far, Israel is doing it with NATO in a fruitful way that is proven to be useful both to Israel and to NATO. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. I think that how much the members of NATO are keen about the security of Israel has been shown by the cooperation which was given just a few hours ago in front of the attack coming from Iran.
Not only NATO countries, but also...
Sorry?
Not only NATO...
Absolutely, absolutely. I was saying...
countries as well.
Absolutely. I was talking about the cooperation given by NATO together with you and with your capabilities to stop the attack which came from Iran. At the same time, we are keen to have a situation of stability in the region, which is the more important asset for having long-term security for Israel. And we think, as it has been mentioned in this panel before your intervention, it will be important to reactivate dialogue with a revitalized Palestinian Authority and to have a dialogue which has already started with Arab countries in the region in order to support this process. And you mentioned that your Algerian colleague in the dialogue didn't want to talk to you. We have to establish a spirit in which also you can talk with your Algerian colleague and vice versa. And I think that we think that this is the way to proceed, because we are friends of Israel. We want to see an Israel assured in its security, and for that it is important to create a climate with Arab neighbors and with the Palestinians, who are your more close neighbor, in order to go in this direction. We don't have too much time. We can ask to the audience if they have question to put, but there is already an answer that I would like to give General.
Yes, very quickly. If I may, it was just 1 hour ago that our minister spoke over the phone to Minister Katz to express our solidarity and also pray for moderation as the key to reach peace and stability in the Middle East. So it is important to send this message to our friend.
So I don't know if there are questions from the floor. Please.
Good evening, everybody. And my question is a little bit complex, but I'll try to make it very short, especially to General Nardi and to Professor Yav, who spoke from Israel. So we heard from Professor Yav, practically, I'm a journalist, and I'm a member also of the steering committee of the COI, I'm sorry. You told us, Professor, in simple words, actually Israel preferred to have its own foreign policy in the Middle East. We want to deal with the Gulf states, with Jordan, with our allies, and we don't have to do that in coordination with anybody. But then, when there is an attack from Iran, you had a huge help from the United States, from Britain, from France. They are single countries. They were not acting under the NATO umbrella, of course. They were single countries, but they were there to defend Israel. Without them, there could have been really severe consequences. So it's difficult to understand how can you have dialogue when you begin with excluding those organizations who are really, they feel the problem very much of securing security in the Mediterranean. You see the contradiction here. If you want security, well, you have to have a dialogue with somebody, and then you have to ensure security there. You can answer, as, for example, the Israeli government is doing nowadays, with a position of, well, we are doing this because we were attacked by terrorists, and indeed, it was a very strong and vile terrorist attack against the sovereign states. But then, there is no dialogue at all. So why does General Nardi goes around the region and try to have a dialogue with those countries? You know, I mean, in Tunisia, they have their own objection. In Algeria, where half of the city of Algiers has been rebuilt by Chinese, they have their own answer to them. So it's a complex world where diplomacy tries to be at work. You have an answer to this? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take another question, and then I will ask to Ambassador Ronin Leshoyar to answer, and also if there is some comments from Dr. Mohamed Orfi. Is there any other question? Yes, please.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. And I'm General Caruso, retired, and I'm the military advisor for COE. And I had the chance in the past to be Deputy Director for Cooperative Security in NATO. And I can say that I'm pretty an expert in partnership and cooperative security. The problem we faced at that time was almost 8 years ago, but nothing too much changed now. In partnership with the partners is the approach the different countries have with the partnership. Means that there are countries that are fine to have just a political dialogue with NATO, others that are much more committed in meal-to-meal cooperation, others that they want to be part of the operation and take part in operation. So there are different levels, and these affect the practical meal-to-meal cooperation that sometimes they complain with. This is the first point. The second point, and this requires an individual approach to each single country. You can't bring the entire Mediterranean dialogue together and speak with all of them with the same goal and aims. You need to approach them individually, because they have different requirements, they have different targets, and their approach to NATO is different. The second, from the practical point of view, NATO is giving to the partnership to less. I mean, in terms of human resources, there are not human resources dedicated enough to the partnership, and also in financial resources. The entire budget at that time for partnership means more than 40 different countries around the world was 2.5 million. That is nothing compared with the military budgets in NATO. So these are the most important things, because if you want to deliver practical meal-to-meal cooperation, that is a major concern from the countries, because we promise, but we can't deliver training, for instance, is because we don't have enough human resources to dedicate to that.
Thank you.
So I'm finishing.
Yeah.
My recommendation, General Nardi, is to push on those two things when he will approach the NATO organization, and first of all to find out the consensus within the nation, because you know better than me that you can prepare the best plan, but if you don't have consensus, you never see a plan.
Thank you very much, General. I will ask to the ambassador to answer to the first question with the comment from Professor Urfi, and then I will ask to General Nardi to answer to the second question. Please, Ambassador.
Thank you. Yeah, I was 40 years ambassador, but I don't speak for my government now. I don't even support my government. And I also see now a photo of the crowd, and I see that my friend, Ambassador Francesco Tano, is there. So I'm happy to see you, Francesco, in the crowd. And I want to thank Minister Tajani for expressing his support for the state of Israel. We don't take it lightly, such a program and such support. I'm not excluding anything. In fact, every grouping that will invite Israel to join and discuss security issues in the Middle East, especially if it includes the Arab countries, Israel will be happy, I think, to join. The problem is that when you sit with 6 Arab ambassadors, they look at each other and they enter this tunnel of group thinking. So they will not allow themselves to tell me in that group what they are telling me in private, or what, for that matter, what our leaders are discussing in the direct telephone calls between Jerusalem and Amman and Jerusalem in Cairo. But if Italy is interested in contributing to peace in the Middle East and will create discreetly a platform for Algerian-Israeli dialogue, then Israel will be immediately there under the Italian umbrella to speak peace in the Middle East with the Algerian. So that's the Israeli approach. What happened, by the way, Saturday night is another model of coalition of the willing, which brought together Israel, the US, several other major NATO allies, and Arab countries, which we will not name them in order not to embarrass them, that did together something which was good for stability in the region. And perhaps this is the model that should serve us also politically and militarily in the future. And this is exactly what I meant when I said that our recommendation several years back to NATO was try to create formats that will be flexible to face the threats in the region, that will not necessarily focus on the Mediterranean, but also other parts of the Middle East.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Now, we have a very short time in front of us, therefore I will ask our friends here to be very short, because there is another panel. We should be here now before the arrival of our Minister of Defense. So please. As you can.
Yes, as brief as I can. I thank my Israeli counterpart, but I disagree with him when he mentioned, I repeat the propaganda of Hamas when I mentioned the number of children who lost their lives. Thousands of children. I refer here to Mr. Guterres, General Secretary of United Nations, when he mentioned Gaza has become a graveyard for children. Thank you.
Thank you. Sì, brevissimo. Sì.
Brevissimamente. Very quickly, let me answer to General Caruso. I'm sure if he were part of the panel of experts, would have done the same I did. One of the comments we made is the lack of human and financial resources, and I'm referring to the center in Kuwait, who has just one official. They cannot even make photocopies. Or I think to the defense capacity building based on a system of trusts where financial resources are very limited. So I agree with you. On the other point you raised, of course, we need an individual approach to every country. As a first step, I asked to our ambassadors in the partner countries to ask the ministries for their needs and requirements. So just to translate this into 3 words, the first attempt was always listen to people, because listening is the first step to dialogue. Thank you very much. I think we have to vacate this table and leave it to the next panel. So I invite the members of the next panel to come to this table before the minister arrives. Thank you very much.
No, adesso devo un altro.
you for joining us. I couldn't find you before. I was trying to find you in the room and I couldn't. It's a pleasure to have you here. Se posso chiedere a tutto il gentile pubblico.
I would kindly ask you to all take a seat because we are a bit behind schedule.
A bit short on time. If you could please help us out and please take your seats right now. Thank you very much. If I can kindly invite everyone to take their seat, we're running very short on time. I would really appreciate it, as would our panelists and guest speakers. Please, do take your seats. Per piacere vi invito a sedervi al più presto possibile, siamo un po' corto di tempo, grazie. Okay, everyone, sit down right now, please. We really need you to be sitting down or we cannot start the panel, please. I really appreciate your cooperation, and so do our distinguished guests. Okay. So we've reached the last panel today. I'm very pleased to have the honor to introduce two very distinguished speakers, His Excellency Dr. Sheikh Abdullah bin Ahmed Al Khalifa, Undersecretary for Political Affairs of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Deputy Secretary General of the Supreme Defense Council of the Kingdom of Bahrain. On the other side, I have His Excellency Sheikh Famer Ali Al Sabah, former Minister of Interior and National Security for the State of Kuwait. Now, in our previous panel, we approached the issue of the southern neighborhood policy with NATO and how it encompasses the Mediterranean. Now, obviously, of asking the specifics to our two representatives from the Gulf. And I would like to start from this. We've detailed, thanks to General Nardi, some of the aspects of this recent report and its findings. I would like to know, and I would start with you, I would start with you asking you, what do you think is the hardest thing that for your NATO partners to grasp of your perception of the Gulf and your position in it?
Well, first of all, if you allow me to just say that it's a delight and honor to be part of this celebration of the 75-year anniversary of NATO, which coincides also with the 20-year anniversary of the ICI program and, of course, the center we have in Kuwait, the only center that NATO has outside its borders. And it is a privilege and honor to have that center and be permitted to use this center for ICI members and NATO as well. And this is exactly why the center was built. Because we needed you there. We wanted you to come and see what the region is all about. What are the threats of the region? What the region needs from NATO. We have excellent relations with many individual countries of the NATO. We have signed agreements with many of these countries, but we needed NATO as a whole to come and visit our region, deal with the expertise of NATO as a combined force. So I hope this eases off on why we did such a thing and why we had this center in Kuwait.
Okay, Your Excellency, please.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests. Marking the 75th anniversary of NATO and the 20th anniversary of the Istanbul Cooperation Initiative, to which the Kingdom of Bahrain belonged to since 2005, demonstrates the robustness of the alliance and the importance of international cooperation. There is a strong bond between the Kingdom of Bahrain and NATO that produces tangible results in terms of security enhancement. Our long-standing relation with NATO and our shared commitments towards international peace and security have previously led the Kingdom to participate within the NATO-led International Security Assistance Force, which reflected positively on the strength of the relationship between us. Bahrain is proud to be an active member of the Istanbul Cooperation Initiative and was privileged to have hosted the 5th PAG meeting of the ICI Policy Advisory Group last year. This is a reflection of our efforts to strengthen cooperation and enhance political dialogue with NATO. Within the framework of the ICI, the NATO ICI Regional Center, which His Excellency Sheikh Thamer alluded to, and here I would like to commend his personal leadership in leading these efforts in establishing the NATO ICI Regional Center, which has truly served the ICI member states. And this center truly plays a facilitator of the various aspects of cooperation between NATO and the ICI partner countries. And to this end, the Kingdom of Bahrain welcomes the references and commitment made in the NATO 2022 strategic concept to improving and enhancing NATO's partnership with partner countries. And as we gather here today, the international community is undergoing tremendous change, brought about by a multitude of factors, including the advent of new cutting-edge technologies like AI, pressing global issues such as environmental degradations and shifts of international power. Bahrain works with allies and partners to strengthen international order based on the UN Charter system. This is more than a national interest of Bahrain. This is a pillar of global security and stability. And today I would like to identify some of the more acute challenges, if I may, that we in Bahrain share with NATO, and some of the opinions and options we have for overcoming these challenges. So through the ICI Forum, we have strengthened our collaborative initiatives with NATO on issues of mutual interest, such as counterterrorism, regional security, collective security, multilateral cooperation, and defense reform. And I believe these are vital because Bahrain and the Gulf Cooperation Council more generally face an assortment of challenges that are shared by NATO, challenges that are contagious. And as a result, we both share a responsibility to contribute to the stabilization of the wider Gulf region. Bahrain has and will continue to work at overcoming some of the more pressing issues related to three main areas. First, maritime security. And second, the containment of disruptive activities. And third, addressing long-term issues. And it is important to assess these in depth, one by one. Starting off with maritime security. We at the Kingdom of Bahrain attach great importance to ensuring the safety of maritime navigation in the region by hosting the United States 5th Fleet and the British Naval Support Facility, along with the International Maritime security construct and the combined maritime forces, which today is the biggest naval construct in the world, led by the United States from Manama. This is in addition to Bahrain being an active member of NATO, especially in the field of combating piracy in the region and interrupting the financing of terrorism. And our active role in the recent Operation Prosperity Guardian to secure the waterways in the Red Sea, Bab el-Mandeb, and the Gulf of Aden speak to our wider commitment to regional security. And with our partners, we seek to ensure the safe passage of maritime trade, end human trafficking, and end the smuggling of weapons and narcotics. The second issue is the containment of disruptive activities. And through diplomacy and in coordination with our allies, Bahrain advocates the containment of disruptive activities that creates instability in our region, whether referring to terrorist groups, cybersecurity, climate change. There are a growing need to work together to confront these challenges. And this will only be done by consolidating our common efforts and shared commitment to peace so that we can build resilient frameworks against such disruptive activities in the region and beyond. And our collective efforts must be rooted in respect for sovereignty and adherence to international law, which requires collective investment and deterrence against all activities aiming to undermining the security and stability of the region and disregards peace. By fostering open dialogue and mutual understanding, we can dismantle these networks and we can dismantle the fueling of these disruptive activities and pave the way for a more secure and prosperous future for all. As for the third and the last issue is addressing long-term issues. In order to build a collective effort aiming towards confronting sources of threat and tensions in the region, the states of the Gulf Cooperation Council have announced their vision regarding regional security just 3 weeks ago. A document that is considered the first of its kind in the Gulf region, as it aims to establish a framework for regional security from the perspective of the Gulf states. The document includes coordination between the GCC states regarding their position towards the current international crises and the importance of strengthening and activating aspects of our joint action to respond to regional security challenges, and building strategic partnerships and regional and international relationships to deal with sources of threat and tensions in the region and worldwide. This strategic vision of the GCC confirms that the GCC states are continuing to confront challenges while being united with one vision, adopting effective mechanisms to overcome them and seeking to sustainably develop their own capabilities. And perhaps one of the greatest long-term challenges we're facing is the Palestinian-Israeli conflict and the unfolding war in Gaza. Solving the non-stop cycle of violence between Palestine and Israel is of central importance. International efforts with the aim of establishing a two-state solution must not waver. Bahrain believes in a just and comprehensive peace that adheres to two states, two people formula. It is the only viable option that protects and fulfills the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people. No one wants permanent conflict in the Middle East. Dialogue and mediation can be used to mitigate conflicts, as much as to coordinate between allies and partners. Bahrain stands ready to support international initiatives to end the bloodshed. These are the three main issues that, from our view, share with the NATO, and thank you for giving me the time to share them.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I think the presence of both of you here is a testament also to the engagement and the seriousness to which you approach this. And I would actually now ask Your Excellency to comment your perspective from Kuwait and develop the subject further, please.
Thank you. Sheikh Abdullah, you covered most of what I have to say. So
great minds think alike,
for helping me with that. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, the main idea here is to understand the cooperation between NATO and the GCC, including the ICI members. As Sheikh Abdullah said earlier, and as a couple of speakers that came before us here, not all GCC member states are part of the ICI initiative. But in the center in Kuwait, the NATO ICI Center, we have a waiver from the NAC. The Council was very helpful in supporting us, having our brothers from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Sultanate of Oman to attend and participate with us in the center with the many programs we have. So the importance in the face of a changing global dynamic, over the past 20 years we have moved forward with huge steps, but there still remains a lot of things to be desired. We stand to learn two important points I mentioned earlier: the ability to politically integrate and militarily interoperate, and to analyze and make use of NATO's lessons learned throughout the initiative. If I may, I want to split my speech into two parts. One being the idea of having the center in Kuwait, where Kuwait, with the initiative in Istanbul, started in 2004. In 2006, Kuwait hosted the International Conference on NATO and Gulf countries facing common challenges through the Istanbul Cooperation Initiative. This, ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, was the first time NATO members were hosted at a NAC level outside NATO territory. This is what we wanted NATO to do: to come out, to visit the places, the countries that they wanted to come to. Now, we had studied, Kuwait being the first to participate with the ICI, we had studied the MD dialogue that you had. And we had never thought of having this initiative be held in Kuwait before the center was even established. And this is what gave us the idea of having them, the NAC, actually come to Kuwait. You never went to have a meeting in the MD. And we were shocked and surprised. Why? And these things raise a lot of questions. So we just decided to, lessons learned from MD, let's have NATO NAC meetings come to Kuwait. And we not only had one meeting, but we actually had 3 meetings with the NAC coming to Kuwait in many conferences. I see some familiar faces with ambassadors from the NAC, and I would welcome you again to come to Kuwait whenever you feel better after COVID and you are healed. We would like you to come. We would like to hear from you after COVID. We would like something to happen. We would like a phone call to happen with Kuwait and other ICI members. But we understand you probably still have a high fever from COVID, and something is wrong about that. Sorry for being very blunt, but I don't represent my government anymore, so I can say whatever I want. Kuwait hosted political advisory group, the PAG, meetings so many times. And Kuwait and NATO signed the transit agreement in 2016 for a military forces agreement in order to transit to Iraq, NATO forces. Kuwait's NATO ICI Regional Center inaugurated in 2017, and thus I'd like to talk a little bit just about the NATO ICI Center. We had 48 courses with 1,242 participants. We had 39 events with 1,181 participants. Now this is from NATO countries and ICI countries, in a total of 2,423 participants. If this center was not in one of the ICI members, we wouldn't have had this number of participants, this number of courses, and this number of events. So that's why we created what we did. Sheikh Abdullah had mentioned three very important things and okay.
Please forgive me for interrupting you. This is very interesting. We've got one more minute, so if you could come with your closing comments, and again, apologies to the audience, to our distinguished speakers.
Sure. Sheikh Abdullah had mentioned three different issues that we want to talk about. He covered all three of them, but we really want to say one more thing. State proxies. And this is, if there is a strong government, strong state, there should not be a militia in that country. There should not be a terrorist, renowned faction dealing militarily in this state. That means the state is either poor, not strong enough, or that there is a bigger situation, which is another country helping these proxies deal with these states. So just to sum it up, these non-state actors are, look at what they're doing in our region. Look at them in Yemen, look at them in Lebanon, look at them in Iraq. We should not allow this to happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the audience. I would like to thank personally Ambassador Ricardo Sessa and Nicola De Santis for inviting me to moderate these excellent speakers. It's been an honor. It's a shame we don't have enough time. Thank you very much, and thank you for your engagement with NATO at 75. Do we have time for one question? Yes, I will take one question from the floor. One question?
Good, we covered everything. We did a good job.
You've been excellent, no questions, everything answered. Okay, well then thank you very much. We will take our seats as we wait for the Minister of Defense to arrive. Thank you very much once again.
Hello, could I kindly invite all the distinguished guests to take a seat? Our guests are about to enter. Please, can you kindly take a seat? Posso chiedere a tutti cortesemente di prendere posto? Cortesemente posso chiedere gentilmente a tutti di sedersi. Can I kindly invite our distinguished guests? Could you kindly sit down? We are about to welcome the Italian Minister of Defense and the Deputy Secretary General of NATO. Could I kindly invite all participants and guests to take a seat and to welcome the Minister of Defense and the Deputy Secretary General of NATO. Thank you. Gentili ospiti, porgiamo il benvenuto al Ministro della Difesa e al Segretario Generale Delegato della Nato.
Signore e signori,
ladies and gentlemen,
un particolare
I extend my warm welcome to the Minister of Defense, Guido Crosetto, to the Deputy Secretary General of NATO, Mircea Joanna, and with great pleasure, I extend my welcome to the permanent representatives of the countries of the Alliance, these colleagues that I welcome with particular joy as a proof of the continuity in our relationships. We have celebrated 75 years at NATO, and the best satisfaction is to see these colleagues that continue on our steps as we did the same job for years in representing our countries. Mr. Minister, Mr. Deputy Secretary General, since yesterday in this room, and thanks to the extraordinary collaboration of the Carabinieri Corps, we have, in our way, celebrated the 75 years of the Atlantic Alliance, an alliance which was established in 1949, thanks to 12 founding countries, including Italy. It is a political alliance that share the same values. We were 12 at the time, now we are 32. This figure is the best evidence of the continued validity of that alliance and of the choice that the European political leadership in those very difficult years did. The war had finished 4 years earlier, but they had excellent foresight and established this alliance that has guaranteed peace and security from then to date. In these 1.5 days, we have reviewed the main issues that the alliance is facing, especially in political terms. We have also analyzed the main challenges and the main threats, not just in terms of countries. Of course, Russia remains a threat, but and Countries like China remain a great challenge. We have also reviewed the adaptations the alliance went through and that the alliance should continue to do to remain valid and sound. Yesterday, the President of the Republic has sent a very encouraging message from a deep-rooted historical perspective. We were firmly anchored to the tradition that the alliance has and brings forward, and Italy, as a founding country, shares all of it. Now, I don't want to take much of your time, even before I have the sober pleasure to welcome the Deputy Secretary General of NATO of the Atlantic Alliance, to whom I invite to the floor to bring the salute of the alliance.
Grazie mille.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Sessa. It's truly a great pleasure to be here in Italy.
Rome is sort of a founding proposition. Caro Ministro Crosetto, it's a great you with us. We highly appreciate your leadership. I would like also to thank Ambassador Peronacci for bringing all the North Atlantic Council, all our colleagues, all nations here in visiting this beautiful country and this indispensable ally, which is Italy. I'm also very if we were visiting Italy for the very important speech that President Mattarella has addressed to this conference. A statesman with wisdom, with historic perspective, and I think these kind of difficult times we need all the wisdom from all directions, from all nations, including and especially from our partners that we are celebrating many long decades of fruitful cooperation, and I'm really looking forward to strengthening our ties, to bringing even more in-depth conversation amongst ourselves. And of course, la Società Italiana per l'Organizzazione Internazionale, indispensable partners for organizing this event. So congratulations for everything you do, everything that Italy has been doing for us for 75 years. And thank you so much for bringing all of us together. This conference comes to a close. I want to leave you all with one essential message. In a more dangerous and competitive world, NATO stands strong and united to tackle rising security challenges. But security is not a job for NATO alone. It is a shared responsibility, because security is increasingly global, not just regional or multi-regional. We see this with Russia's war against Ukraine. It adversely affects Europe as a whole and makes the entire world more unstable. The same is true of terrorism, of climate change, and the ongoing conflicts in the Middle East. These sources of instability affect us all, everywhere. And we must address them together. This is why NATO is working ever more closely with our partners, with countries, organizations, corporations, universities, think tanks around the world, because our sacred mission that our founding fathers enshrined in the Washington Treaty remain as valid as ever, to keep our people safe and the world safer. Let me say a few words about NATO's partnerships in the Middle East and North Africa, because we have just heard from colleagues in the previous two panels discussing the Mediterranean and the Gulf regions. And I thank them all for their valuable insights. NATO has built relations with these regions over several decades now. 30 years with the Mediterranean dialogue countries, Algeria, Egypt, Israel, Jordan, Mauritania, Morocco, Tunisia, and 20 years with the Istanbul Cooperation Initiative countries, Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, and United Arab Emirates. Close political dialogue and practical cooperation on security issues of common concern has been mutually beneficial. And now entering a new generation of our individual tailored partnership programs, and I know that on both sides will make all the effort to bring them to fruition and make them meaningful and useful, respectfully, to both of us and to all of us together. NATO has also been present in Iraq since 2018 with a mission to support the Iraqis in strengthening their security force and institutions. I was so privileged to see in the delegation of Mr. Crosetto, General Iannucci, who has been doing an exceptional work at the helm of our mission. And we are reaching out to more countries like Saudi Arabia. Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg traveled to Riyadh last December, and we met our colleagues from Saudi Arabia also in the Munich Security Conference. So there is a lot of already existing work underway. But in a more dangerous world, we want to grow our partnership in the Middle East, North Africa, and Sahel regions even further. And you know that we have a lot of catch-up to do. We have to do a better job ourselves in listening more, in engaging more, in responding more to your needs. And this is the sense of these 2 days in Rome, to listen to each other, to learn from each other, and to understand that our security is indivisible and we need each other more than ever. And bringing each of us what we have best to the table. Because in an unsecure world, nobody wins than the ones who are against peace, terrorism, instability. And this is, I think, the meaning of this very important event today. This is why NATO is looking for opportunities for more dialogue and closer cooperation with nations, international organizations, and other relevant actors across the regions. I salute the fact that Mauritania, our partner, is now taking over the African Union presidency. And of course, again and again, grateful to Italy and other allies for driving NATO's efforts in this direction. Brigadier General Alessio Nardi is a great contribution in the group of experts that our Secretary General appointed last year to help advance NATO's work in the so-called southern neighborhoods. And the report of this superb group of elite experts from many of our nations are now under active consideration in the Council. And I know that all nations in NATO will be prioritizing and making sure that these fresh ideas and some older ideas will become a reality, will become funded, and will become implementable as soon as possible. At the Washington Summit, Ambassador Smith just reminded us we're only 90 days away from the Washington Summit in July. Our leaders will agree concrete and actionable recommendations to step up our security offer to our partners. So let's work continuously to making sure that in Washington we deliver what you need, what we need, and what together need. And for this I count, and I know I can count on Italy's continuous support, and for that matter, from all our allies. We speak in NATO of 360-degree. The South is indivisible from the one in the East, from the one in the North, from the one in cyberspace, or freedom of navigation, or the outer space. So these are very complicated times. These are the times that probably our forefathers in all of our nations, us in NATO, individual nations in their own national histories, they were also facing massive challenges at the end of the Second World War. And they were up to the challenge, they were up to the task, and they created the most formidable and resilient alliance in human history. Us, all of us, we are called to do the same. To put this world, which is so complicated and dangerous, back into some form of predictable security environment. And to be able to even sometimes get across our comfort zone and come with fresh ideas, with respect, sometimes even with humbleness, in order to make sure that our children and our grandchildren for the next 75 years will be able to live in a world of peace, a world of prosperity, a world of respect, and a world that we are committed and obliged to serve. On behalf of the Secretary General of NATO, Jens Stoltenberg, and all of us, and the North Atlantic Council, if I can speak on behalf of all our colleagues here, I would like again to thank Italy for the indispensable role you play, and for all our partners for being here. And I know that together we'll make sure that our security is indivisible and our future will not be as dark clouded as the last few days and years. Thank you so much, and dear Minister Crosetto, it is my privilege to welcome you to the podium. Thank you so much.
Well, I would like to start by thanking the Deputy Secretary General of NATO. Thank you for what you said, and thank you for the job you have very much done over the years, which has been precious for NATO as a whole. Thank you, Ambassador Sessa, for organizing this meeting and this opportunity. Thank you, Ambassador Peronacci, for leading this delegation, and thank to all of you for honoring us with your presence over these days. Moving around Italy from the north to the center, there is still a piece of Italy to the south to be seen that we will keep for your next visit, and we keep the good for the end. Thank to all of you who are here. I promised to not prevent you from watching the wonderful mounted Carabinieri Corps historical parade. We are in a barracks of the Carabinieri Corps, one of the 4 services of the Italian military. NATO appreciates the Carabinieri for the work they do in many international scenarios and in several deployments. And since I think that a Minister of Defense has very little to explain to you about what NATO is going to do in the next months, because those who prepare documents for NATO for the next months, it's you. So the minister received the documents you have prepared, and sometimes, very often, they read those documents when they are at NATO. So I don't want to explain to you your job, because it's excellent in itself. I don't want to add many words to what the Secretary General already said, but I want to leave you with some concerns, because you are the people working on a daily basis in building NATO. We are now celebrating the 75th anniversary of NATO. It was an extraordinary intuition they have that was made by Alcide de Gasperi, a former prime minister that has built Europe together with Schumacher and Adenauer. I want to recall him because there are no events that have not been sponsored or created by human beings. History is not created by chance. It's guided by the choices of men and women that appear in history. 75 years later, NATO can face the scenario we have in front of us. this is a question. So can it do it in the way we have built it? Is this still topical? Are the procedures we have prepared, are the liturgies, is the red tape and the bureaucracy we have built able to face the interesting time we are living? I think that every structure after 75 years, especially when times like this present the bill, so to speak, call upon us for an adaptation. So the future NATO will be marked by speed, pragmatism, the ability to share a common vision, a true common strategy, and not just referred to the areas of crisis, but also its ability to look forward and look away, look afar, so that we can tackle crisis before they even emerge. In the eastern flank, we have shouted to look at the southern flank. We have asked to look at the Indo-Pacific. We asked to look at the scenarios that have the potential to become a crisis. So I think NATO has a different task respect to the task it was given at the beginning. There is an ongoing war. It is not against Russia. It is not against Iran. It is a war between two different visions, two different perspectives of the world. Those who think that the world needs international rules, an international order that goes beyond individual and national selfishness, and bodies that enforce those rules on the one side, and those who think that world can be regulated by military might, by military powers and weapons on the other. So that's the challenge we have in front of us. That's the challenge that proves the reasons behind the invasion of Ukraine, the attack of Iran, the attacks of Houthis in the Red Sea. It's two different visions of the world. That's the challenge NATO is facing. NATO, of course, was born for another reasons and now has to adapt. This adaptation process will bring NATO to be capable of offering a stronger deterrence on the military side and a political subject that can aggregate elements even outside NATO. So we have to look at BRICS because they can speak with our same voice to refuse the division of the world made by others that say that those outside NATO or outside the West are enemies of NATO or the West. So we have the responsibility of 75 years of liberty, democracy, international law, and it's a challenge that our time call to respond to quickly, pragmatically, with the need to have a vision. You have talked about the southern flank in recent months. You have talked about it a lot. And I was saying to the Deputy Secretary General earlier that Europe alone invests 7 times more than China, 21 times more than Russia. Why China and Russia have a more significant role, a more prominent role in Africa? Because investing is nothing if you don't have a single strategy, if you have a total investment that is split in 27 different investments, and you have different objectives due to different nations and different agendas. I have seen these in Europe as well, in a very in a theater that is very close to Italy, in Kosovo. You have the position of Europe, the position of Italy, the position of Germany, and the position of France. Can we honestly think to face and to tackle the world we see with these different approaches, or international crises that divide free democratic countries, countries that defend international law, when on the other side we have actors that refuse democracy, refuse freedom. They are autocracies that decide in 1 minute what we decide in 18 months. And many of you were present, and Ambassador Pernacci was also present in a meeting when I said, by pointing at our Swedish colleague, he had been sitting for 1 year at the table, and he was not able to be part of NATO yet. Putin decided to invade Ukraine in 1 minute, so you cannot fight autocracy if you do not adjust to their speed. This is the main challenge NATO will have to tackle. International organizations do not progress on the shoulders and by relying on the presidents and ministers of the time. They progress because they are aware that the people working for this nation every day are know what to do. You write the documents, responsibilities on you because you process those documents, and every day you build the future of this alliance, which is also the future of the world. That's why I respect you so much, to recall the importance of your commitment and the readiness that it period requires. We are not able to live in this world, but we must adapt to interpret it in the best way possible. Thank you very much. Just a couple of words to thank the Deputy Secretary General and the Minister of Defense, whose speech is not only addressed to our colleagues in the Atlantic Council, but to all of us. We prove with our presence to care about these problems and these issues. We continue to work on the same path that Minister Crosetto has indicated very clearly and very effectively. So these words of mine end these 1.5 days of work we have dedicated to the 75th anniversary of NATO on the part of an organization like ours, which will celebrate its 80th anniversary. As we said this morning, we have focused on NATO because COI was established in October 1944, a few months before World War II ended, and it was funded by scholars and ambassadors with a vision, even before that the war ended, that Italy could play a role after the war ended. And thanks to that political leadership that Minister Crosetto recalled in his speech, we could translate that vision into the Atlantic Alliance. Thank you for the patience. Thank you for our foreign guests, to the members of the panels who came by all capitals, to the members of the North Atlantic Council. As the Minister has anticipated, and before we have a farewell dinner, You are all invited also on behalf of the Carabinieri Corps, and I thank the Commander General, General Luzzi, to see one of the most interesting spectacles I have always seen. It's a horse parade of the Mounted Carabinieri Regiment. They are custodians of the best traditions of Italian cavalry, and I said, as a former Carabiniere, they are a glorious custodian. If you have not seen it, please watch it and you will never forget it. So let's move outside and let's follow what the guides, the Carabinieri, have established. Thank you.
Sorry, can you remember just to leave your headsets on your seats? Cortesemente chiedo a tutti di lasciare le cuffie con l'apparecchio sui sedili, sulle sedie. Grazie.